China and Burma in the maps published at home and abroad. All this cannot but cause widespread confusion. Our government holds that in dealing with the Sino-Burmese boundary question we must adopt a serious attitude towards historical data. We must take a correct stand and viewpoint so as to make a scientific analysis of such data and to distinguish between those which can be used as a legal and reasonable basis for settlement and those which, as a result of changed conditions, have only reference value. At the same time we must bear in mind the fundamental, historic changes that have taken place both in China and in Burma. China has cast off its semi-colonial status and Burma its colonial status, and they have become independent countries friendly with each other. The Burmese government has succeeded to the territory formerly ruled by Britain, and the Union of Burma has been established by combining various national autonomous states and Burma proper. Meanwhile, our government has taken over territory under the jurisdiction of the Kuomintang government. In dealing with the boundary question, we must pay attention to these historic changes, and treaties signed in the past must be treated in accordance with general international practice. Only when we take all these points into account can we use historical data correctly and secure a fair and reasonable settlement of the Sino-Burmese boundary question. That question has a direct bearing on the interests of the nationalities living on the Sino-Burmese border. So in approaching this question we must especially take into account the interests of those nationalities. We know that boundary lines between countries often divide into two parts: a nationality living along the border. This is the result of historical development. On the sections of the boundary between China and Burma that have already been defined, and on the borders between China and other countries, we find people of the same nationality living on both sides of the boundary line. So when we resolve the question of the boundary between China and Burma, we must realize beforehand that it will be hard to avoid splitting the nationalities concerned. It is therefore all the more necessary for us to take measures, in consultation with the Burmese government, to make the future boundary one of peace and friendship and to further cement the close ties of the people of the two countries living on either side of the border. Fellow Deputies. 252. After repeated contacts and consultations, the Chinese and Burmese governments have arrived at a general agreement on the boundary question in a spirit of friendship and according to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. We believe that when the views of both sides on specific problems are brought into accord through continued negotiations, the question of the boundary between our two countries will be settled in a comprehensive, fair and reasonable way. Questions relating to our policies towards China's nationalities. August 4, 1957. Comrades, I understand that this working conference on nationalities affairs one's progressing very well. There has been a wide-ranging exchange of opinions, and many problems have been raised at the conference. Solutions have been found to some of them. Right now I should like to discuss with you some questions of principle relating to our policies towards the nationalities in our country. First, the question of combating two types of chauvinism, Han chauvinism and local chauvinism. Second, the question of regional autonomy for the nationalities. Third, the question of promoting prosperity and social reforms among all our nationalities. And fourth, the question of the right of the nationalities to self-government and national identity. Two types of chauvinism. There are two types of chauvinism we should oppose: big nationality chauvinism and minority nationality chauvinism. It is particularly important to combat the former. Both types of chauvinism are a reflection of bourgeois nationalism. If people of the Han nationality maintain an attitude of Han chauvinism, it can develop into a tendency towards discrimination. On the other hand, if the fraternal minority nationalities in our country maintain an attitude of local chauvinism, it can develop into a tendency towards separatism. In short, if these two attitudes or tendencies are allowed to grow unchecked, they will not only undermine the unity of our fraternal nationalities but may lead to antagonism among them and even a breakup. What approach should we take in dealing with problems of this kind? We believe that, with very few exceptions, problems arising from the two wrong attitudes or tendencies fall within the category of contradictions among the people and should therefore be resolved according to the principles applied to the settlement of such contradictions. In other words, they should be resolved according to the formula, set forth by Chairman Mao, of proceeding from the desire for national unity and striving, through criticism or struggle, to build a closer national unity on a new basis. What is that new basis on which we are to develop a closer unity among our nationalities? I should like to spend some time discussing this question. As I see it, the new basis is the common desire of all nationalities to transform China into a modern socialist state. That common desire is the basis for the unity of our nationalities. In opposing the two kinds of chauvinism, Han chauvinism and local chauvinism, we must keep in mind our common objective, that is, to turn the motherland into a great socialist country that has both modern industry and modern agriculture. This socialist country now under construction is not to be monopolized by any one nationality. It belongs to all the more than 50 nationalities in our country, to the entire people of the People's Republic of China. Thanks to our hard work during the 8 years since liberation, we have succeeded in uniting all the nationalities. All of them now have a constitution to go by, the Constitution of the People's Republic of China, which was adopted by the First National People's Congress at its first session. The Constitution calls upon us to transform China, a huge country which has just regained independence and which has more than 50 nationalities with a total population of 600 million, into a powerful socialist state. As a great charter, the Constitution of the People's Republic of China represents the will of our 600 million people. We should bend every effort in a common endeavor to achieve the goal it sets forth. All nationalities should regard the building of a powerful socialist motherland as our common objective and on this basis strive to raise national solidarity to a higher level. We must therefore oppose the two kinds of chauvinism, both of which hamper our efforts to build a new basis for unity among the nationalities. Policies towards China's nationalities 255. To combat the two kinds of chauvinism, we must start from the common objective of turning China into a powerful socialist country. Without this common objective we cannot overcome them. Let's take an example. If you, as a member of the majority Han nationality, criticize some instances of local chauvinism among the fraternal minority nationalities but forget about our common objective, you are likely to make the mistake of discriminating against them. Most of our fraternal nationalities are still relatively backward in terms of economic and cultural development. When expressing critical views, many comrades of Han nationality tend to blame the fraternal nationalities for backward phenomena which are, in fact, a historical legacy. An unjustified blame of that sort tends to develop into discrimination. But if you direct your attention to our common objective of building a powerful socialist state, you will realize that those backward phenomena are the objective reflection of the underdeveloped economy and culture of the minority peoples, rather than manifestations of wrong tendencies on their part. We should help fraternal nationalities with their economic and cultural development and not look on their backward aspects as expressions of local chauvinism. Even when there really have been instances of local chauvinism, what we have to do is inquire into their sources. Many such instances are attributable to objective causes. Once these objective causes are removed, similar instances will no longer occur. For example, take the fraternal nationalities that live in outlying regions. These people know very little about what is going on in the interior and do not have a correct understanding of the advances that have been made there. So they have some misgivings, not being sure what attitude the Han people will eventually take towards them. We must particularly remember that the minority nationalities used to be oppressed and exploited by the reactionary rulers of Han nationality, so it is quite natural that they should still be rather suspicious of the Han. There are historical, social, and economic reasons behind their skepticism and distrust, which must therefore not be dismissed as a manifestation of local chauvinism. We must avoid simplistic criticism of local chauvinism. To allay their suspicion, we should sincerely help minority nationalities to understand the root causes of local chauvinism. Of course, all the historical, social, and economic factors responsible for local chauvinism cannot be eliminated overnight. That will take a long period of hard work, inspired by the common goal of building the socialist motherland, to reach the point where all the 256 nationalities are flourishing economically and culturally. It will take both time and effort. We must avoid indiscriminate or simplistic criticism of local chauvinism, that would only result in misunderstandings and errors. What I have been talking about so far is one aspect of the problem. The other aspect is that if the minority nationalities forget our common objective when they, for their part, criticize Han chauvinism, their criticism is likely to stir up national antagonism. This is because the economic and cultural inequalities left over by history and the effects of past oppression by reactionary rulers still linger on. If the minority peoples stress only these inequalities, feelings of national antagonism can easily arise. Some minority people might say, "We don't trust you Han people because you outnumber us, you are the majority of the population, which is always unfavorable to us, and since you are ahead of us in economic and cultural development, you may take advantage of this superiority and go on discriminating against us and oppressing us." Well, if that is really what they think of the Han people, their distrust may grow to the point where they can see little difference between the new society and the old. And it could easily give rise to disunity and a desire for national separation. We therefore hope that when comrades from minority nationalities criticize Han chauvinism, they too will proceed from the desire to achieve our common objective. In other words, all nationalities must unite and proceed from the desire for unity whenever they criticize each other, in order to eliminate the economic and cultural inequalities among them and to build a strong socialist motherland. When there are real instances of Han chauvinism or of discrimination by Han comrades, the minority peoples need only direct their criticism to the particular incidents and the particular individuals involved. They should not be simplistic and make indiscriminate accusations or have doubts about the Han people as a whole. If they do, it will make it difficult for us to forge close unity among our nationalities and will breed separatist sentiment instead. Historically, China has been a multinational country. But in ancient times the country was not always united, and the different nationalities often fought each other. Historical records are full of encroachments of one nationality upon another. Generally speaking, it was the Han people who encroached upon the others more frequently and for longer periods. Of course, the Han were also encroached upon by minority nationalities and even subjected to their rule for policies towards China's nationalities 25/7. Considerable periods, such as during the Northern Dynasty and the Liao, Jin, Yuan, and Qing dynasties. Nevertheless, a review of all historical periods shows that it was the Han people who encroached upon the minority nationalities more often than the other way round. Memories of past events still linger among the fraternal nationalities. As the economy and culture of the Han people were more advanced than those of others, they were in a position to extend their influence in all directions. One result was that the other nationalities were forced to migrate to outlying areas or to frigid regions, where living conditions were harder and their economic and cultural development was held back. Such events have left a profound impression on the memories of the minority peoples. Unless they cherish our common goal of building the socialist motherland, local chauvinism will arise, to the detriment of national solidarity and the unity and development of the country. It is therefore imperative for the fraternal minority nationalities to view all those historical events as things of bygone days, things that could occur only in the years before the birth of New China. Now in the post-liberation years, thanks to the leadership of the Communist Party, the Constitution of New China proclaims the equality of all nationalities as state policy. Our country is now one great community in which all nationalities enjoy equality and amity, all rallying to the common goal of building a strong socialist motherland. To reach this goal we must try to eliminate all the undesirable things left over from the past, including the inequalities that still exist in the economic and cultural spheres. Of course, we cannot expect to eliminate these things in a short period of time, but we have to make concerted efforts in that direction. The world being what it is today, we must grow strong and build a modern socialist state, or we shall once again be bullied by the imperialist powers. It is true that on the day they won liberation the Chinese people stood up, and that they are no longer subject to humiliation by others. But this does not ensure that we shall never again suffer at the hands of others. Our only safeguard is to transform our country into a really powerful socialist state. Imperialists still exist in the contemporary world, and while our socialist cause is progressing, they will not give up their evil attempts. They are waiting for opportunities to make trouble by one means or another. This means we must sharpen our vigilance and strengthen the unity of our nationalities so that we can all work better together to build a strong socialist state. Unless we do this, our multinational count 258 Zhou Enlai try, even though it has stood up, will trip and fall once again, relapse into backwardness and poverty and eventually be trampled underfoot. We must be fully aware that unless we succeed in making China a modern socialist country, there is no way for us to shake off poverty and backwardness. And only when our 50-odd nationalities work closely together to achieve common progress will it be possible for us to cast off poverty and backwardness and build a modern, powerful socialist state. That is a task which the Han people are incapable of accomplishing alone. True, the Han nationality has a large population and has attained a higher level of economic and cultural growth than the others. But in the Han-inhabited regions there is not enough land available for reclamation, and underground natural resources are not so abundant as elsewhere. Development of the natural resources in areas populated by the fraternal minority nationalities provides powerful support for the nation's industrialization. However, these natural resources have remained untapped for lack of labor power and technological expertise. Without mutual assistance, especially assistance from the Han people, the minority peoples will find it difficult to make significant progress on their own. So all the nationalities must help and support each other in order to march towards common prosperity as they build the socialist motherland. That is the only way to combat the two types of chauvinism and thus to weaken the two tendencies towards national discrimination and national separatism. Let's take an example. In order to turn the city of Baotou in Inner Mongolia into one of China's industrial centers, we have to make combined use of the iron ore of Baotou and the coal of Datong in Shaanxi province. Work has already begun on the construction of the Baotou Iron and Steel Complex, a project which will certainly help transform Baotou into an industrial center. All nationalities, the Mongol and Han in particular, should join efforts to achieve this goal. Even if instances of Han chauvinism or of local chauvinism may occur sometimes, we can steadily reduce them, so long as we are all inspired by a common goal and are all working hard to attain it. Striving for such a goal will help us to overcome negative things like mutual resentment or antagonism between nationalities. Of course, I don't mean that so long as we are all working for a common goal we need no longer bother about the negative things. No, we still have to make an effort to combat them. What I mean is that policies towards China's nationalities 259. When all of us are dedicated to a common, positive goal, negative elements will be readily replaced by positive ones. Here's another example, the construction of an industrial center in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. This project, which includes opening up the Karamai oil field and turning Urumqi into an industrial city, will end in failure unless the various nationalities in Xinjiang and the Han people from other areas pool their efforts for the purpose. Unless they all cooperate, it will be out of the question to build the necessary railway to begin with. And even if the railway could be built, shortages of labor and of funds would handicap efforts to develop the area further. Nationwide support is essential for this construction project. These two examples I have cited are enough to make my point. In the interest of achieving common progress, we must try to reduce mutual prejudice among the nationalities. To transform our motherland into a powerful state, we must stress unity of all nationalities and their common effort to build socialism. We must criticize the two types of chauvinism, which weaken national unity and hamper our common endeavor. We should start from the desire for unity, so that our criticisms will help to stem the two wrong tendencies of national discrimination and national separatism. We must raise our understanding of these two tendencies to a new plane, face them squarely and not be afraid to repudiate them, since they stand in the way of our socialist construction. In the interest of the great cause of building up the motherland, we should work conscientiously to overcome both Han chauvinism and local chauvinism. 2. Regional autonomy for the nationalities. Since liberation, our basic policy for the nationalities has been regional autonomy. This is spelled out in the constitution of our country. Why, in China, did we choose the system of autonomous areas, rather than the system of autonomous republics? In China, self-government takes the form of autonomous regions, prefectures, counties, or townships, whereas in the Soviet Union there are autonomous republics and smaller administrative units, such as oblasts and so on. The forms of autonomy in the two countries differ not only in name but also in structure, that is, in substance. The Div. 260. Phalanx do not lie in the presence or absence of self government. Nationalities in the Soviet autonomous republics have the right to self-government, and so do the nationalities in China's autonomous areas. The differences lie in the way administrative lines are drawn in the two countries and in the particular rights and powers delegated to the autonomous areas. These differences are attributable partly to differences in the historical backgrounds of the two countries and partly to differences between the situation of China today and that of Russia in the days of the October Revolution. Already during the 19th century, Russia had developed into a capitalist country, even though it retained a considerable degree of feudalism. Although it still lagged behind some Western capitalist countries, Russia had become an imperialist power which had a number of colonies. At that time, the nationalities living in areas around the Russian-populated regions were under the rule of Tsarist Russia, a rule which was essentially colonialist. Also, many of the nationalities in Russia were geographically separated, each living in its own area. The historical background in China was quite different. In China there was mutual interpenetration among the nationalities, especially in the interior. For long periods the Han nationality dominated the heartland of China and extended its rule to areas inhabited by other nationalities. But there were also times when minority nationalities moved into the interior and even established their rule over the heartland. This resulted in multinational settlements, and this is why today there are few, if any, areas in China inhabited by a single nationality. We often speak of Xinjiang as a region with a considerable concentration of minority people. But even in Xinjiang there is not just one minority nationality but 13. By comparison, the population in Tibet is fairly homogeneous. But this is true only of the area now under the administration of the Preparatory Committee for the Tibet Autonomous Region. In other areas, many Tibetan people live in mixed communities with other nationalities. Historical development in China created conditions favorable for many nationalities to intermingle and live together. There were long periods during which they crossed over to each other's territory, creating many opportunities for mutual influence and mutual assimilation. The Han nationality has so large a population because it has assimilated other ethnic groups. Policies towards China's nationalities 261. Another example of mutual assimilation is provided by the Manchu people, a nationality which originated in the Qinbei Mountains in northeast China. When they first entered the heartland of China, they numbered only a few 100,000. But during the years when the Qing dynasty was at its height, their population rose to between 4 and 5 million. After the downfall of the Qing dynasty, the Manchu people continued to exist, but they adopted the Han culture, first the Han's written language and then their spoken language. They have gradually forgotten their own language, both written and oral. So there seemed to be nothing to distinguish the Manchu people from the Han, although in reality they were still two different nationalities. Even during the Qing dynasty there were no absolute prohibitions against intermarriage between them, and after the 1911 revolution 66 intermarriage became more frequent, indicating that ethnic differences no longer posed an insuperable barrier. After liberation, the Manchu people were formally recognized as a nationality. When census forms were filled out before a general election, only 2.4 million people stated that they were of Manchu nationality. This seemed to indicate that the Manchu population was on the decline, but actually it was not. Many Manchus who had married Hans registered themselves and their children as Hans, although they had been given the right to choose between the two nationalities. The size of the Manchu population therefore depended on the way they preferred to register. So this is a case of mutual assimilation. If assimilation is the result of the violent oppression of one nationality by another, it is reactionary in nature. If, on the other hand, it is the result of voluntary intermingling among two nationalities for the sake of achieving common prosperity, it is progressive, for it plays a significant role in social progress. Nowadays, cooperation between Manchus and Hans has become much easier, because they share the same written and spoken language. Do the Manchu people favor the idea of reviving the Manchu language? I don't think so, because it would mean that some 3 to 4 million Manchus would have to start learning their language all over again, and that would be a laborious undertaking. Isn't it true that some of the Manchu vocabulary has already been assimilated into the Han language? I think that is the case. The absorption of Manchu words has enriched the Han language. It's the same with styles of dress. After the 1911 revolution, many Han women like to wear the cheongsam, which is characteristic of Manchu attire. The 262. Han people have introduced into their culture many other things that are of Manchu origin. All these things are also a kind of mutual assimilation. Now let's take a look at the Hui nationality. Originally, the Hui people came from Arabia and Asia Minor. It is said that they arrived in China a little over 1,000 years ago, that is, at a relatively recent date. Yet their population has grown to more than 3.5 million. They migrated to China along two different routes, one was by sea, the other was overland to southern Xinjiang via Afghanistan. These routes made it impossible for them to travel to China in large numbers. Nevertheless, they have now spread so widely throughout the country that there is not a single province, and probably not even a single county, where Hui people cannot be found. According to reliable statistics, there are Huis living in more than 2/3 of all counties. Their number has grown because they have absorbed other ethnic groups. What's wrong with that? Isn't this too a case of assimilation? In Gansu province, the Hui people live in communities in Wuzhong, Longdong, Yinchuan, Longzi and other places. Wuzhong, Yinchuan, and Gaiwan will be incorporated into the Ningxia Hui Autonomous Region soon to be established. But the majority of Hui people are scattered in other parts of the country. The Han people assimilate other nationalities and are assimilated by them. This is the case with the Hui nationality, with the Manchu nationality and with all other nationalities. The deeper we go into the interior, the more instances of national assimilation we shall discover. Owing to historical circumstances, many of our nationalities live in mixed communities, with mutual assimilation and mutual influence. Since China has so many nationalities that are widely distributed and mostly living in mixed communities, we cannot consider adopting the Soviet Union's system of autonomous republics. Such a system presupposes that the overwhelming majority of each of the country's nationalities is concentrated in a certain region and capable of functioning as a separate economic unit. Historical development has determined that in China, a vast country of many nationalities, autonomy should assume a form different from the one in the Soviet Union. Every country has its own historical characteristics and must not mechanically copy another country's experience. Regional autonomy is the most suitable pattern of self-government for our nationalities. This system enables a nationality to establish not only an autonomous region in a certain part of the policies towards China's nationalities 263 country, but also autonomous prefectures, counties, and townships in other parts of the country. Take, for example, the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. Although it covers a vast area, only a little more than 2/3 of China's Mongolian population, that is, about 1 million people out of a total of 1,400,000, now live in this region. The rest of the Mongols are distributed in other parts of the country, such as northeast China, Qinghai and Xinjiang, where they have established autonomous prefectures or counties. The Ningxia Hui Autonomous Region will soon be established. In this region the Hui people number only 570,000, they represent only 1/3 of the region's total population of 1.72 million, and only a small fraction of China's total Hui population of more than 3.5 million. The problem arises now as to how to take care of the remaining 3 million Hui people scattered in other areas all over the country. The solution, of course, is to establish Hui autonomous prefectures, counties, or townships in areas outside the Ningxia region. The case is the same with the Tibetan nationality. The areas now under the administration of the Preparatory Committee for the Tibet Autonomous Region have a Tibetan population of only /GHTLY over 1 million. About an equal number of Tibetans live in the Tibetan autonomous prefectures and counties located in Qinghai, Gansu, Sichuan, and Yunnan provinces. These prefectures and counties maintain closer ties for economic and other types of cooperation with the provinces in which they are situated than they do with Tibet. We cited these examples to convince the Han people on the issue of the establishment of the Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region. After all, which was more beneficial, to establish a West Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region or a Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region? It was impossible to establish an autonomous region populated exclusively by people of Zhuang nationality. Even if all the areas in Guangxi, Yunnan, and Gansu provinces having a high concentration of people of Zhuang nationality were combined to form a Zhuang Autonomous Region, they would have included more than 1 million inhabitants of Han nationality and more than 400,000 of Yao nationality who are now living in 2 autonomous counties. In short, there would have been between 1 and 2 million Han and Yao people in addition to the Zhuang people, and so the proposed autonomous region would have been by no means homogeneous. And with its boundaries drawn that way, the region would have been isolated, which would have greatly hampered its economic development. 264. Meant. In that case, the railways in the region and those in the Han areas of Guangxi would have been placed under separate administrations, and agriculture in eastern Guangxi would have been cut off from the mining and other industrial enterprises in the western part of the region. Separation of that sort would not have helped to promote common progress. On the other hand, integration of western and eastern Guangxi into a single administrative region will contribute to that goal. Therefore, the present Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region is an integrated administrative region in which the nationalities can benefit each other through mutual cooperation. Judging by the examples I have cited of some of the country's major autonomous regions, we come to the conclusion that a system of regional autonomy is well adapted to conditions in China and that a system of autonomous republics would be neither suitable nor practicable. We cannot follow the latter pattern because our historical development has not created the conditions required for it. The situation bequeathed to us by history is one in which many nationalities live together in an area. In this situation, which favors cooperation between nationalities, the desirable pattern is regional autonomy. This pattern allows a nationality to exercise self-government not only in an autonomous region in a given area, but also in autonomous prefectures, counties, and townships in other parts of the country. People of the Hui nationality provide a typical example in this respect. Is there anything wrong with this? No, it is a good example to follow. The realities in our country call for the practice of regional autonomy, a system that allows the nationalities to govern themselves either in large regions or in smaller areas, depending on both economic and political factors. Such a system grants autonomy not only to minority peoples living separately in homogeneous communities, but also to those living together in mixed communities. In our country almost every nationality, whatever the number of its population and the degree of its concentration, has set up its own autonomous area, corresponding to its size, and thus enjoys a full mea-ure of autonomy. This system is a new creation never before seen in history. During the October Revolution, the Russian proletariat rose and seized political power, first in the cities and then in the rural areas, including the regions inhabited by minority nationalities. To turn Russia into the first socialist country was by no means an easy task. Moreover, the revolution was carried out in an imperialist country. Policies towards China's nationalities 265. And therefore all kinds of colonialist relations had to be smashed. Considering it necessary to integrate the struggle of the nationalities against Tsarist oppression with the struggle of the proletariat and peasantry against the capitalist and landlord classes, Lenin stressed the nationalities' right to self-determination and recognized their right to separation. This meant that a nationality might choose either to be a member of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics or to form an independent republic. At that time, if the first socialist state was to get a firm foothold politically, it had to stress the right of nationalities to self-determination, leaving them the option of separation. That was the only way to break with all the old political relationships characteristic of imperialism and to make the new socialist state, the dictatorship of the proletariat, secure. The specific circumstances demanded that the Russian proletariat take this approach. In China the historical background was quite different. In the 6 days of Old China, although the northern warlords, and later the Kuomintang, imposed a reactionary, oppressive rule on the working people and on all the fraternal nationalities, the entire Chinese nation was suffering under imperialist aggression. The country had been reduced to the status of a semi-colony, and in some parts of its territory that of a colony. It was under these circumstances that the Chinese people won their liberation. Moreover, the revolution in our country followed a different course from the Russian Revolution. We seized political power not by launching uprisings first in major cities or in industrialized areas, but by establishing revolutionary bases in the rural areas so as to be able to wage a protracted struggle. It was not until after 22 years of revolutionary wars that we finally won emancipation. And during these wars the various nationalities in our country formed close ties with one another. The following facts bear witness to this. Some of our revolutionary bases were set up in Inner Mongolia. In Xinjiang people launched revolutionary movements against the Kuomintang. In southwest China many people of the minority nationalities carried on guerrilla warfare under the leadership of our party. In the interior many people of various nationalities joined the People's Liberation Army. During the Long March, when the Red Army passed through the southwest areas inhabited by minority peoples, it left seeds of revolution, and lastly, the Red Army recruited a certain number of minority people as cadres. In short, so far as external relations are concerned, for long periods the whole Chinese nation suffered oppression at the hands of foreign. 266. Imperialists, domestically, through sharing will and woe in the revolutionary wars and finally winning liberation, all our nationalities developed the friendship of comrades in arms. These external and internal relations made it unnecessary for us to adopt the policy of granting self-determination with the option of separation, as the Soviet Union had done during the October Revolution. Historical development has provided the necessary conditions for cooperation among our nationalities, while revolutionary movements have furnished the necessary foundations for it. The system of self-government through regional autonomy which we have adopted since liberation is one which suits the country's social conditions and will help promote that cooperation. We didn't emphasize the option of separation, lest the imperialists attempt to take advantage of it. Although their attempts might have ended in failure, they could still have disrupted cooperation among the nationalities. In the pre-liberation years, for example, certain reactionaries in Xinjiang, serving as Ketspa for imperialists, tried to split the region from the rest of China by calling for the establishment of Eastern Turkestan. 11.9 Remembering this lesson, we didn't use the designation Uiguristan when we were establishing the autonomous region there. In addition to the Uyghur people, there are 12 other ethnic groups in Xinjiang. But it would have been unrealistic to establish 13 something stands for the 13 nationalities. The final decision of the party and the government on the designation of the region won general approval from the comrades in Xinjiang. It is now called the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and the word Uyghur is used because the Uyghur people represent more than 70% of the total population. As for the word Xinjiang, it means only new land. Unlike the place name Sui Yuan, too, it does not carry any implications of invasion. Tibet and Inner Mongolia have a double meaning, both standing for a place name as well as a nationality's name. Place names may seem unimportant, but they are very meaningful when it comes to designating autonomous areas, because the designation implies the cooperative relations between nationalities. We must have a clear understanding of this point. From what I have said, you can see that it is because of the historical, social, and revolutionary background of China's nationalities that we have decided upon autonomous regions and areas as the most appropriate system, instead of autonomous republics. The People's Republic of China is a unitary multinational country. It is not a policies towards China's nationalities 267. Federal state, given our particular conditions, federation would not be practicable. Since local conditions in China vary, the autonomy of the nationalities should assume different forms in different places, being exercised sometimes in an entire region, sometimes in a prefecture, county, or township. Under such a system, all minority nationalities without exception, big or small, living in homogeneous or in mixed communities, will exercise true and full self-government, which in turn will facilitate mutual assistance and cooperation among them. For historical reasons, social progress achieved by the different nationalities has been uneven. This is true with regard to both the economic base and the superstructure. In order for all nationalities to attain parallel development, they must all cooperate and help each other, instead of working alone in isolation. Again, let's take Xinjiang as an example. Xinjiang is a region rich in petroleum and non-ferrous metals, and it has plenty of reclaimable land suitable for the cultivation of cotton. These are its advantages. But we must not forget that there are also difficulties. One is the shortage of water resources. A large-scale improvement of water conservancy systems is essential for Xinjiang's future development. Transport facilities also pose a difficult problem. To solve it, we need to build not only a railway starting from Lanzhou in Gansu province to Xinjiang but also another that will traverse the whole region from north to south. Of course, machines are useful for the mining industries and for the reclamation of land. But, the two essential things are funds and manpower. Even if machinery is available, without funds and manpower economic development is impossible. With a population of only 5 million, the Xinjiang Autonomous Region will find it hard to raise the necessary amounts of capital and manpower by itself. It has to depend on nationwide support and on assistance from both the state and the central government departments. A proportion of the revenues obtained from fulfillment of state economic plans should be allocated to Xinjiang to increase its financial capabilities, and the required number of people should be mobilized to build up the labor force there. In a word, if Xinjiang is to develop rapidly, a certain number of people in the interior will have to be mobilized to join in and help. We cannot expect Xinjiang to solve all its problems alone, by relying solely on its own human and material resources. In China, a great community of nationalities, our policy of regional autonomy is designed to promote common progress and prosperity through cooperation and mutual assistance between national. 268 Zhou Enlai. Idas. All China's nationalities should be united, not divided. We should emphasize the need for cooperation and mutual assistance and oppose any tendency towards separatism or going it alone. The system of regional autonomy will help all our nationalities to exercise self-government, and it will also promote cooperation and mutual assistance. We don't want the nationalities to be separate, with each one trying to go it alone. Only by pursuing our policy will we be able to achieve common progress and prosperity and to establish relations of real equality and amity among all members of our great community of nationalities, a task that is laid upon us by the Constitution of our country. 3. Prosperity and social reforms among all our nationalities. To build this great community of nationalities and turn it into a powerful socialist state, we must strive for the common prosperity of all our nationalities. The socialist system is superior to both capitalism and feudalism because it enables all nationalities to achieve prosperity. Historical evidence shows that in the past many fraternal nationalities were heading not for prosperity but for decline or extinction. Why? Because the reactionary rulers of the past discriminated against the minority nationalities, adopting policies that were designed to weaken or exterminate them. A number of the nationalities whose history can be traced in records of the past 2,000 years, have completely disappeared. Perhaps they migrated to distant regions outside China, perhaps they were assimilated into the Han or other ethnic groups. The evolution of these nationalities remains a subject of research for our historians. As El mentioned a little while ago, the Manchu people have grown from several 100,000 to several million, and they have absorbed the Han culture. The Qing dynasty, which was established by the Manchus, ruled China for nearly 300 years. Never in all the preceding periods, including the Ming, Song, Tang, and Han dynasties, was China so united as during the Qing dynasty. That dynasty played an important role in the country's unification. Moreover, China's population increased considerably during that period. These facts speak for the outstanding contributions of the Qing. Policies towards China's nationalities. 269. Dynasty. It should be noted, however, that not all nationalities grew in population during its rule. Although the Han population increased, that of other ethnic groups did not. This was because the Qing regime adopted policies designed to reduce the population of certain minority nationalities. For example, the Mongol and Tibetan peoples both dwindled during those years. In its heyday, the Mongol nationality is said to have numbered 4 or 5 million, but it declined under the Qing regime. During the Tang dynasty, the Tibetan nationality was quite powerful and once extended its territory to areas as distant as Chang'an, and the northern part of the central Shaanxi plain, the southern part of Gansu province and Sichuan and Yunnan. Records tell us that they numbered 4 or 5 million. Yet the Tibetan people now total less than 3 million. Obviously, both the Mongol and Tibetan populations were reduced during the Qing regime. This fact tells us that the policies of the feudal rulers were intended to weaken certain nationalities. This was also and particularly true of the policies of the imperialists. Imperialist domination often reduced aboriginal peoples to poverty and privation and then to decline. As you all know, imperialism originated in the West, first in Britain and France and then in the United States. These imperialist powers adopted policies designed to weaken all the indigenous peoples in their colonies. For example, the colonialists from Spain, Portugal, and Britain reduced the Native American Indians from a majority to a minority. Similarly, in Africa, the British, French, and Belgian colonialists did everything they could to weaken the black people there. Only those peoples who were unwilling to remain colonial slaves and who put up tough, successful resistance were able to change their destiny for the better, for example, the people of Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. As can be seen from a review of world history, the policies followed by the feudal, capitalist and imperialist rulers were invariably intended to weaken the nations under their domination. Reactionary rulers not only oppressed the working people of their own countries, but also tried to sap the vitality of all the other nations they had subjugated. Some Eastern nations, being economically and culturally backward compared to Western countries, were oppressed and exploited for long periods. Only by winning national independence could they escape from that condition. Our socialist policies with regard to the nationalities differ fundamentally from those of the feudal, capitalist and imperialist rulers. Our government wants to help all fraternal nationalities in the country to achieve prosperity, and it is even ready to offer assistance, if necessary, to peoples outside the socialist countries. We want all nationalities to enjoy equality and achieve prosperity. Seeking common prosperity is the position on which is based the policies of our socialist state with regard to the nationalities. It is absolutely impermissible to look upon some nationalities as superior and others as inferior, because that is a wrong, racist view. The German fascists considered the German nation superior, alleging that it represented the best blood strain. That was an extremely reactionary notion. We believe that all peoples are good, industrious, and intelligent so long as they have opportunities to develop, and that all of them will prove capable and courageous so long as they have opportunities to temper themselves. Some nations in the world are relatively backward, but this is because of unfavorable social circumstances and the lack of opportunities for them to develop and temper themselves. Our socialist policies are intended to allow all nationalities to develop and prosper. That is our objective. All nationalities in our country should be treated as equals, and none should be discriminated against. Let me state it once again, our fundamental policy towards the nationalities is to enable all of them to attain prosperity. The reactionary oppression of the past has left some of them in a state of backwardness, with a reduced population and a low standard of living. The Qing dynasty's policies towards the Tibetans, which I've just mentioned, are an example. But it was the northern warlords and the Kuomintang who pursued the most reactionary policies towards the nationalities. Despite the fact that Dr. Sun Yat-sen had called for the founding of a republic composed primarily of the country-wise 5 major nationalities, 12 degrees Chiang Kai-shek, soon after he came to power, refused to recognize the Hui nationality, describing them as a people whose way of life was very peculiar. Since the Kuomintang refused even to recognize the existence of various nationalities, 121, how could it help them to make progress? We have always opposed such reactionary regimes and policies. We must try to remove all the historical obstacles that prevent the nationalities from thriving and prospering. But how are we to do that? Through social reforms. Under the oppression of reactionary rulers, many fraternal nationalities were unable to develop their economy, increase their population, improve their well-being and achieve progress. Today in New China, our state policy is to help all nationalities to advance. A decisive step towards this goal is to carry out social reforms. This is a matter of common concern to all nationalities. The further development of the Han people too depends on reforms. By social reforms we mean primarily economic reforms. But why do we need them? Because we want to build socialism and enable the people to live a comfortable life. That means we have to develop our industry. No nation in the world can expect to achieve prosperity unless it develops its own industry. We must therefore strive to industrialize the country, because that is the only way to raise production. But to industrialize we must first of all abolish the feudal and slave systems by reforming agriculture. Once free from the shackles of feudalism and slavery, the peasants can push agricultural development forward, thus laying the foundation for industrial growth. Increased farm production can not only provide industry with necessary funds and raw materials, but can also release a certain number of peasants for industrial production. Every nationality must build up its own industrial base, if it wants to embark on development. And it cannot build that base without carrying out economic reforms. Many of the fraternal nationalities have already completed the agrarian reform 10 in their areas, and quite a number of them have gone a step further and completed the socialist transformation of agriculture by setting up agricultural producers' cooperatives. 76 These reforms will liberate the rural productive forces, making it possible for farm production to grow more rapidly under the socialist collective economy, which in turn will give great impetus to industrial development. But there are still quite a few fraternal nationalities that have not yet started or completed economic reform. This involves 2 steps. First, a democratic reform, which means an agrarian reform, and second, a socialist transformation. Unless these reforms are carried out, the slave and feudal systems will remain in place, many peasants will continue to be slaves or serfs toiling under the yoke, and there will be no hope of liberating their capacity for production. Laborers can have no incentive to increase production when they are impoverished and deprived of the greater part of the fruits of their toil. In most parts of our new socialist country, not only has the feudal system been abolished, but the individual economy has also been transformed into a socialist collective economy. However, the slave and feudal systems still prevail in a few areas inhabited by minority peoples. Certainly these systems cannot last long, because they will 272 be subject to the influence of the surrounding areas. For example, the social reforms now underway in the Yi nationality areas of Liangshan in Sichuan province are the result of the influence of nearby localities. The Yi peasant slaves are rising and demanding social reforms. Even some of the tribal chiefs of Yi nationality now say they are willing to accept these reforms and to abandon their exploitative practices. They know that after the reforms, they will still live secure lives and will be well treated by the government, whereas if they oppose the reforms they will be overthrown by the slaves and thus lose everything. Changes in the surrounding areas can have great impact. The agrarian reform going on in the rural plain areas of Zhejiang district cannot but have repercussions in the Liangshan area. Since all our nationalities live in one great community, once agrarian reform and other socialist transformation campaigns have started and gained momentum in certain areas, they will inevitably affect others. It is inconceivable that a locality will be able to live in isolation and go its own way indefinitely. There are some people in the upper strata of certain minority nationalities who are still living the lives of exploiters. We must explain to these persons very clearly that it is greatly in their interest to give up exploitation, but that if there is social reforms they will gain little or nothing when the masses rise up to topple them. So long as they support social reforms, the state and government will take good care of them and the masses will treat them leniently. This is just one aspect of the matter. The other is that all exploiters in our socialist country, if they stubbornly go their own way, trying to preserve the system of exploitation, will in the long run be defeated, and the longer they try to maintain that system, the greater their losses will be. In our socialist society it is absolutely impossible for anyone to realize the pipi dream of perpetuating the system of exploitation and continuing to lead a life of luxury and extravagance. Considering that a high standard of living is still beyond the reach of the Chinese people as a whole, we cannot tolerate the spectacle of a few persons wallowing in luxury. We are in favor of postponing social reforms among the fraternal nationalities until all the minority people, including those in the upper strata, have become fully aware of the necessity for such reforms. In some localities postponement will allow time to prepare favorable conditions so that the reforms can be carried out peacefully and successfully. But social reforms there must be. We are determined to transform the slave and feudal systems, and also the individual economy, into a socialist economic system. So there is no question about the necessity for social reforms, the only question is whether they should be carried out immediately or a little later. Without them there will be no way for the Chinese nation to extricate itself from poverty. In this country of many nationalities our objective is to provide a happy life for all the people, including those in the upper strata of the fraternal ethnic groups. Social reforms mean a happy life for all, not just for the few. Of course, we must admit that for a time after the reforms some members of the upper strata of the minority peoples will not find life so carefree as before. With their regular incomes limited to a certain amount, they will no longer be able to spend money as freely as they used to. But they may rest assured that there are bright prospects ahead for them. The steady development of the nation's industry is bound to bring corresponding improvements in their living standards. We should explain this clearly to the members of the elite in all the fraternal nationalities. As I have said, socialist industrialization must extend to all regions and areas, no matter which nationalities inhabit them. It is unthinkable that industry should become highly developed in the Han areas while remaining for a long time very backward in Tibet, in the Uyghur Autonomous Region or in the pastoral areas of Inner Mongolia. If that were the case, how could we call ourselves a socialist country? Modernization must be put into effect in all autonomous regions and areas inhabited by any of the minority nationalities. A modernization drive must be launched nationwide. This testifies to our lofty spirit, the spirit of friendship and amity among our great community of nationalities. We cannot allow the underdeveloped areas to remain backward forever. That would mean inequality among the nationalities. It would be a great mistake. The reforms will involve not only economic structures but also other areas. Changes in the economic base are sure to have an impact on the superstructure, creating repercussions in the political and ideological spheres. In order to be compatible with the socialist economic base, the political structure also needs to be reformed. A system of democratic centralism must be established, a system under which there will be both democracy and centralism, freedom and discipline, individual initiative and unity of will. We must also adapt our thinking to the requirements of the socialist system, and all of us must study Marxism and protect the socialist system. Seeing that reforms in the economic base are sure to have an impact in the ideological sphere, our friends in religious circles are worried whether they will affect religion. True, economic reforms are bound to bring about changes in ideology, but unlike political changes, ideological changes will be only very gradual. There are people in the socialist countries who do hold religious beliefs. In the future communist society, will there be no SU people at all? Well, we cannot be that positive. All we can say for certain now is that religious questions only concern people's ideology and beliefs and should therefore not be confused with political questions. Different sorts of people can all socialism, whether they are atheists or believers, materialists or idealists. Many Chinese peasants support the socialist system and have joined the Communist Party. They work with great enthusiasm for the agricultural cooperatives, which belong to the socialist collective sector of the economy and which operate according to the regulations for cooperatives, and quite a number of them have also served as rural government cadres. Yet although they are politically and ideologically devoted to the development of a socialist economy, some of them are afraid of ghosts at night. You may say that no communist is afraid of ghosts, but I can't agree with you. People have a wide range of views and beliefs, and so long as they don't hamper political or economic activities, we must not interfere in them. Religious beliefs will persist for a long time to come. As for their future, it will depend on the changing circumstances. Religious beliefs will inevitably continue to exist as long as there are phenomena which people are unable to explain. Not all religious beliefs involve ceremony, some do and some don't. Religious people need not worry whether religion will be allowed to exist. According to the materialist viewpoint, religious beliefs will persist until societies reached such a high level of development that the necessary conditions for their survival have altogether disappeared. Right now, the question that demands our attention is not whether religion should continue to exist but how our entire nation can achieve prosperity. Prosperity is the common objective of all our nationalities, an objective we must never lose sight of. To reach this objective, it is imperative to carry out reforms. All nationalities must embark on economic reforms if they want to accomplish the country's program of industrialization and modernization, a program which represents the surest road to a thriving economy, prosperity for all nationalities, and a better and happier life for all the people. By the way, there is one other point I want to draw to your attention, and that is the need for some of the fraternal nationalities to increase their population. But we should encourage birth control among the Han people, whose population has been increasing too fast. 4. The right of the nationalities to self-government and national identity. There is no doubt that the right of the nationalities to self-government must be respected. All provisions in the Constitution concerning this right must be honored, and so must all related statutes and decrees that are drawn up in accordance with the Constitution. There have been cases, however, in which government authorities at various levels, from the central level down to the grassroots, have been negligent about this. We think it is necessary to make regular checkups and examine such cases critically. We must also recognize that the Han people, being in the majority, tend to neglect the right of minority nationalities to self-government and to display chauvinism. The neglect generally stems from chauvinism, which should therefore be repudiated. There is also the problem of national identity. Since China is a multinational country, we have to recognize the existence of various nationalities and to preserve the unique identity of each. This is the only way to ensure that their right to self-government is protected. For instance, we should respect the nationalities' use of their own languages. Some ethnic groups do not have their own written language, we should help them to create one if they wish. In all the autonomous areas, the language of the most populous nationality should be regarded as the first language. To enable all minority nationalities to exercise the right to self-government, we should train cadres from among all of them. Naturally, recognition of different nationalities also implies respect for their different habits and customs. All this is what we mean by national identity. To neglect these questions is inconsistent with our state policy of building a great socialist community in which all nationalities thrive and prosper. Precisely because they are liable to ignore these problems, the state, the government departments and the Han people should as 276 assume greater responsibility for handling them successfully. So far as the selection of cadres is concerned, preserving national identity means that in each autonomous area a certain percentage of cadres should be chosen from among the native ethnic groups. This matter has often been overlooked in areas where the Han people are in the majority. We must see to it that even those nationalities with a very small population have a certain number of cadres trained from among their own members. To sum up, government departments should pay more attention to the minority nationalities' right to self-government in the autonomous areas and to their national identity. Whether the administrative structure should be the same in the autonomous regions, prefectures, and counties as in their non-autonomous counterparts remains a subject for further research. We used to emphasize the need for uniform administrative structure, but now we no longer consider that necessary. Since differences in administrative structure are allowed between provinces, even greater differences should be allowed between autonomous areas and non-autonomous areas. Everything depends on the specific conditions in a given area. In all autonomous areas, cadres chosen from among the minority nationalities should assume leading administrative posts. This does not imply that no cadres of Han nationality should be among the leading authorities there. The point is that cadres of local nationalities should take on most of the responsibilities in their autonomous areas. It is therefore necessary to train cadres from among various nationalities in a planned, systematic way. A good approach is to offer promising cadres from minority peoples opportunities for training in Beijing or provincial capitals and then send them back to work in their native localities. Central and provincial authorities should give increasing attention to this matter. On the other hand, Han nationality cadres should be assigned to the autonomous regions, prefectures, and counties to help with the work there. And needless to say, Han nationality cadres should not be excluded in autonomous areas where the Hans make up a large part of the population. Since there are large numbers of Han people in Inner Mongolia, it is quite natural for Han cadres to participate in the People's Congress, government departments, and various enterprises there. This principle also applies to Guangxi and to the Ningxia autonomous region soon to be established. Han nationality cadres are indispensable even in autonomous areas where the minority peoples constitute the majority of the population, as in Xinjiang and Tibet. But in assigning Han policies towards China's nationalities 277 cadres to work in such areas, we must make sure that only those of outstanding ability and integrity are chosen. In this connection, quality, not quantity, must be stressed. In the autonomous areas, the choice of leading cadres is of vital importance, and we must recognize the need for both Han and minority nationality cadres, whether in the party or in government departments, and they should try to cooperate with each other closely. Unless we have the right people to serve as cadres, policies cannot be implemented successfully. If a cadre sets himself against other cadres, monopolizes everything in his own hands, acting independently and refusing to cooperate, holds other nationalities in contempt or sows dissension among them, he can achieve nothing. People in China enjoy freedom of religion. In our country there are both believers and non-believers, in other words, both theists and atheists. The two kinds of people should get along very well with each other. In China there have never been fierce disputes over religious issues, although in other countries, at the instigation of imperialists, such disputes have sometimes resulted in wars. People of different faiths have every reason to cooperate with each other. In China Buddhism ranks first in number of adherents, Islam second, Catholicism third and Protestantism fourth. There has always been good cooperation among Chinese people of all these religions. Believers and non-believers should respect each other and cooperate with each other, and so should people of different faiths. Following these principles will help to strengthen solidarity and mutual assistance among all members of our great community of nationalities. Social customs are sometimes even more distinctive than religious beliefs, because people of a given nationality don't necessarily all adhere to the same religion, and in many cases they have quite a variety of religions. On the other hand, several nationalities may share the same faith, as do the Hui people and several others in Xinjiang, for example, or the Mongols and the Tibetans. But social customs are often peculiar to a particular nationality. That is why they should be respected, otherwise, the people of that nationality will be offended. For example, the Muslims, who include the Hui people and several other ethnic groups in Xinjiang, do not eat pork, and this custom of theirs should be respected. We must take care not to make arbitrary changes in local customs and traditions in the cultural field. Some performing art troupes have visited areas of fraternal minority nationalities to study the indigenous art forms. It is said that they often try to revise the local music and dances in the light of the Han people's tastes, which made the minority peoples very unhappy. That is an example of imposing one's own will on other people, disregarding their traditional ways. Some Han people regard themselves as superior in many respects and look upon other fraternal nationalities as backward. That attitude is a manifestation of bourgeois nationalism. It is the conditions of life of a given nationality that determine the evolution of its habits and customs, which can therefore be transformed only as its economy develops. These four questions that I have touched on require further study. Today I have only talked about some matters of principle, but I hope my remarks will be of some value to you. Letter to Chen Yangkai 122. November 13, 1957. Comrade Yangkai, I have written the following on your application for party membership. It is highly commendable that in the old society Comrade Chen Yangkai achieved great artistic success through his own efforts and upheld national integrity. Since liberation, he has been following the leadership of the party, working hard to serve the people and to advance politically. This means that he is basically qualified to join the party. If the party organization accepts his application, it should place even stricter demands on him in the days ahead. L once told Cheng that when he was accepted, he should study hard during the probationary period, take an active part in collective activities and try his best to integrate himself with the working people so as to continue overcoming his individualistic way of thinking. In addition, I said, he should generously pass on his artistic skills and add to his achievements, and so raise his class consciousness and develop his dedication to the working people. As your sponsor, I am sending you this copy of my comments so that you should know my evaluation of you and my expectations. Zhou Enlai. 279. Improve the political quality of the Army. December 24, 1957. Since its founding, the Chinese People's Liberation Army has greatly improved in many respects over long years of tempering in revolutionary wars. But things have changed in the 4.5 years since the end of the Korean War in 1953. 26 We are no longer being steeled in war but in peace, trying to maintain peace, protect construction, and defend the borders of our motherland. This is something new for an army which for more than 20 years has been fighting enemies. It is true that we have made much preparation for this change through political work and the party's organizational work. Nevertheless, it takes direct experience and a period of experimentation to understand a new situation and adapt to it. In the last 4 years we have undertaken some new work in army building, such as introducing the systems of military service and military ranks and promulgating various regulations, all of which has helped to regularize the army. At the same time, since the Korean War, our military equipment has been gradually modernized and the military quality of the troops has been raised. That being the case, we must now improve the other, most important aspect of the army, that is, its political quality, and further strengthen political and ideological work. In the last 4 years I have not concerned myself so much with the army's work as I did before, but I have read some reports and am aware that some things have improved and others have deteriorated. So today I wish to talk about the question of enhancing the army's political quality. First, sharpening our alertness to the presence of the enemy. Since we are an army and shall have to fight, we should prepare for. Speech at a meeting of Army, Naval, and Air Force officers of the Chinese People's Liberation Army stationed in Shanghai. 280. Improve political quality of the Army. 28.1. War during peacetime, keep our eyes fixed on the enemy and stay on the alert to be ready for war. After fully 30 years of tempering under the leadership of the party and Comrade Mao Zedong, the PLA, starting from nothing and growing from a handful to a multitude, has become a powerful, socialist people's army. It can be said that we were fighting for more than 25 years out of the 30. Although things are different now, we should still constantly sharpen our alertness to the presence of the enemy. If that alertness is lost, we shall no longer be soldiers, especially not revolutionary ones. Today we are still in the era of antagonism between socialism and capitalism and of struggle between the two social systems. When Comrade Mao Zedong says, "The east wind prevails over the west wind," 123, he doesn't mean that we can sit and wait for the victory of communism all over the world. Victory must be won through struggle. Imperialism will fight to survive and not wait resignedly for death. So long as imperialism exists there will be cause for war, and there will always be some madmen ready to take the risk. Therefore we revolutionary soldiers should always be vigilant. It would be a grave mistake for us to let down our guard. We are for peace, but peace can only be won through struggle. Our diplomatic work, for in stance is peaceful struggle, while military work is armed struggle, and THEY supplement each other. Diplomatic work needs backing, chiefly the backing of military might. Without that backing, we could not have played the role we did either at the Geneva Conference 87 or at the Bandung Conference 86. Naturally, the source of strength lies in the people, and in the final analysis, we have won all our victories by relying on the strength of the people. The PLA, an armed force composed of some of the outstanding elements of the people under the leadership of the Communist Party, is of vital importance. No slackness whatsoever should be allowed in TS force, that is essential if we want to keep the enemy from having his way. The series of victories won by socialism since the end of World War II can all be attributed to the expansion, unity, and consolidation of the forces of socialism. The Korean War and the Indo-Chinese War 88 came to an end not because the enemy was willing to give up fighting, but because he could not or dared not fight any longer. So strength is an important factor. It is only when we are powerful enough to stand up to any threat that the enemy will restrain himself and the peace movement will surge forward. For this reason, we soldiers must always remain on the alert. So long as the 282 state exists it will need the protection of the army, and so long as imperialism exists the task of the army will remain as heavy as ever. It is especially important for troops like you, who are stationed on the southeastern front, to be constantly on the watch for the enemy. Recently, I made some investigations and found out that our army has some weaknesses in this respect. Some comrades are not very alert to the presence of the enemy and have relaxed in the performance of their duties. This is not the right thing to do. Naturally, we don't want to create unnecessary tension or to be frightened by the tension created by the enemy. But we should work hard whenever it is necessary. As you all know, an enemy plane intruded into our airspace recently, circled a long time and even approached the capital. I have also learned from the comrades at General Staff that in some units discipline is lax, which is totally unacceptable. We are protecting peaceful construction with arms, and we must have strict discipline. In recent years changes have taken place in the Army's grassroots units. Since the introduction of obligatory military service, all rank-and-file soldiers are new recruits, and so are many of the cadres in the basic units. They are young, vigorous, and high-spirited, but they have not been tempered in war. They are like hothouse flowers never exposed to wind and frost. They have had no experience of the Agrarian Revolutionary War, the War of Resistance against Japan, the War of Liberation, or even the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. If the commanders and political workers don't educate them, they will grow slack. And we can't afford to let that happen, because imperialism still exists and we must be prepared for emergencies. If imperialism no longer existed, it would be a different matter. But that will not be the case in our lifetime, so we must be ready at any moment. Although the general situation is one in which the east wind prevails over the west wind and the possibilities for peace and the postponement of war are increasing, we must not lower our guard against emergencies. This is your chief and primary mission. No matter how small the likelihood of an emergency, whether it's a 30% or 20% or only 10% chance, you must remain vigilant and be prepared for the worst. Even in time of peace you must guard against serious trouble. This should always be kept in mind, for it is of paramount importance. And this is the primary lesson which it is the duty of our political workers to teach. Improve political quality of the Army. 283. Our military cadres at the grassroots have not had enough combat experience either. Most of the officers from the rank of battalion commander down were promoted since our victory in the War of Liberation. Some took part in the Korean War, others not. Time passes quickly, and there has already been a long period of peace, 8 years since 1949, or 4.5 years since the end of the Korean War. It will be even longer if another 5 to 10 years of peace can be secured. The longer the time of peace, the more we tend to relax our vigilance. Having been engaged in construction and become accustomed to a peaceful life, we grow lazy. During the war years we used to get restless after a few months without fighting. At that time many of the officers and men who had been sent to hospitals in the rear would be eager to get back to the front after a short stay. Now things are different. Every place is like the rear, and the atmosphere has changed too. There are adverse influences from both inside and outside the army, so it is even more necessary to enhance our combat readiness. Political workers, political commissars and directors of political departments should constantly draw attention to this and to the need to be alert to the presence of the enemy, so that the soldiers will be on the watch for enemy provocations at all times and ready to fight. This is a matter of paramount importance for the protection of peace. Second, strengthening the party's leadership over the army. Our army is led by the party. Under the leadership of the party and Comrade Mao Zedong over the past 30 years, we have built this valiant and victorious force. After winning victory in the revolution, the army has taken up the historic mission of defending the motherland and safeguarding peace. In the past few years our party has been paying more attention to construction and class struggle than to the work of the army, which is a failing on our part. You can criticize EUS on this point. The party must supervise the work of the army. Of course, I mean it's held concern itself with major issues, not minor ones. Comrade Mao Zedong once said that power should be centralized on major issues while it's held be decentralized on minor ones. If the political bureau dealt with everything, it would end up doing things that should be done by others, and centralizing power over minor matters while abandoning power over major ones. Local party committees too held concentrate on the major matters concerning the troops tatiwand in their region instead of the minor ones. By the same token, the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee 28-4 should discuss the important issues relating to the armed forces in Shanghai, and comrades in the army, for their part, should join the committee and attend its important meetings. Since the army is led by the party, it should understand the party's major policies. If you don't understand party policies, how can you understand the development of the nation as a whole? So a requirement should be set for both sides. The party committee should be concerned with major issues in the army, and the leaders of the army should participate in making important decisions of the committee. This doesn't go just for Shanghai but for other localities as well. We shall work out some concrete rules for this. But you shouldn't wait. As consolidation and rectification will soon begin, you should lose no time in rectifying what can be put right. Without the leadership of the party, it would be impossible to build a revolutionary army that is highly competent professionally and highly conscious politically. Therefore, we must strengthen the party's leadership over the army. Third, see amending THETIESBETWE and the army and THE govern me and T. Since our army is a people's army protecting the country's socialist construction, it's how'll be concerned with the nation's construction and the various measures taken by the people's government. In certain cases it should be directly involved. I am not going to elaborate on the socialist construction of our country, because I talked about it at the Shanghai Municipal Party Congress and I think your leading comrades have probably communicated to you what I said. We have now done a substantial amount of industrial construction. It would be worthwhile for you to go and have a look, and arrangements should be made for this purpose. No clear-cut line should be drawn between the army and the local government, because a sharp division between the two would keep them apart, and that would greatly hinder construction. The army should concern itself with national construction. It hasn't done that very much in the past. Take construction for national defense for example. I doubt that officers at the rank of major and above understand much about it. Probably the comrades in the military engineering college know a little, but the others don't. How many of you comrades know how an airplane or a tank is made? I'm afraid you don't know much. We are striving for modernization, so we should know not only how to use modern equipment but also how it works. Especially the middle-ranking officers present here, who improve political quality of the Army 285. Are all very young, should understand and master the new equipment, so that in time of war you will be able to take command. As for high-ranking officers, like senior generals, and lieutenant generals, it is even more necessary for them to know about modern weapons. Arrangements can be made for you to inspect different places, with necessary conveniences provided by the local governments. Of course, cementing the ties between the army and the government doesn't just mean the army should take an interest in socialist construction. I only cited that example to clarify my point. The two sides need to cooperate in many areas, in recruiting soldiers, resettling demobilized officers and men, undertaking engineering projects, organizing volunteer labor and so on. In the past the army has done a lot to help local governments develop production. It should promote this spirit by doing more in that line. Fourth, improving relations within the army. This refers to relations between the higher and lower levels, between units of the same level and between officers and men. There should be no stiffness between people within the army just because we have introduced the ranking system and rules of protocol. Ours is a revolutionary army and, as such, it should carry on the fine tradition of unity between the higher and low levels and between officers and men. Subordination according to rank must be rest in work and fighting, but in daily contacts comradely affection and brotherhood should be encouraged rather than rigid observance of formalities. In our army discipline is observed on a voluntary basis. Comrade Mao Zedong has emphasized the need for that ever since the days of the Jinggang Mountains. In recent years life in the army has become rigid and formal, and that should be remedied through discussions. Military democracy is one of our strong points, and ts fine tradition how'll be preserved so as to strengthen unity within the army. Fifth, maintaining close relations between the army and the people. In recent years, relations between the army and the people have become somewhat distant. We still remember that during the years of revolutionary wars the people regarded us as an army composed of their own sons. When the War of Liberation was won, the people of the country supported the Liberation Army wholeheartedly, in the true sense of the word, and they were on intimate terms with us. But since we now have our own barracks and strict military rules and regulations, the army has become somewhat estranged from the people, and this should be remedied. We come from the people and we owe 28.6. our past victories to their support. We must never forget this fundamental fact. We must see to it that the ties between the army and the people are strengthened by rectifying the style of our work. The army should also be tempered through physical labor. No doubt army work is hard and involves much physical labor, but it is nevertheless different from the productive labor in factories and in the rural areas. Before joining the army, most of the officers and men were working people, some were intellectuals. Even those of the first group will be out of practice after a few years of not engaging in productive jabur. They too need to do physical labor so as to enhance their sense of jabur and their sense of the people. So more volunteer labor should be arranged, to help the people in production and to prove to them that today's PLA is still their own army, as in the old days, and that the men of the PLA are still their most beloved, as in the time of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Our army should always preserve the glorious title of People's Army and their most beloved, and maintain its flesh and blood ties with the people. The 5 problems I have mentioned must be solved in the course of rectification, in accordance with the present situation and the Army's THIRD. Lastly, I should like to mention one more thing. In answer to the call for diligence and frugality, many officers have sent their families back to the countryside to take part in production. This is commendable. I understand that a large number of officers' families in Beijing have gone back to the countryside, and I believe the same thing will happen in other places. Current tasks for the reform of the Chinese language. January 10, 1958. The current tasks for the reform of the Chinese language are, first, simplification of the Chinese characters, second, popularization of Putonghua, and third, finalization and propagation of the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet. First comes the simplification of the Chinese characters. The scheme for simplified Chinese characters, promulgated by the State Council in January 1956, consists of 3 parts. The first part is the first list of simplified characters, 230 in all, which have been in use since the release of the scheme. The second part is the second list of 285 simplified characters, 95 of which have been in trial use since June 1956. And the third part is the list of 54 simplified radicals. 30 simplified characters derived from the third list have been in trial use since the promulgation of the scheme. Altogether 355 simplified characters from the 3 lists are now in use in newspapers and magazines. 124 in the last 2 years simplified characters have been widely used in newspapers, magazines, textbooks, and other books, and they have been accepted by the masses, because they have made things much easier, especially for children and adults who are just beginning to learn to read and write. When a teacher in Henan province introduced simplified characters to his pupils, he told them that from then on the Chinese character in T and could be written as $ with only 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical stroke. All the children applauded and cheered. A worker in Tianjin said that although he had spent half a year trying to learn the 3 characters F1, I, il, and 1, F/, he still couldn't remember how to write them correctly. Now he had memorized their simplified forms, JTJ and T, without any difficulty. The brother of Comrade Li Fenglian, 125, a farmer in his home village, once wrote to her complaining that some Chinese characters were too complicated for peasants to write. He cited for example such commonly used ones as G in %1, I, 1, in dash equals F, filii in dash equals F, and LTD. He was very glad to get a copy of the list of simplified Chinese characters from his sister and wrote to her, "These new characters are much easier to write." He even asked why she had not sent it to him earlier. Being much easier to master and write than the original complex forms, the simplified characters are naturally well accepted by the workers, peasants, primary school pupils and teachers. Intellectuals like us have been using Chinese characters for scores of years and have only a dim memory of being scolded or perhaps struck on the palm by our teachers for having written them incorrectly. So we may feel that it makes no difference to us whether the complex characters or their simplified forms are used. We may be indifferent to simplified characters or even resent them as offensive to the eye. I quite agree with Mr. Li on this. 126 In an article in the monthly Language Reform, Mr. Li wrote, "There are always people who give one reason or another for disapproving of the language reform or even for strongly opposing it. For instance, some say that complex Chinese characters are not difficult at all. It seems to me that these people are like those who forget the pain once the wound is healed. They have forgotten how bitterly they suffered when they began to study the trimetrical classic and the 1,000-character classic. I think if they could recall what they themselves went through when they began learning characters and give more thought to children and illiterates, trying to see the problem from their point of view, they would not be so hostile to the language reform." In his article, our revered Mr. Li further criticized people who oppose the simplification of Chinese characters. He said that after the scheme for simplified Chinese characters was promulgated, some people complained that they were going to become illiterate. He thought all their sighing and worrying was unnecessary. Since many of the tasks for reform of Chinese language 289 simplified characters have been familiar to the public for a long time, how can these people become illiterate? True, some of the simplified characters may be new to them, but they can learn them without much difficulty if they use their heads a little. They cannot possibly become illiterate. Intellectuals should be willing to make that effort in the interest of the masses of laboring people and the millions of children. So Mr. Li is in favor not only of simplifying L1I into .k, but also of simplifying JFFF into. I agree with him. As the simplification of Chinese characters is in the interest of the masses, we intellectuals should not just passively accept it but should actively support it. We should look at the problem of language reform not in the light of our individual habits and temporary convenience but from the point of view of 600 million people. First of all, we should support the simplification of Chinese characters from the standpoint of the masses. It is a good thing, one that is in the interest of the masses and is well accepted by them. The trial use of the simplified characters in the past 2 years has been successful, and we should firmly support this work. Well, does that mean there are no shortcomings in the work of simplifying characters? Does it mean all THE characters in THE scheme for simplified Chinese characters are perfect? No, it doesn't. The experience of the last 2 years has proved that the policy of gradual introducing the system of simplified characters through common use is correct. Nevertheless, there are still some lapses in our work. In actual use, a few simplified characters have proved to be inappropriate or ambiguous. For these few characters, new simplified forms should be worked out, or their original complex forms should be retained. The first list of 230 simplified characters has already been published for use. But opinions are still being solicited regarding the 285 characters in the second list and the 54 simplified radicals in the third, and no final decisions have been made yet. Even some of the 230 characters in the first list can still be revised if they are found wanting. Gathering opinions from all sides, the Committee for Reforming the Chinese Written Language is now systematizing and revising the simplified characters. If you have any suggestions, you can offer them forward to the committee for its consideration. Final decisions will be made later. There are still some differences in THE forms of simplified characters in USE at present. Some people have coined simplified char. 290. Actors at random, characters which nobody except themselves can recognize. This is certainly not a good practice, and it should be checked. When you write your diary or private letters, you can use whatever forms of characters you like and no one can interfere. But when you prepare a public notice for everyone to read, you have to adhere to the standard forms. Particularly in publications and typed documents, arbitrary coinage of simplified characters must be prevented. I hope people engaged in journalism, publishing, and secretarial work will pay attention to this. People often criticize the Committee for Reforming the Chinese Written Language for the differences in the simplified characters used. Well, we can criticize the committee for not doing enough publicity and for failing to keep differences to a minimum. But we have to recognize that people have been coining simplified characters ever since ancient times. Some simplified characters which have now been universally accepted were also made up by just a few people at the beginning, and this process cannot be stopped. Indeed, it is bound to spread. Historically speaking, ever since the time when Chinese characters were inscribed on oracle bones, there have always been some characters which had several forms. If this is confusing, it is a confusion that has existed since ancient times and has only become more serious nowadays. This is chiefly because the masses are beginning to learn the written language and are eagerly asking for its reform. This is something without precedent in any dynasty in history. The general trend in the evolution of Chinese characters is simplification. As they are difficult to write, throughout the dynasties people have constantly created simplified forms, which have spread and been accepted by the public, although they were rejected by the rulers as wrongly written characters or vulgar characters. We can therefore say that long before the Committee for Reforming the Chinese Written Language was established, the people were already reforming characters, and the work of the committee is simply to collect and systematize their creations and to propagate them after discussion by all sides. At the same time, we have also adopted certain characters simplified in Japanese. It is clear that the differences in the form of simplified characters are not due to the scheme for simplified Chinese characters. On the contrary, the purpose of the scheme is precisely to standardize them. Only by taking measures to standardize the characters can we gradually eradicate these differences. Tasks for Reform of Chinese Language 29.1. There is another question to be considered as well: will the simplification of Chinese characters hamper the spread of Chinese calligraphy so that people's interest in it will diminish? I don't think so. Calligraphy is an art which should be in no way restricted by the simplification of characters. By and large, simplified characters are intended for use in printing, and it would be impossible for us to force everyone to adopt them in calligraphy. So simplification of characters will not have any adverse effect on the art of calligraphy. All the same, we hope calligraphers will write the simplified characters so as to raise the artistic level of those forms. 2. The second task is to spread the use of Putonghua. There are still profound differences among dialects of the Han people, chiefly differences of pronunciation. If people from different regions speak their own dialects, they will find it hard to understand one another. Even people from the same province, from northern and southern Fujian, for example, or from northern and southern Jiangsu, have difficulty communicating. Differences in dialects have had a bad effect on the political, economic, and cultural life of our people. Cadres from North China are sometimes transferred to South China, students from South China are sometimes assigned to North China, and workers from the coastal cities may go to the interior to help with industrial development there. To some extent, the lack of a common spoken language hampers our construction work. It often happens that an important report or lecture is not accurately understood by the listeners because the speaker uses a different dialect. Radio and film are our major media of communication. However, their effect in regions where dialects are spoken is inevitably limited because Putonghua has not been widely introduced there. Liberation has brought unprecedented unification to our country, and our people, under the leadership of the Communist Party and the People's Government, are working for the common cause of socialism. Increasingly, they feel the urgent necessity of using a common speech. It is therefore an important political task to encourage all the Han people to speak Putonghua. Since the National Conference on the Reform of the Written Chinese Language, held in October 1955, the effort to spread the use 292 of Putonghua nationwide has yielded some results. By the end of 1957, 721,000 Chinese language teachers in primary, secondary and normal schools all over the country had received training in the pronunciation of Putonghua. Putonghua has become the teaching medium in a fairly large number of primary and secondary schools. There are more than 2 million listeners throughout the country to the series of radio lectures on the pronunciation of Putonghua sponsored by the Central People's Broadcasting Station. Education Minister Zhang Ziruo says that when he was on an inspection tour in Xi'an he found some pupils there speaking perfect Putonghua. This tells us that so long as we attach great importance to the work and make conscientious efforts to popularize Putonghua, we shall achieve success. We hope that local education departments will complete the training of all Chinese language teachers within a comparatively short period, so that all primary and secondary schools can start teaching Putonghua. The wide use of Putonghua doesn't mean that all the Han people have to speak it as perfect as the Beijingers. That is neither possible nor necessary. With Beijing pronunciation as the standard, people will have a model to follow. However, in popularizing and teaching Putonghua we should set different requirements for different people. For instance, strict requirements should be set for radio announcers, film and stage actors and Chinese language teachers in normal schools. For ordinary people, the requirements should be less strict. For people beyond middle age it is not even necessary to have any general requirements. In this way resistance to Putonghua will be reduced, and confidence and interest in learning it will be increased. In what circles, then, should we encourage its use? I think it should be encouraged first of all in schools and among children and young people. Our goal is to remove the barrier created by different dialects, not to ban or suppress them. But doesn't pushing Putonghua everywhere mean banning or suppressing other dialects? Certainly not. Dialects will exist for a long time to come. They cannot be banned through administrative orders, nor can they be suppressed arbitrarily. In spreading Putonghua, we should make distinctions between the old and the young, between national activities and regional ones and between the present and the future. We can't just do it in a sweeping manner. Conversely, people who can only speak Putonghua. Tasks for Reform of Chinese Language 293. Should learn other dialects so they will be better able to mingle with the laboring people in various regions. It is a difficult task to gradually unify the dialects of the 600 million Han people. It can be accomplished only through prolonged efforts. How long will it actually take? That will depend not just on the work we do but also on the development of communications, the economy, and culture. But provided we work hard and persistently, we shall accomplish the task. We should be confident of this. I hope that every one of you will do more propaganda so as to create a social atmosphere favorable for the popularization of Putonghua. Also, from time to time we should hold speech contests in Putonghua and give prizes to students who speak it well and teachers who teach it well. In short, we should use more methods to publicize Putonghua, to encourage people to speak it and to promote a social atmosphere favorable for its widespread use. 3. The third task is to finalize and propagate the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet. First of all, it should be made clear that the scheme is intended not to replace Chinese characters but to provide a phonetic transcription for them and to promote the wide use of Putonghua. The first function of the scheme is to provide a phonetic transcription of Chinese characters. Is it difficult to learn Chinese characters? Is it necessary to have the help of a phonetic alphabet? There are still differing views on these questions. Some people say that since alphabetical foreign languages are hard to learn, a phonetic alphabet is hard to learn. In this regard, a nation can only make comparisons with itself. Obviously it is easier for us to learn Chinese characters when they are transcribed phonetically. As for foreign languages, When we start to learn them after having studied Chinese characters for dozens of years, we naturally feel that they are harder to learn than characters. It is always harder to learn an alien language than one's mother tongue. Russian is a comparatively difficult language to learn, but Russians feel that it is easier than English or German. Whether it is hard to learn a phonetic alphabet and whether it is hard for Chinese to learn foreign languages are two separate questions that should not be confused with each other. 294. Think we should admit that Chinese characters are hard to read and write and therefore to remember. Even adults who have studied characters for years still find quite a few that they don't know or can't pronounce correctly, to say nothing of children who are just beginning to learn characters. After simplifying the strokes of characters, we are now giving them a phonetic transcription so as to make them easier to read and write and easier for the people to master. That using a phonetic alphabet is a quick way of teaching people to read has been demonstrated by our experience in using a quick method in the past and in teaching the phonetic symbols 127 before the characters, as we are doing in primary schools at present. I hope that after the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet is ratified by the National People's Congress, it will be used to give the phonetic transcription of characters in the language textbooks of primary schools and in the literacy textbooks for areas where the northern dialect is spoken. I'm sure that this will make it much easier to teach children to read and write and to eliminate illiteracy among adults. Second, the pinyin scheme can also be used to transcribe the spoken language, and is thus an effective tool for teaching it. In learning Putonghua, you can't just rely on your ears and tongue, because it is easy to forget what you have learned. For more efficient learning, there must be books printed in a phonetic alphabet and dictionaries giving the phonetic transcription of each character, so that students can consult them to correct their pronunciation. The lack of a satisfactory phonetic instrument in general use has greatly hampered the spread of Putonghua. At present, the Chinese phonetic symbols are still being used, because the pinyin scheme has not yet been finalized. Although the phonetic symbols were introduced more than 40 years ago and the previous government once put them into use in primary schools, most people have never used them since graduation and only a few still remember them today. From now on, we shall use pinyin, the Chinese phonetic alphabet based on the Latin alphabet. The Latin alphabet is already widely used in the fields of science and technology, and once learned it will not be easily forgotten, because we shall have many opportunities to use or come across it. The adoption of this alphabet will therefore greatly facilitate the propagation of Putonghua. Third, pinyin can serve as a common basis for different minority nationalities in creating or reforming their written languages. There. Tasks for reform of Chinese language 295. Are more than 50 nationalities in our country, only a few of them have their own written languages and these languages need to be improved. Moreover, while the Han nationality uses the Chinese characters, some of the minority peoples use the Tibetan alphabet, some the Mongolian, others Arabic, Korean or still other kinds of letters. What kind of letters should be taken as the common basis when these fraternal nationalities create or reform their written languages? Can Chinese characters be used for the purpose? People have tried to do that and have failed. So the use of characters is not the solution. Yet if each of the nationalities used its own alphabet, this would not only make it difficult for people of different nationalities to exchange experience and learn from each other, but would also impede the development of culture, education, and so forth within each nationality, since different equipment would have to be used for printing, typing and telegraphing each language. Many fraternal nationalities have expressed the desire to conform their alphabet with the Han nationality so as to make it easier to exchange culture, learn the Han language and absorb Han terminology. A few years ago we hesitated about what kind of alphabet to use for Chinese, and this has affected the work of creating or reforming the written languages of some fraternal nationalities. About a dozen nationalities in southwest China have now created their written languages with the Latin alphabet, but they are not quite sure of them because our scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet is not yet finalized. So the completion of the scheme should not be delayed any longer, lest we hold up the work of other nationalities. Now that the Latin alphabet has been adopted for phonetic transcription of the Chinese language, we should make it a principle that all nationalities should take that alphabet as the basis for creating or reforming their written languages, and that, so far as pronunciation and usage are concerned, they should conform as much as possible to the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet. It can be predicted that the finalization of this scheme will make it much easier for the fraternal nationalities to create and reform their written languages, and for the people of all our nationalities to share their experience and learn from each other. Fourth, Pinyin can help foreigners to learn Chinese and thus promote international cultural exchange. Since the status of our country in international affairs is rising daily, more and more people in many countries, especially in the fraternal socialist countries and the friendly countries of Asia and Africa, are interested in learning Qi. 296 Zhou Enlai. Neset. But the biggest problem they encounter is the Chinese characters, and in the face of that difficulty they often throw up their hands. Now that we have drawn up the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet, we can use this set of letters to compile textbooks, dictionaries, and reading materials to help them. Teachers of the special class for foreign students in Beijing University have adopted the first draft of the scheme and have found it effective. This shows that Pinyin is vastly superior in this regard both to the Chinese characters and to the phonetic symbols. When they have mastered spoken Chinese, our foreign friends can still use this phonetic alphabet as a tool for the study of Chinese characters and Chinese works, and they will surely find the characters easier to learn with the help of the phonetic transcriptions. This is the way in which the scheme will promote international cultural exchange. Pinyin will be useful in other ways, too. For example, in Chinese works it can be used to indicate the pronunciation of names of foreign people and places, and also of scientific and technical terms. In documents, books, and newspapers published for foreign readers it can be used to transcribe phonetically names of Chinese people and places, and it can be used for compiling indexes, etc. In view of all these functions that will be served by the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet, we can say without exaggeration that its formulation is an important event in the cultural life of the Chinese people. The history of the Chinese written language goes back 3,400 to 3,500 years, to the time of oracle bone inscriptions. In the past 3,000 years Chinese characters have gone through many changes, including simplification of the forms, addition of new characters and elimination of obsolete ones. In the beginning the characters were pictographs. Later, a large number of pictophonetic characters were created, one part indicating meaning and the other sound. Most of the characters we use today are of this kind. But because of the evolution of Chinese pronunciation since ancient times, the phonetic part in many of the pictophonetic characters has already lost the function of representing the sound. For instance, the characters and are no longer pronounced and as their phonetic elements would indicate. So as Lu Xun put it, Chinese characters had changed so much that pictographs no longer resemble pictures and the phonograms are differently pronounced. 128 Since people could not pronounce the characters on sight, some tasks for reform of Chinese language 29-7. Media had to be found. One method that was devised was Zion, according to which the pronunciation of a character was indicated by citing another character with the same pronunciation, in other words, by giving a homonym. But very often people met with difficulties in using this method. A given character might have no homonym, or only one that was rarely used and so served no purpose. Another method invented was Fanqi. With this method the pronunciation of a character was indicated by using two other characters, the first having the same initial consonant as the given character and the second having the same vowel and tone. Fanqi can be regarded as a rudimentary phonetic alphabet. But because pronunciation varies greatly in different parts of China, i.e., two characters that are pronounced the same in one place may very often be pronounced differently in another, the chances were great that both Zion and Fanqi would be used differently or incorrectly. Furthermore, to use either system, first of all you had to know a good number of characters. So neither one was much help to children or to adults who had just started learning characters. The phonetic symbols emerged after the Revolution of 1911. 66 It was the first phonetic alphabet formally promulgated by the state and used in all primary and secondary schools, and it played its part in the promotion of literacy and in the unification of pronunciation. Although from our present point of view the phonetic symbols have many shortcomings, we should recognize that they were useful for a period of time. Moreover, their invention represented a pioneering effort in the past 40 years movement for a phonetic alphabet. One chief function of the present scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet is to provide a phonetic transcription for Chinese characters. In this sense, Pinyin is a successor to Zhou, Fanqi and the phonetic symbols and has been developed on the basis of those earlier systems. There is another aspect to the development of the scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet, namely, the use of the Latin alphabet to transcribe the sounds of Chinese characters. This has a history of more than 350 years. In 1605, Matteo Ricci, an Italian missionary to China, started using the Latin letters for this purpose. In 1625, Nicolas Trigault, a French missionary, wrote a book Chiru 298. Musei based on the same method. Their purpose was to help foreigners study the Chinese language and literature. After the Opium War, 129 the number of merchants and missionaries sent to China by the imperialist powers greatly increased. To make it easier for them to learn Chinese and to disseminate their religious beliefs, some of these foreigners drew up schemes for a Chinese phonetic alphabet. The most influential of these were the so-called Postal System 130 and the Wade System 131. In addition, they used the Latin letters to make phonetic alphabets for different Chinese dialects, including one for the Xiamen dialect spoken in southern Fujian province, which had a tremendous impact and in which many books were printed. It is said that many people in Xiamen still know the system and that quite a few still use it to correspond with relatives abroad. In 1892 Liu Gangzhang 132 worked out a new system called Qian, and from then on many patriots advocated reform of the characters and created various phonetic alphabets. In 1926 Jian Xiantong, Li Jingxi, Zhao Yuanren and others drew up the system of Romanized Chinese 133, which was published in 1928 by the Higher Education Ministry of the Nanjing government. Soon after that, in 1931, Chu Kaibai, Wu Yizhang and others worked out a system, which they called the New Latinized Written Language. 134 of all the schemes created by our own people for a Chinese phonetic alphabet based on the Latin alphabet, the New Latinized Written Language and the method of spelling Chinese with Roman letters are the best. When we talk about the present scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet, we must acknowledge their merits. The draft scheme for a Chinese phonetic alphabet published now has evolved from earlier schemes such as Zhou, Fanqi, and others. As far as the adoption of the Latin alphabet is concerned, the history of that decision can be traced back more than 350 years, as I have said, and it is the result of summarizing the experience of our own people in this field over the past 60 years. Compared with other systems based on the Latin alphabet that existed in the past or are still in use now, Pinyin is distinctly superior. Since February 1956, when the first draft was published by the Committee for Reforming the Chinese Written Language, it has been extensively discussed by people in different fields, at meetings organized by the national and local committees of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, and it has been repeatedly examined and revised by the examination committee established by the State Council. Tasks for Reform of Chinese Language 299. Last October, after further deliberation by an enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the CPPCC, the plan was submitted to the 60th plenary session of the State Council, which approved it on November 1. The State Council also decided to release it to the public and submit it to the next session of the National People's Congress for consideration and ratification. It is easy to see that the government has been responsible and prudent on this matter and that the scheme was not drawn up by a few people behind closed doors. Will the new system offend the patriotic feelings of our people because it is based on the Latin alphabet? Why can't we create a new set of letters or just use the phonetic symbols as we did before? Starting in 1952, the Committee for Reforming the Chinese Written Language spent nearly 3 years trying to create an alphabet but without satisfactory results. Finally, it decided to give it up and adopt the Latin alphabet. At present, more than 60 countries use the Latin letters as symbols for their written languages. They are used, for example, by Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Albania, Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Vietnam, Indonesia and 3 republics of the Soviet Union: Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. After accepting the Latin alphabet, they adapted it to the needs of their national languages. As a result, it has become the nation's own alphabet. On the other hand, we can also say that the Latin alphabet has thus become a set of international symbols which no longer belong to any particular country. We cannot say that the French are using English letters or vice versa. We can only say that the French use French letters and the British use English letters. Likewise, after it has been adapted to suit the needs of the Chinese language, the Latin alphabet we use is no longer the ancient Latin alphabet or the alphabet of any foreign country but the phonetic alphabet of China. Letters are tools for spelling words. We make them serve our purpose just as we did with the train, the steamship, the automobile, and the airplane, or with the Arabic numerals for counting, the Gregorian calendar for numbering the years, the kilometer for measuring distance and the kilogram for measuring weight. So this won't hurt our patriotic feelings at all. There is one other question that concerns us all, and that is the future of Chinese characters. The system of Chinese characters has 300 played an invaluable role in our history, and we all agree on that. What about its future? Will it remain eternally the same or will it change? If the latter, will it change within the framework of its forms or be replaced by a phonetic alphabet? And if it is replaced, will it be by a system using Latin letters or some other kind? We are in no hurry to answer these questions. After all, the written form of a language will change sooner or later, as has been demonstrated by the changes in Chinese characters that have taken place in the past. They will surely change in the future. It can be predicated that the different forms of written language used by different peoples in the world will one day be unified and that even spoken languages will gradually be unified. The final trend of development for spoken and written languages is to become increasingly similar until there is little distinction among them. This conformity is a desirable goal. As to how it is to be achieved, there is no hurry to decide now. In regard to the future of Chinese characters, people have different opinions and they can argue about them. Since this matter falls outside the range of the current tasks for language reform, I shall not go into it in detail. These, then, are the 3 current tasks for the language reform advocated by the government. We hope that you will support this work. Since language reform is a matter of great concern to everyone in our country, the government has proceeded very cautiously. We are ready to solicit opinions from different circles and to draw on collective wisdom, so as to do a good job through concerted efforts. If there are shortcomings in our work, we shall correct them. That is the policy for all our party and government work, and it also applies to the work of language reform. Because we have not given sufficient publicity to language reform, quite a few people still know little about it, and some even misunderstand it. I hope that everyone will do some propaganda to clear up this misunderstanding. I also hope that everyone will actively support this work, and not hold it back, so that Chinese characters will be steadily reformed in such a way as to help our 600 million people to overcome their cultural backwardness and to build socialism with greater, faster, better and more economical results. Pass on knowledge and experience to future generations. April 29, 1959. This is an entirely new type of meeting, attended only by members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference who are 60 or older. There are only 2 exceptions, Vice Chairman Chen Yi and Peng Zhen, who can be considered alternate elders. Only this year did I dare call such a meeting, because I have just reached 60. Comrade Chen Yi likes to quote a line from the Beijing opera Autumn River, which says that a new cycle of 60 years begins at the age of 60. This is a fine new interpretation of that age. I have taken part in the group discussions of the CPPCC in the past few days, and I have noted that everyone is in high spirits and has started a new life in New China. Now there are 383 members who are over 60, constituting more than one-third of the total. The large proportion of old people shows that the People's Democratic United Front has been expanded. It is gratifying to see that the elderly people have gained a new life, but the matter should be viewed dialectically. According to the laws of nature, people over 60 inevitably have fewer days ahead of them than young and middle-aged people. Some people refuse to give in to old age, and I'm one of them, but sometimes I suffer from minor illnesses when I work late into the night too often. Our revered Chen Shutong 135 also refused to give in to his age but has become reconciled to it after a recent bout of the flu. Elderly people are no match for younger people who are full of vigor and vitality, but they should not feel old in spirit. It is said that the average life expectancy of the Chinese people used to be just less than 40. Nowadays, thanks to improvement in their material conditions, better medical treatment and health care than in the old society, and peace of mind, more and more people are enjoying longer life. I hope that everyone will live longer in our new society and do more things. It is good to live longer, even if only to watch our country develop. After listening to the speeches made by several respected people in the group discussions, I have some thoughts I'd like to share with you about your work arrangements. I hope that members who are over 60 will pass on their knowledge and experience as their contribution to society. This is a thought that came to my mind when I was remembering our late comrade Chen Yangkaiu. 122. A highly accomplished artist, Comrade Chen Yangkaiu made great progress both in his political consciousness and in his style of work after liberation, but he was still rather uncommunicative and eccentric. Being a self-made man in the old society, he kept aloof from others and was reluctant to take on apprentices, so his style of singing never spread far. After liberation I tried to persuade him to accept some apprentices. But a count made this year on the occasion of commemorating the first anniversary of his death showed that he had only a dozen or so students. Chen's singing style is difficult to learn, but before his students had mastered it he died, leaving behind only a few of his operas recorded. This has made me think that the more things old people with professional skills leave to society, the better. The members present here fall into two categories. The first group have specific jobs in the fields of science, medicine, engineering, education, and so on. These comrades are very busy, some of them don't even have time to write. Comrade Laoshi 105 once put me on the spot at a session of the National People's Congress by asking me to give him time to do his professional work. We should take care of these comrades and not keep them always in a state of tension. The elderly members of the National Committee are allowed to concentrate on their work, they may be able to work more years. It is the right and obligation of the members of the National Committee of the CPPCC to make inspections in various parts of the country, but they should do so according to their capability. Some of them can be exempted from inspection tours, or go only to nearby places. Mr. Zhang Wenbai 136 proposed that he should make his inspections near Beijing, and we have agreed to that. We can organize the elderly people to make inspections together in future. They should have more rest and fewer inspections, because they should not pass on knowledge and experience. 33. Be treated the same as the younger people. The other group are those who are advanced in age and are in poor health, without fixed jobs but with certain knowledge and experience. In the past, we neglected some necessary work, which prevented them from displaying their capabilities. Many are well versed in history, science, and technology, culture, art and other fields, and if they cannot write themselves, they can train students who can write on their behalf. We are all over 60, born at the latest in 1898. Chinese society has undergone great changes since then. Historical materials concerning this period must be recorded in all fields. All members present here have gone through 4 dynasties, the Qing dynasty, the Northern Warlords government 6, the Kuomintang government and New China. Historical materials relating to the time before the founding of New China are worth collecting. Time goes by very fast, and 10 years have already elapsed since New China was founded. Some historical materials will be lost if we don't attend to this work right away. It is only 40 years since the May 4th movement took place, 37, but our young people today are already unfamiliar with the events of that period, let alone with the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 95-32 or the Reform Movement of 1898. 137. Of course we must first of all study IMM and IATE problems that reflect new conditions, but we must also study things of the past, because new things grow out of old. The prefectural annals and county annals compiled in the past have preserved many useful historical materials. It is also worthwhile to collect typical cases from the old society, such as representative personages, families, and clans in the last century, to see how they arose, developed, and declined. Although the society represented by those typical personages has declined and some of them have died, their deeds can be recorded as historical data. There used to be a semi-slave system in the Daliang and Xiaoliang mountains, where democratic reform has now been carried out. The serf system that still remains in Tibet will also be reformed in a few years' time. Things will vanish if they are not recorded in time. Everything, from the most backward to the most advanced, should be recorded. We shall not hesitate to expose the obsolete. We have advocated the spirit of rebellion ever since the May 4th movement of 1919. Man doesn't change accidentally. If I had time, I should be glad to write something to expose my feudal family. I don't know much about Yuan Shikai, for one, but I could provide some materials for anyone who wishes to write the biography of Chiang Kai-shek, since I had many contacts with him during the 304. 2 periods of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. We must lay bare the old and let future generations know about the past, so that they will not be cut off from history. People praise our country's ancient culture, which includes rich historical records, both official and unofficial, personal notes and so on. The Han language has played a great role in this respect. We should add to our historical legacy by setting down all we know. Mr. Gujigang 138 says that he planned to do some textual research, but that political movements, although he has learned from them, have taken up too much of his time so that he hasn't made much progress in his work. It may not be a good idea to do textual research all by oneself. People like him should be organized for research work, and they should train some apprentices as well. We should not confine our writings to cultural history. Those present here who are engaged in military affairs can write military history, from the time of the 8 banners, 139, the Green Battalions, 140 the Siang Army, 141 the Hawaii Army, 142 and the New Army, 143 to the development of the Kuomintang Army. Quite a number of you here today are industrialists and businessmen, who can write the history of the growth of capitalism in our country, or of a particular trade like banking, the textile industry and so on. You can also write histories of politics, economics, and diplomacy. The CPPCC maintains extensive contacts with people in all walks of life, and it should organize this work. I suggest that a meeting of the Standing Committee be held to set up work teams, including a team for the collection of historical data. When you go home, you can make use of both the local people's political consultative conferences and cultural and historical archives to carry out this work. But the work should proceed in an unhurried way. I hope you will not act like the young people, who are fond of launching satellites, 144, or set yourself a quota for each month. You can write more at times when you feel energetic. The work of collecting historical data must be done in a leisurely way. Yesterday 2 friends from the former Whampoa Military Academy 145 talked about the March 20th incident 146 and the Southern Anhui incident. 14-7 I was very much interested in what they had to say, but I had to leave after an hour and a half because of other engagements. The views of some friends may not be correct. We can discuss them together, but first of all, historical data must be recorded. For example, the remarks made by the two friends yesterday. Pass on knowledge and experience 35. About the March 20th incident can supplement our inadequate historical data. They said that a week before the incident Chiang Kai-shek had intended to go away. It was hard to understand this on first hearing. How could he have intended to go away, since he launched the incident himself as an attack on the Communist Party? Young people would never believe this when they heard it. But judging by Chiang Kai-shek's customary behavior, it was likely that he would do that. When he served under Chen Jianming 148 and Sun Yat-sen, he went away in a huff. When he fell out with the Soviet advisor at the Whampoa Military Academy, again he went away and was invited back. He did the same on 3 occasions after he came to power. When he was forced to relinquish power in 1927, he went to Japan. On the eve of the Wusong-Shanghai War of Resistance that broke out on January 28, 1932, he went into hiding in Fenghua. During the peace negotiations in 1949 he asked Li Zongren to assume the post of acting president while he pulled the strings behind the scenes. He always advanced by way of retreat. So it is likely that he did intend to go away before the March 20th incident, but launched large-scale attacks against us once he found out that we were totally unprepared. History is full of twists and turns. I said long ago that Chiang Kai-shek had been our best teacher, by negative example. Many things can be written about the Chiang Kai-shek clique, and many of you present here are familiar with them. Mr. Liang Sichin 149 is not present today, but Madam Kong Tong Bai, so is here. If you too are interested in the reformist, 151 you could write about it. Some evaluations of the reform movement of 1898 were made in academic circles last year, 152 but you could make re-evaluations. There are scholars in foreign countries who specialize in the study of that movement, but not many people in our country are studying it. This is what I wanted to say on the matter so that you could set about making the necessary arrangements. The actual organizational work can be coordinated with different circles by the Secretariat of the Standing Committee of the CPPCC. I have taken so much of your time because I thought what I had to say might be useful to people over 60. The Communist International and the Chinese Communist Party. July 14 and 15, 1960. I have been asked by the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to speak on international relations, particularly the relations between the Communist International 15-3 and the Chinese Communist Party. I wish to make 6 brief points. 1. It was necessary to establish the Communist International and it was also necessary to dissolve it. From its inception to its dissolution, the Communist International existed for 24 years, which can be divided into 3 8-year periods. Comrade Mao Zedong once commented that the Communist International functioned well during the first and third periods, but not very well during the second. By that, he did not mean that everything was good during the first and third periods and nothing was good during the second. There is no question that it was necessary to establish the Communist International, which played an important role in helping to form Communist parties in various countries and in stimulating their growth. But by the time these parties grew up and matured, there was no longer any need for the Communist International to exist. During its initial days, the Communist International succeeded in expounding the theory and principles of Marxism-Leninism and in promoting worldwide development of the communist movement. Although Lenin enjoyed great authority at that time, the International made its decisions on the basis of democratic centralism, and there was a lively atmosphere in which the representatives of various parties voiced their opinions freely. The International drew a clear line b. XCERPT from ARE port at ACONFERENCE of SECRE Tari ES of PROV Intial, Municipal, and a Autonomo USREGI on Party C omit EESCONVENEDBYTHECE Entral Commit EE of THEC HIN SAC Omuni ST Part Y in BEE the E, HEBEIPROV Inc. 306. Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 307. Between the Communist parties and the Social Democratic parties, and at the same time it criticized the left-wing infantile disorder. In the spirit of internationalism, it mobilized the revolutionary people of different countries to support the Soviet Union and promoted the revolutionary struggles and national revolutionary movements of various peoples. Nevertheless, the dissolution of the Communist International also came at an appropriate moment. In 1935 it adopted a resolution to the effect that it should not interfere with the internal affairs of the various parties, and after that it did give them a freer hand. But at the time, there was still reason for its existence, because it was playing an active role in the struggle to fight fascism and establish the United Front. In June 1943, with the outbreak of the Soviet-German War, the Communist International was dissolved. The weaknesses and mistakes of the Communist International, particularly during the second period, can be summarized as follows: it failed to conform its general calls with the realities of different countries, and it gave specific instructions to individual parties instead of providing them with guidance in principle, thus interfering in their internal affairs and hindering them from acting independently and bringing their own initiative and creativity into play. This is only a rough evaluation of the International. 2. A country's revolution and construction depend on the practice of the people of that country. Only by integrating the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the country can one enrich and develop Marxism-Leninism. It is essential to sum up one's experience, both positive and negative, in the course of practice. The Chinese Communist Party has gained rich experience. In spite of the errors it has made by following left or right lines on different occasions, it has acquired important positive experience. 3. Each party must think independently with regard to revolution and construction in its own country. Only independent thinking will prevent it from repeating the negative experience of other countries and enable it to draw on their positive experience. I understand that there are many people who do not think independently and who merely follow others blindly. It is not easy to change this mentality. Of course, independent thinking does not mean arrogance or arbitrariness, and it does not mean refusal to accept the Communist International's good ideas. Chen Duxiu 38 was arrogant and arbitrary. So was Comrade Li Listen, 154, who held that we should try to take Wuhan. 308. And win victory first in one province or several provinces, that one or more victories of this kind would herald nationwide victory, that we should argue it out with the Communist International after we had taken Wuhan, that the Soviet Union should send troops to help when there was an upsurge in the Chinese Revolution, and that with the success of the Chinese Revolution, the capitalist class in Britain, the United States, France, and other countries would be doomed and world revolution would begin. Comrade Li Listen would certainly laugh at those ideas if he reviewed them now. 4. In revolution and construction, a country should act independently and rely on its own efforts. Comrade Mao Zedong once observed that both revolutions in the two big countries, the Russian October Revolution and the Chinese Revolution, succeeded when the Communist International was not in existence. Under the present circumstances, if a new international organization should be established, it would be difficult to achieve political and economic equality among its members. 5. When examining the experience of the Communist International, we should take an all-round view. Stalin was in charge for a long time, and there were many shortcomings and mistakes. But not everything during his period was wrong. Even in the second period of the International during Stalin's late years, he did more to encourage than to discourage revolutionary movements. When we held our ground, he could still accept our views and implicitly acknowledge his mistakes. Once his doubts proved to be misplaced, he was willing to change his mind. For instance, he doubted if we were genuine Marxists and if we wanted to oppose the imperialists, but he changed his views at the time of the Korean War. 2.6 So Stalin was reasonable. It is true that he erred on the question of the Chinese Revolution, but the Chinese comrades should take greater responsibility for the mistakes made in that revolution, because we were the decisive factor. Moreover, we have already realized and corrected our mistakes, and our revolution has already succeeded. 6. Unity is paramount, and long live internationalism. This is a matter of principle now, just as it was in the past. By unity, we mean unity based on principle. If there are differences, we should try to proceed from the desire for unity and resolve them by means of appropriate criticism and struggle so as to achieve unity on a new basis. At the same time, criticism should be made on the right occasion and in a friendly way, and it should be based on facts and Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 39. Reasoning. If this approach doesn't work right away, one must be patient, because it takes time. The Chinese party has had much experience in this regard. The party committed left errors 3 times in a period of 8 years during the Second Revolutionary Civil War, 155, and it took us 10 years, from the Zhou meeting in 1935-83 to the Seventh Party Congress in 1945-15 to correct them. If this is the case with a single party, it is all the more so with the Communist International. We must hold high the banner of unity. That means unity with millions of party members and 200 million other people in the Soviet Union, with members of other fraternal parties and with the more than 90% of the people throughout the world who want to make revolution. Now I should like to deal with the relations between the Communist International and our party in different periods. 1. The first period of the Communist International. In this period the Communist International was helpful to the Chinese Revolution, although it made mistakes on a few questions of principle. After its inception in March 1919, the International sent missions to different countries to visit prominent public figures and work on them. In China they approached not only Chen Duxiu Enlai Da. 46. BIJKH 156 HJ. 15-1 DD. J1 SSZAOUTSO 1 Ang U, UN 1 M10 and a 1 Tau, they called on Wu Paifu 15-9 in the north and on Sun Yat-sen in the south. With the help of the International, the Chinese Communist Party was founded in a very short time, because the May 4th Movement 37 had already laid the foundation for it. The Chinese Party soon identified itself with the struggle of the masses. By that time the International had begun to devote more time to China issues in its discussions. The question of revolution in the East was discussed at both its Second Congress in 1920 and its Third Congress in 1921. During its Fourth Congress the International held a serious debate on the Chinese Revolution, and after that it recruited many Chinese intellectuals to study in Moscow. In 1923 it adopted a resolution on cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, which allowed party members to join the Kuomintang but stipulated that the party should maintain its independence. It also discussed the possibility of launching an agrarian revolution in China and sent us instructions on the matter. When the Chinese Communist Party convened its Third Congress in June 1923, 160 there were 2 dominant 30-10 views, the left and the right. The right view, represented by Chen Duxiu, was that the Chis revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution and should therefore be led by the bourgeoisie, with the proletariat only playing a supporting role, and there was no mention at all of the question of leadership to be exercised by the proletariat. The left view, represented by Zhang Guotao, 161 was that only a few Communist Party members, and none from the working class, should join the Kuomintang. In fact, both views denied leadership by the proletariat. Although at its Fourth Congress the party adopted resolutions criticizing these views, the problem still remained. As we see it now, the criticism was not directed at the real issue. The mass movement was already in full swing at the time, but wrong decisions were made on major issues because the opportunism represented by Chen Duxiu still held sway. During the Second Congress of the Kuomintang, its right-wingers, such as the Western Hills clique, 162 became much more aggressive than before. But prior to that there had been a rapid increase in the strength of the left-wing forces in the Kuomintang, After its defeat of the Merchants Corps 163 in Guangdong and its eastern expeditions against Chen Jianming. 148 The policy of the period, which could have been successful, should have been to support the left wing while excluding the right wing. But Chen Duxiu insisted on the right-wingers returning to the Kuomintang and being elected at its second Congress. As a result, the right-wingers became more arrogant. We also made concessions on military matters. Our party was caught off guard when Chiang Kai-shek attacked us by launching the Zhongshan warship Incident 146 and destroyed part of our power base in the military. We were by no means weak and should have fought back, but we failed to do so. As a result, we only had the Independent Regiment 164 in the National Revolutionary Army, which expanded into 2 divisions when it reached Wuhan. At the time of the Northern Expedition, we should have tried to gain the support of the masses and the military. But while the Northern Expedition was going on, our party organ, the Guide, which was based in Shanghai and expressed Chen Duxiu's views, opposed the expedition, arguing that as it was a time of wars between the warlords, our people in Guangdong should not have started the expedition, but should have defended themselves and engaged in mass struggle. Thus, our party gave up its leadership in the expedition. When the agrarian revolution was in full swing and Comrade Mao Zedong's Article 165 was published, the Central Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 311 Committee gave them no support. At that time, Chen Duxiu was really afraid of the revolution and the masses. The Executive Committee of the Communist International likewise made an inaccurate analysis of the China question, and its 6th, 7th, and 8th plenums made mistakes in their analysis of the strength of various classes in China. In particular, the 8th plenum, held in May 1927, concluded that the bourgeoisie as a whole had turned traitor. Furthermore, the International maintained that after the betrayal by the Wuhan government, 16/6 the petty bourgeoisie had also given up the revolution. As for the question of leadership, proletarian leadership was already in embryonic form during the period of Kuomintang Communist cooperation in 1924, and by the time of the First Congress of the Kuomintang, the Communist Party had already assumed a leading role. As a matter of course, our party should have taken hold of the army, and it was entirely possible for us to have done so during the time of the revolutionary regime in Guangdong, but the Central Committee gave up the leadership. Then Lenin died, and Stalin, preoccupied with his fierce struggle with the opposition in the party, was entirely unable to formulate a precise policy because he was not well informed about the Chinese Revolution. As the center of the Chinese Revolution was in Guangdong, the center of the party, its headquarters, should also have been moved there. But the party was still headquartered in Shanghai, and Chen Duxiu simply refused to go to Guangdong when he was asked to. Thus, the two centers often came into conflict. It was long after Wuhan was taken that the party's headquarters were finally moved to Wuhan. In view of all this, our party's leaders should assume greater responsibility for the mistakes in the first period. At that time Comrade Mao Zedong had not yet established his authority, it was impossible for him to do so. Moreover, the leaders of the party had not yet acquired a deep understanding of Marxism-Leninism, and there was factionalism among them, which was aggravated by Chen Duxiu's patriarchal style of work. All this hindered the political and ideological development of the party. 2. The second period of the Communist International. During this period the line of the Communist International was basically wrong, and its influence on our party was most serious. In July 1927 the Wuhan government betrayed the revolution, exposing the bankruptcy of Chen Duxiu's capitulationist line. At this critical 312 moment, the Executive Committee of the International sent a letter to our Central Committee. In this letter the Executive Committee expressed optimism about the future of the revolution but failed to make a correct analysis of its motive power and of the relations among classes, asserting that the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie had all betrayed the revolution. It proposed 7 tasks for the revolution: 1. To withdraw from the Wuhan government, 2. To issue a declaration, 3. to stay in the Kuomintang and organize a left wing within it. 4. To organize workers' struggles. 5. To arm the workers and the peasants. 6. To prepare for the possibility of going underground. And 7. To oppose opportunism. These tasks did not include organizing armed forces, setting up local governments or deepening the agrarian revolution, which were precisely the things we should have been concentrating on. The question of opposing Chen's opportunism must be related to the question of organization. The International sent Borodin 167 to our party, and at a meeting of the Political Bureau he directly interfered with our internal affairs by setting up a provisional standing committee. This decision was approved in haste. A declaration issued by the Central Committee on July 13 only mentioned withdrawing from the Wuhan government. At that time our party still had some armed forces, such as those commanded by Yeting, 168, so we decided to start the Nanchang Uprising. 169 The aim of the uprising was to march south to Shantou, occupy the port there and then proceed to Guangzhou. It was a correct move, but the leadership did not understand the uprising correctly. They conceived of it as a purely military action, based on the view that the cities were of primary importance, without any notion of integrating with the local peasants to establish base areas in the countryside. The International sent a few representatives to China, and under the direction of B. Lominides, 170 a meeting of the party was held in Hankow on August 7. 171 At this meeting the party took a clear-cut stand against opportunism, but it failed to make a correct summary, give correct instructions or set forth definite tasks in connection with such important questions as how to integrate our struggle with the agrarian revolution, how to push forward the mass movement and how to organize armed forces, governments, and base areas. When Zhang Tailei 172 came to Shantou to brief us on the meeting, he only criticized opportunism and didn't tell us how to do our work. As I still held the view that cities were of primary importance and had not drawn any lessons from the Shang Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 31-3 High uprisings and the Nanchang Uprising, I did not see the need to go up into the mountains and engage in rural struggles. The failure of the Chinese Revolution made the opposition faction attack Stalin more fiercely. In 1927 Stalin wrote a series of articles 173 in an attempt to refute their views, but his theoretical analysis of the Chinese Revolution and his appraisal of the situation were in large part incorrect. He maintained that the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie had left the revolutionary camp one after the other, that the revolution would soon reach high tide and that it was rapidly turning into a socialist revolution. Influenced by the theoretical analyses and estimate of the situation made by Stalin and by the Communist International, the enlarged meeting of the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee held in November 1927 adopted a putschist line, calling for insurrection everywhere and insisting that the revolution was already at high tide. Organizationally, many people in the party were given disciplinary punishment, one of the outstanding cases being the expulsion of Tan Pingshan. 174. Comrade Mao Zedong and people like myself were all disciplined. At the November meeting the Central Committee decided to stage the Guangzhou Uprising. 175. But without setting forth any definite aims. A German and a man from the Soviet Union helped to direct the insurrection. After the failure of the uprising and the death of Comrade Zhang Tailei, the Central Committee sent Comrade Li Listen to Hong Kong to direct the work in Guangdong Province. This was the zenith of putschism. Guangdong suffered from it most, and the number of cadres killed there was the largest. Because the party failed to draw the lesson of the uprisings in Shanghai, Nanchang, and Guangzhou, the political line still called for insurrection everywhere, which resulted in a great loss of revolutionary strength, especially in the white areas. Another mistake that was made, organizationally, was to replace the party leaders with people from the working class, which caused more confusion in the leading body and aggravated factionalism. The root cause of this too lay in the instructions of the Communist International. Now a few words about the 6th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. 176. The Sixth Congress was convened in accordance with the resolution adopted by the Ninth Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. A delegation from the Chinese Communist Party, including Xiang Zongfa, 177, and others had taken part in that plenum. With regard to the Sixth Con. 31-4. Gress, there was first of all a problem concerning the delegates who attended it. Because of the emphasis on working class origin, there were 41 workers among the 75 delegates. 14 of the 16 delegates who later turned traitor were workers. The persons who directed the work of the Sixth Congress on behalf of the Communist International included Bukharin, 178, a French comrade, and Togliatti, 179, but the practical work was under the charge of MIF. 18-0. When members of the Central Committee were elected, too much emphasis was placed on working class origin. Many of the 20-odd members elected were workers, while some comrades who really had high prestige in the party were left out. After the Congress, Chu Kyubai 181 and Zhang Qiutao stayed in Moscow to serve as executive members of the Communist International. In its resolutions, the Sixth Congress made a correct analysis of the nature of the Chinese Revolution and its tasks, but an incorrect analysis of class relations and so on, alleging that the entire bourgeoisie and the whole upper stratum of the petty bourgeoisie had betrayed the revolution. On the land question, the resolution stated only that the land of the landlord class should be confiscated and handed over to a peasants' conference for redistribution, and the military question was given no special mention. After the Sixth Congress, the faction in Sun Yat-sen University headed by Wang Ming 182 mustered its forces to oppose the Chinese delegation to the Communist International. Sun Yat-sen University, which was founded in Moscow in 1925 with MIF as its vice president, had enrolled some of our party cadres from the period of the Great Revolution and also some young people, including ones like Wang Ming and some left-wingers from the Kuomintang. Factional strife was rife at the university, and it continued after the Sixth Congress. In opposing the Chinese delegation, the Wang Ming faction was in fact opposing the Central Committee of the Chinese Party, asserting that it was no longer competent and its members must be changed. Under the influence of the purge carried out by the CPSU, things had gone from bad to worse in 1929 and 1930, people were expelled from the party on the merest suspicion and some were even banished. After the Sixth Congress, the Communist International sent a Polish comrade and a German comrade to China. In 1929 4 letters came from the International. In the first letter it enjoined us to oppose the right tendency, in the second to oppose alliance with the Commune ISTI International and Si Hai Nessa Commune ISTPAR TI 315. Rich peasants, in the third to make the red trade unions public and in the fourth to oppose the Reorganization Clique 183 and The Third Fork E. All THSA letters had an influence on Li Lisan's line. The fourth letter claimed that the situation was growing ripe for direct revolution and called for political strikes to prepare for it. I went to the Communist International in March 1930. In July I saw Stalin, who was closely following the military struggles in China. A resolution about the China question was adopted by the Political Secretariat of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, with the S9 resolutions of the Far Eastern Bureau attached to it as an appendix. 18-4 Stalin said that there were too many resolutions for China to implement, that it would be better for us to consider them as mere drafts. In China, on June N, the Li Lisan line was adopted. According to this line, the party's held win victory for ST in one or more provinces, and such a victory would mark the beginning of the revolution in the whole of China. At the same time, plans were made to stage insurrections throughout the country and to seize Wuhan, Nanchang, Xihangsha and other big cities. Later, Changsha was taken, and 2 enlarged meetings of the political bureau were held in Succi on August 1 and 3. Li San said that he would argue it out with the Communist International after seizing Wuhan. Although the Li Lisan line was followed for only 3 or 4 months, it brought great losses to party organizations in many places. The Central Committee therefore convened its third plenary session in September. There were still left influences because the 7 resolutions of the Communist International were relayed to the session. Xiang Zongfa and I made reports, Chu Kaiubai Deli Ve read a concluding speech, and Li Lisan gave a talk. Li Lisan was sharply criticized at the session, but the wording in The Fin resolution was not so sharp. The third plenary session also made some mistakes. For example, He Mengxiang 185 was criticized and so was Chen Shaiyu. Some of the criticisms were correct but others were not. At the session a number of people were added to the Central Committee, but He Mengxiang was not among them. In fact, however, many of his opinions were correct. The practice of sending inspectors to local areas like imperial envoys also started with the third plenary session. At that time, the Communist International complained that the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party was not paying enough attention to The Soviet THIRD Accord. 31-6. Enlai, the Central Committee sent quite a few people to those areas, adversely affecting the work there. In October 1930 a letter came from the International saying that the Central Committee was wrong and was following a line of conciliation. Wang Ming and others began to make trouble. Furthermore, the coming of MIF threw the party into crisis. Wang Ming wrote a pamphlet 186 asking the Central Committee to hold an emergency meeting and change its leadership. Hence the fourth plenary session. The session rejected the draft resolutions we had prepared and MIF himself drafted new ones. The third plenary session had followed the resolution on China adopted by the Political Secretariat of the Executive Committee of the International. The fourth plenary session did likewise and, backed by the letter from the International, took an ultra-left approach opposing Li Lisan's left line and adopted a resolution condemning it. After the fourth plenary session, Wang Ming's pamphlet became increasingly influential. Taking an even more left stand, he opposed Li Lisan's so-called right tendency and the line of conciliation of the third plenary session and formulated an even more left line. This, together with the betrayal of some leading members of the Central Committee, caused great losses to our party. In August 1931 MIF returned to The Soviet Union. In August The Communist International adopted a resolution that criticized the third plenary session of the Central Committee, asserting that the Chinese party was much strengthened after the fourth plenary session when, in fact, it was in greater disarray. The fourth plenary session retained me in the political bureau but expelled Chu Kaiubai. Later, Wang Ming went to the International, Zhang Qiutao and Chen Changhao 187 to the Hubei Henan Soviet area and I to The Central Soviet area. At that time, only a few people were foot in the central organ, most of the members having been sent to different places to seize power. A provisional central leadership of the party was formed in Shanghai with the approval of the International. It adopted a resolution on the September 18 incident of 1931, and in January 1932 it adopted another which called for winning victory first in one or more provinces and seizing major cities. Some comrades who held correct views, like Mao Zedong and Liu Shaokai, were accused of being guilty of right de violation. After the Ningdu meeting, 188 Comrade Mao Zedong was removed from the leader's hip of the army. In 1933 there was another struggle against the Luo Ming Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 317. Line 189 and against Deng Xiaoping, Mao Zedong, Xie Hun, and Gu Bai 190, all the comrades who held correct views were attacked. Jiangxi province suffered the most, because in early 1933 the provisional central leadership was moved there to carry out the line of the Communist International. As a result, the party lost almost 100% of its strength in the white areas and 90% in the Soviet areas. On military matters, Li Te, 191 though just an advisor, acted like an overlord and had the final say. He agreed with the military line of Bogu, 192, and his line prevailed until the Zunyi meeting. The implementation of that line ended in the withdrawal from Jiangxi province and the forced Long March. Looking back, we must admit that there was no alternative. It was at the Zunyi meeting that Comrade Mao Zedong corrected the erroneous line on military matters and saved the Chinese Revolution. But for the Zunyi meeting, the success of the Chinese Revolution would have been delayed indefinitely. After the meeting, although the party suffered losses during the Long March and was shaken by Zhang Guotao's attempt to split it by setting up a separate central committee, it weathered storms and difficulties under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong and surmounted the crisis it was in. So in its second period the Communist International made serious mistakes in directing of the Chinese party. During this period the Chinese party too made many mistakes that brought great losses to the revolution. Surely we Chinese should bear the responsibility for our mistakes, but the Communist International also had much to do with them. 3. The third period of the Communist International. In this period the Chinese party maintained fewer contacts with the Communist International. The International held its 7th Congress in July-August 1935. Stalin was more concerned with domestic problems, and Dimitrov was in charge of the International. 193. A resolution was passed to the effect that the Executive Committee should shift the focus of its work to formulating the basic political and tactical lines for the international workers' movement, and that in general it should not interfere in the internal affairs of the parties in various countries. At that time the International developed the Anti-Fascist United Front, which coincided with the formation of the Anti-Japanese National United Front in China. When Zhang Shuiliang and Yang Huchen arrested Chiang Kai-shek in the Xi'an incident, 494, the International openly declared that Zhang was a run. 318. Ning dog of the Japanese imperialists, and that the arrest of Chiang Kai-shek suited the needs of Japan. This judgment was completely wrong. Our own approach to the Xi'an incident was, on the whole, correct. Although Comrade Mao Zedong was in charge of the Chinese party during this period, the Communist International still had its influence. The main problem was the reappearance of the Wang Ming line. 195. Wang Ming came back from the International at the end of 1937 and said that he had talked with Stalin. Claiming to speak for the International, he proposed that everything should go through the United Front and declared that the Kuomintang, like the Communist Party, had rallied excellent young people around it. After his return Wang Ming was placed in charge of the Changjiang Bureau. He deceived a number of people and pushed through his line a second time. Though this line was implemented for only a short time, it had an influence on the north, on the new Fourth Army and on Shanghai. It cannot be denied that the reappearance of the Wang Ming line had something to do with the Communist International. Stalin trusted Wang Ming, and Dimitrov was on friendly terms with him. Later, when I went to Moscow to talk about Wang Ming's errors, Dimitrov was surprised by what I had to say. After the Zunyi meeting a new situation appeared in our party under the leadership of Mao Zedong. At the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee Wang Ming was criticized, and as many cadres began to know him better, he gradually became isolated. Even Chiang Kai-shek rejected him, refusing to make him a minister. Comrade Mao Zedong said that things would have been worse if Wang Ming had been given a ministerial post. In 1939 Hitler's Germany launched the Second World War. The Mutual Non-Aggression Pact signed by the Soviet Union and Germany placed the parties in the capitalist countries in a difficult position and caused much ideological confusion. On September 1 Comrade Mao Zedong gave his interview with a New China daily correspondent on the new international situation, 196, a transcript of which I brought to the Communist International to be distributed to the other fraternal parties. The International thought very highly of it, saying that the leaders of the Chinese party were right and giving them great support. During this period the Communist International still interfered to some extent in the internal affairs of our party, even on organizational matters. But it interfered less than in the First period and Communist International and Chinese Communist Party 319. Much less than in the second period. After the war broke out it interfered very little. Also, by that time our party had become mature and maintained little contact with the international. In 1943 The Communist International was dissolved. On investigation and study. March, May 1961. The importance of conducting investigation and study and seeking truth from facts *. March 19, 1961. In this article on investigation. 197. Comrade Mao Zedong deals with world outlook as well as methodology. We should approach it from the viewpoint of dialectical and historical materialism. When you read it today you will find that it still hits the nail on the head. Comrade Mao Zedong has always advocated conducting investigation and study and seeking truth from facts. From the time of the rectification movement in Yan'an 14 through the 7th Party Congress 15 to liberation, this was our guiding principle, and with it we achieved nationwide victory. But since we moved into the cities, and especially in recent years, we have not done much investigation and study or paid enough attention to seeking truth from facts. So it is not easy to stop the 5 winds. 198. Once they are blowing hard. Recently, on several occasions Comrade Mao Zedong has recommended that we make a vigorous effort to carry out investigation and study and seek truth from facts. He has also said that both right mistakes and left mistakes must be combated whenever they are made. To judge right from wrong, we should proceed from objective facts rather than subjective imagination. In making an investigation and study, we must seek truth from facts. We must analyze, sum up and compare facts in point. All things have internal contradictions, and in each case we must distinguish between the excerpt from a a meeting of no RTH and Centra L South Hina groups held during GA Working Conference of the CE Central Committee of the Hine SE Communist Tea Party. 320. Investigation and Study 321. Principal contradiction and secondary ones. There are always several aspects to a matter, so we must make a close analysis. The environment in which we find ourselves invariably has limitations, so we should examine things from different angles. A person's knowledge is always limited, so he should pay attention to different views. This method will help him make a comprehensive analysis. Things are constantly developing, and there is always a difference between the advanced and the backward, the general and the particular, the genuine and the false. A comparison will enable us to obtain a thorough understanding. When we make an investigation at the grassroots level, we must have the courage to face difficulties squarely and try to solve them. When one problem is solved, a new one will crop up. Communists exist for no other purpose than to constantly overcome difficulties and continue to advance. It is not the nature of a communist to fear the difficult and seek the easy. When we make an investigation at the grassroots, we must adhere to the 3 principles advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong: from the masses to the masses, take the ideas of the masses and concentrate them, then go to the masses, persevere in the ideas and carry them through, and uphold truth and correct mistakes. This is what democratic centralism means. It is not only an organizational principle but also a principle guiding our work. Wisdom comes from the masses, but the views expressed by the masses have to be processed by the leaders, then put to the test among the masses, then processed again. If we become divorced from the masses, we shall lose the base of our party. And if we only tail after the masses, we shall abandon leadership. Our shortcoming at present is that we issue 2-man orders instead of practicing the mass line. Report on an investigation in Handan Prefecture, Hebei Province *. It was on the morning of the 6th that I saw the chairman's letter addressed to comrades Li Jingquan and Chen Zhengren. 199 after. Reco RD of an interim report TELE phone TO Mao Zedong. 322. I arrived in Handan. I spent 3 days listening to briefings before heading for Boyan Commune in Wuhan County, where I have stayed for the last 5 days. During these 5 days I have called meetings and talked with cadres at the commune, brigade, and team levels as well as with commune members. Now I wish to make a brief report on the following 4 problems. 1. Communal dining halls. The overwhelming majority of the commune members, and in some cases all of them, including women and single men, want to eat at home. I am making an experiment in one place right now in order to find a suitable way to dissolve the dining hall system and arrange for the commune members to eat at home. 2. The commune members don't like the supply system and are only in favor of taking care of those households that enjoy the 5 guarantees 200 and of households that are in difficulty. They are now discussing this matter. 3. The commune members are eager to restore the system of evaluating work and allotting work points that was previously employed by the advanced cooperatives. 76. They are even asking for a more developed version, that is, a system under which output quotas are fixed for production teams, work points are based on output and farm work is contracted out to production groups. Such a system will make it possible to truly implement the principle of more pay for more work. Its adoption, therefore, is inevitable. It is the only way we can raise people's enthusiasm for production. 4. Handan Prefecture is experiencing a severe drought. It appears that the wheat harvest will be very small, and some fields will yield nothing at all. But there is still some hope for cotton and the autumn crops. The acute problem right now is to enable the commune members to regain their strength and the draft animals to recover. I am going to see one more dining hall tomorrow and will return to Beijing on the 8th to help Comrade Chen Yi. 201. With some matters concerning the Geneva Conference. 202. After that I shall write the chairman a report. When I get these things done, I shall return to Handan. Before I came to Handan, I had sent a work team here, headed by Comrade Su Ming. 203. And they have been working in the prefecture for 20 days now. Remarks at a reception for Hero Saga, 204. PUG 205 PUY 206 and others. June 10, 1961. I have heard that Mrs. Hisako Saga, 207, and Mr. Akihiro Miyashita 208 are leaving the day after tomorrow. So I must meet you today instead of at a later date as I had planned. Welcome to China. In Japan you may have heard that life in China is very hard. Actually, things here are not that bad. It's true that the natural disasters in the past 2 years have created some difficulties. We had less grain than before and a smaller supply of commodities that are based on farm produce as raw materials. But thanks to our efforts of the past 2 years, a considerable recovery has been made. I have been told that during her stay here Kose 209 noticed that the Chinese have dark complexions. It is true that the complexions of Mr. Isenguro Puyi and Mr. Isenguro Pug are somewhat darker than before, but they have stronger constitutions now. Their dark complexions are a sign of good health. Anyway, we all belong to the yellow race and cannot turn into whites. There are the black race, yellow race, white race, and brown race in the world. All races without exception should treat each other as equals. But today there are still differences, there is still racial discrimination. In a sense, the darkest people are the worst oppressed but have the broadest prospects and hopes. Africa, with a population of more than 200 million, is a continent of rich resources and vast stretches of virgin land yet to be exploited. At present it lags behind Europe in economic development. But latecomers will surpass old-timers, and Africa will catch up with Europe. Europe started to develop earlier than the rest of the world, and many of its resources are on the verge of exhaustion. Africa is the least developed area, and it has abundant reserves of coal, iron ore, oil, and rare metals. In North 323. 32 for Zhou Enlai. America, Canada is also highly developed, and the United States started to exploit its oil early but is wasteful in its use of it. Asia and Latin America are semi-developed areas. All the semi or underdeveloped countries are bound to develop when they gain independence, are free from foreign intervention and begin to administer their own affairs. That's why I say latecomers will surpass old-timers. When that day comes, we shall all treat each other as equals and help supply each other's needs. All people, regardless of geographic location or skin color, are brothers. When that time comes, imperialism will have vanished, and harmony will prevail in the world. But that probably won't come about until the 21st century. I shan't live to see it. I presume you won't either, Mr. Zhou, 21-0, and neither will Mr. Lao Shi, 105, who is of my age. Yet our younger generation will probably see it. The goal of our Communist Party is, precisely, to make our world a better place where all people can live a decent life. We have here today a former emperor and former members of the imperial family. All of us now live together. We can do this only on one condition: equality among all. In the past, Japan also had nobles. For example, Sionji 211 is the descendant of a duke, but he doesn't want that title. Mrs. Hisako, Mrs. Hiro, and Mrs. Mikako 212 are all descendants of marquis. Mr. Zhou, Abile, 213 is the younger brother of Emperor Guangxu and the uncle of Emperor Xiantong. Mr. Puyi used to be an emperor. Although we didn't recognize the Manchukuo regime, 214 we recognized Emperor Xiantong. Puyi is the emperor's younger brother, and Kozai is the niece of a Japanese noble as well as a daughter of the Chinese imperial family. The brothers and sisters of Puyi and Puyi are former members of the imperial house, but they have all changed. Mr. Puyi, you are studying tropical plants and are willing and able to take part in labor, and interested in doing so. Mr. Puyi, you are engaged in horticulture in Jingshan Park, where you spend half of your time. You have to take care of your family. As for your brothers and sisters, you know what they are doing. Your third younger sister is a member of the Political Consultative Conference in Beijing's Dongcheng district. Since I am the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, she and I are colleagues. Your fifth younger sister once worked at a restaurant and is now an accountant. She worked hard and got a job for herself. We did not know that before. Your sixth younger sister is a painter and a good calligrapher. She. Reception for Hero Saga, Puyi, and others 325. Has become an artist now. Your seventh younger sister is dean of pupils at a primary school and a model worker. Who can tell when you walk down the street that you are former members of the imperial house? Your brothers-in-law have all changed too. These former members of the imperial family, bureaucrats and nobles have become workers, office staff or teachers. Now let me introduce Mr. Lao Shi, an outstanding figure of the Manchu nationality. He is a famous writer. After the 1911 revolution, 66 Manchus used to be bullied and discriminated against, so he didn't let it be known that he was a Manchu. He has written many well-known works, such as Rickshaw Boy and the Dragon Beard Ditch. His wife is a painter. She started painting in middle age and had Chi Beishi 215 as her teacher. She is now working on a huge traditional Chinese painting in cooperation with the painters Chen Bd. 216 DYF, 217 and MGNUE 1. Let me introduce another person, the wife of Chen Yangkaiu. 122. Chen Yangkaiu was a famous Beijing opera performer and also a Manchu. After liberation, he worked hard at his art and asked to join the Communist Party. In 1957 Marshal He Long. 218. And I introduced him into the party, but unfortunately he passed away the following year. Do you like listening to records, Mrs. Hiro? I can give you some records made by Chen Yangkaiu. I enjoy his records very much. When I can sleep well, I listen to them for a while. In the old society Beijing opera performers were looked down upon. Now we call them performing artists, and we are all on an equal footing. I'd also like to introduce the nurse who looks after my wife and me. She is also a Manchu. She didn't tell me that, but I guessed it. There are many Han comrades here, and I shall not introduce them one by one. Old China was rigidly stratified, cursed by inequality. In the Qing dynasty, if people like us happened to see Puyi, they would have to salute him on their knees. Actually, they would never have had access to him. Things changed after the 1911 revolution, but not much. The oppressive Qing government was overthrown, only to be replaced by a handful of Han people, and that regime was even worse. The northern warlords 6. Went on fighting year after year, and war never stopped under the rule of the Kuomintang, so that the people were reduced to abject poverty. It was only after the victory of the Chinese Revolution that the society began to change and the people across the land became equal. The present social 32-6 Zhou Enlai system in China was chosen by the Chinese people themselves and established through their own hard struggle, not imposed upon them by outside forces. That is very gratifying to us. Now please think it over. Has there ever been a country in the world where a republic was established after a feudal regime was overthrown, and yet the ex-emperor remained alive and was given equal status? Think of Charles I of England, Louis XVI of France, William II of Germany and King Farouk of Egypt. What happened to them? Well, you can make the comparison. This is our state policy. Of course, it requires cooperation. The person concerned has to make an effort too. Please don't worry, Mrs. Hirosaga, we shall not discriminate against you. Mrs. Hisako Saga and Mr. Miyashita, after you go back, please tell our Japanese friends that Mrs. Hirosage will not be discriminated against. It was not because of my personal help but because of our state policy. Your late daughter Kaisei wrote to me, and I agreed to her corresponding with her father. She was a very courageous girl. Do you have a picture of her that I could keep as a memento? Now let us turn to the question of the Manchu nationality. The Manchu ruling class came down south of the Great Wall from the northeast to rule China for nearly 300 years. It enslaved the people of other nationalities. Although at one point it made China strong and prosperous, it eventually declined. The blame should be placed on the Qing emperors and the small number of nobles, rather than on the Manchu people, who were also victims of the catastrophe. Dr. Sun Yat-sen did the right thing when he led the 1911 revolution that toppled the Qing government. Mr. Puyi was only a few years old at the time and was not to blame either. Mr. Zhaitao, who was a high-ranking official, should take part of the blame. As for the period of the Manchukuo regime, both Puyi and Pug are to blame for what took place then, but the major responsibility certainly rests with the Japanese militarists. This is made clear in the book Puyi wrote in collaboration with Pug. 219. You should revise your manuscript before having it published. There is too much self-criticism in it. Those things are past. 11 years have elapsed since the founding of New China. The impression made by the cruel rule and oppress. Reception for Hirosaga, Pug, Puyi, and others 32-7. S1 on of the Qing dynasty has faded in the minds of the Chinese people. Not many people can remember it now. Still, historical events should be recorded as they actually happened. Now that the Qing dynasty has perished, its bad aspects stand revealed in the judgment of history. The problem at present is to restore the Manchus to their proper status. After the 1911 revolution, the northern warlords and the reactionary Kuomintang government discriminated against them. Consequently, they were afraid to admit their identity, and they were almost entirely assimilated by the Han people. In future the nationalities will assimilate one another, but that will come about through a natural development instead of discrimination or compulsion. That's why we want to restore the status of the Manchus, which we actually started to do immediately after 1949. The Qing dynasty, the last feudal dynasty in China, did many bad things, only to meet its downfall. but it did a few good things as well. First, it brought together the many fraternal nationalities in China and delimited the boundaries of the country, establishing its territory as more than 9 million square kilometers. Second, in order to perpetuate its rule, the Qing dynasty reduced the feudal land tax, enabling the peasants to recuperate from years of oppression and build up their strength. As a result, the population grew to 400 million, which laid the foundation for its expansion to 650 million today. And third, the Qing dynasty adopted the Manchu language and the Han language simultaneously, thus gradually bringing the two cultures together and promoting the development of the Chinese culture. So the Qing dynasty did three good things: delimiting the territory, increasing the population and developing the culture. Kangxi was well versed in astronomy, geography, and mathematics. Peter the Great of Russia was his contemporary. As Russia was in Europe and had a relatively advanced handicraft industry, Peter drew upon the experience of West Europe to develop his country's industry and commerce. But in China at that time, while the prevailing feudal economy was quite solid and stable, industry and commerce were not developed. Kangxi was preoccupied only with developing feudal culture. As for the bad things the Qing dynasty did, history has already passed judgment upon them, so there is no need for me to elaborate. But the good things it did are worth mentioning. As a big nationality, the Han also did many good things, but there is no need to bring them up here. This view has 328 Zhou Enlai. Not been put forward by me but by Chairman Mao, on many occasions. I am mentioning all this to explain that one ought not to feel inferior if married to a Manchu. Neither should one feel conceited, hearing me praise the good things accomplished by the Qing dynasty. Mrs. Hirosaga is a Japanese married to a Chinese and has now become a Chinese citizen. We are glad to have you join us, and you are welcome to take part in social activities in China. I have talked a great deal, but Mrs. Hirosaga will have to examine what I have said and see whether it is true or not. It may take you a year, 3 years, 5 or even 10 years to do that. You can go back to Japan any time you feel out of place. When you are back in Japan, you can make a comparison, and if you think China is better, you can return again. You are free to come and go. I can guarantee that and put my signature to it. But I don't think you'll want my signature. If Kosei wants to go back to Japan, you can let her go, don't force her to stay here. Young people are prone to change. If she wishes to come back to China in the future, she can apply for a visa at any time. If she doesn't come back to China but marries a Japanese, what's wrong with that? Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty married his daughter to the king of Tibet, initiating intermarriage between the Hans and the Tibetans. The Sagas married their daughter to the Izanjuro family, and the Izanjuros can marry their daughter to a Japanese. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Now let's look at the question of Japan. Mrs. Hirosaga wishes to work for friendship between China and Japan. Well, you are married to a Chinese and have come to China now, that in itself is a symbol of Sino-Japanese friendship. Japanese militarism wreaked havoc on the Chinese people between 1894 and 1945. Through the Meiji Restoration of 1868, 5-4 Japan had taken a step forward, from a feudal society to a capitalist one. The reformers deserve some credit. But although Japan was a step ahead of China, its bourgeoisie retained feudal vestiges, which later developed into militarism, so that Japan expanded outward and carried out aggression against Korea and China. So these were bad things it did. The incidents of 1894, 22-0 September 18, 1931, 22-1 and July 7, 1937, 33 and the Manchukuo regime brought great damage and losses to the Chinese people. Not long ago a Japanese delegation headed by Ajun Otani 222 presented us with a list of Chinese martyrs who had died in Japan, and we were very grateful for that. Over the last 10 years since the reception for Hirosaga, Puyi, and others 329. Liberation of China, almost 10,000 Japanese friends who have been received by Chairman Mao, President Liu, and me have apologized for the crimes of the past. We told them to let bygones be bygones. We said that ties had existed between China and Japan and economic and cultural exchanges had been increasing over nearly 2,000 years. So compared with those 2,000 years, the period of 50 years was very brief, and in any case it is now past history. We should look ahead and work to promote friendly relations between the two countries, to bring about the normalization of diplomatic relations and to increase economic and cultural intercourse. We don't keep our eyes fixed on the past. Chairman Mao once said that the invasion of China by the Japanese militarists was certainly a bad thing, but that it had served to arouse the Chinese people. The Japanese militarists regarded the Chinese as fools whom they could easily bully. But facts proved them wrong. Once aroused, the Chinese people waged a war of resistance against Japanese aggression. Thursday's the loose sand became cohesive and the sleeping lion awakened. That is to say, Japanese militarist aggression obliged the Chinese people to unite and organize. Neither Kenji Dahihara, 223 Yasuji Okamura, 224 Hideki Tojo, 225 SEIS Hiro Dagako 226 nor anyone else could undermine the unity of the Chinese people. Such unity had never been seen before. We bear no resentment against the Japanese people, who were likewise the victims of militarism. We shall be friendly to all Japanese, whether they belong to the imperial household or to the nobility, to the bourgeoisie or the working people, so long as they are friendly to China. As for people who once worked in the Japanese governments responsible for aggression, so long as they are in favor of Sino-Japanese friendship, we still welcome them to China. For example, 227-228 we have welcomed Mr. Saburo Endo, Mr. Masanobu Tsuji, Mr. Tatsunashuk Takasaki 22-9 and Mr. Fuzunashuk Kahara. 230 Our Japanese friends who have been to China include people of left, middle and right political backgrounds. Our door is open to our Japanese friends. We not only welcome people from the communist and socialist parties but even allow people who are involved in intelligence work for the Japanese government to come. Mrs. Hiro Saga is now back, prepared to be a Chinese citizen and to work for Sino-Japanese friendship and the normalization of relations. I do appreciate it very much. About your return, why are who's band and puyi were what he didn't, because they were worried that owing to our present difficulties, the standard of living is low wer. 3300 ho enlai. Here then in Japan. Nevertheless, it is no problem to take special care of a small number of people. You have just come from Japan, where the standard of living is higher, and are not yet accustomed to life here, so you need some special assistance. When you get used to it, you won't need it anymore. Mr. Sionji is a nobleman, yet he doesn't want to lead an aristocratic life but wishes to come to China where the standard of living is lower. Why else should he want to come here if not to work for peace? Talk at a joint meeting of participants. In a forum on literature and art and participants in a conference on film. Scenarios. June 19, 1961. Introduction. There is an unfortunate tendency these days towards an undemocratic style of work. We have asked people to emancipate their minds, break with blind faith and dare to think, speak, and act. But many people don't do that. Of course, they still think, but they do not dare to speak or act. So there are two things they dare not do. Why is this so? At the Nanning meeting in 1958, Chairman Mao declared that people should dare to think, speak, and act, and later, at the second session of the 8th Party Congress, he raised the issue officially, saying that daring to think, speak, and act must be combined with seeking truth from facts and be based on scientific foresight. Actually, not everyone can achieve this. People will inevitably err a little in thought, speech, and action. But that doesn't matter, so long as we allow free criticism, which can help correct the errors. If only one person is allowed to speak and all others are forbidden to do so, isn't that what one man says goes? How did this practice come about? It has something to do with the leadership. We must create a democratic atmosphere. Let me state now that what I say today can be thought over, discussed, criticized, negated or affirmed. No one under the sun says the right thing 100% of the time. When people's ideas are mistaken, they say things that are wrong. But even when their ideas are right, they can still say something inapt. 33.1. 332. Appropriate or go a little too far. That's why we need CNT1C1SM. No one can guarantee that everything he says or does is perfectly right. So a good piece of advice for comrades who are writers is that they'd better not presume they can produce a successful work with just a few strokes of the pen. Distinguished statesmen and renowned artists always take great care to polish their manuscripts. As Chairman Mao has often remarked, Marx and Lenin were particularly careful in this regard. The same is true of the chairman himself. He often goes through his manuscripts over and over again and makes many revisions. From what I have said, it follows that we need to create an atmosphere in which all our opinions and ideas can be discussed and questioned by others. In 1959 I gave a talk on the need to pursue a policy of walking on two legs in the sphere of literature and art. 231. As I now see it, not everything I said then was necessarily right. Perhaps I went a bit too far on one point, or failed to make myself clear on another. After that talk I felt rather uneasy, because there was no response. It seemed that it was soon consigned to limbo. I could not but be disturbed about that. Now you have invited me to come to this meeting and give a talk. And I do have some ideas that I shall be very glad to share with you. But I hope you won't expect me to be correct on every point. I want you to discuss and criticize my views on some of the questions I'm going to deal with. My purpose in giving this talk is to stimulate your interest in discussion. In order to create a democratic atmosphere and change the style of work in literature and art, we must change the style of work of our cadres. And to do that, we must first of all change the style of our leading cadres, starting with those of us who are here today. We constantly meet with friends in literary and art circles, and if they are not allowed to doubt or discuss the views we express, then what is the point of having consultations? Besides, what we say is not something the party has officially approved. And even if it has been examined and approved by the party, criticisms should still be allowed. Everything that is officially adopted by a working conference of the Central Committee can be discussed, criticized, and revised. So I don't see why my personal views can't be discussed and revised. We should create an atmosphere in which everybody can discuss questions from a socialist standpoint, so that we can do a good job in literature and art and satisfactorily carry out the policy in this field. We each have our own views on these questions, so why can't talk at a joint meeting? 333. They be discussed. I hope you will jot down the main points of my talk, discuss them when you return to your own units and send me your comments. But I shall be reluctant to read your reports if they contain nothing but the usual comments. We fully agree with what you said in your talk, your ideas meet our wholehearted approval, your instructions are correct, and so on. I don't mean that you wouldn't be telling me the truth. What I mean is that such reports would be worthless. Please write and let me know your differing views or raise questions you want to consult me about. All of us who are present at this meeting should take the lead in creating a democratic atmosphere, allowing people to express critical views or disagreement. I spent only 2 days preparing this talk, so my ideas may prove to be not quite mature. Part of it will, of course, deal with party policies and problems of class struggle. But the bulk of it will be devoted to the problems you have raised. You might liken the talk I'm now giving to a baby that was born prematurely. Whether it will grow up remains to be seen. Your comments will help me to prepare a better talk next time. We should learn from Chairman Mao, who always reiterates his views. We have often heard him repeat his ideas on a question, and each time refinements have been added. He asks us to make comments, absorbing them and revising his views. It is precisely this practice of Chairman Mao's, upholding truth and correcting errors, that we should learn from. If we want to foster a sound common practice in our work, we must allow others to express their differing opinions. In short, we should allow people to hold different opinions based on different conditions. That's the only way for there to be socialist freedom and for people to feel easy in their minds. That's the only way to create a favorable political atmosphere in which, as Chairman Mao once put it, there will be both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. I hope that this meeting will help create such an atmosphere. For 3 years we have been urging people to emancipate their minds and dare to think, speak, and act. But the result has been just the opposite. No doubt people have been turning things over in their minds, but the point is they are not yet bold enough to speak out and act. A human being is not a stone. Naturally, he thinks. Now we want to enable people to say what they are thinking and put their thoughts into action. In recent years there has been another way of 334. Doing things. Whatever a person says is judged by prescribed patterns, and if it doesn't fit them, it is held against him, his past is dug up, he is labeled and attacked. The patterns come first. People are expected to speak and act according to a given criterion. To do otherwise is unacceptable. Once someone subjectively decides on the criterion, he begins finding fault with anyone who deviates from it. He assesses everything in a subjective, one-sided, metaphysical way. He makes no investigation. When he subjectively regards something as right deviationist, he concludes that it is right deviationist. Here is an example: some trouble has arisen over the novel Daji and Her Fathers. That is because some people dismissed the novel as sentimental. Then they decided to attack the author for petty bourgeois sentimentalism. Here, I should like to express my thanks to comrades from Shanghai for advising me to have a look at the film Daji and Her Fathers. At their suggestion, I have seen the film and read the novel as well. In my opinion, it's a wonderful work. Unfortunately, however, it has been judged according to some people's arbitrary criterion. In the novel there is a moving scene in which an elderly man of Han nationality bursts into tears when he eventually finds his long-lost daughter. But some people say that the scene is intended to preach the theory of human nature. It is said that tears welled in the eyes of comrades Zhou Dan and Huang Zongying as they were watching the film. When I saw it last night I also felt like weeping. But I didn't. Why? Because the director employed some methods that restrained the audience's feelings, preventing them from breaking into tears even though they really wanted to. For instance, there is a scene of parting in which Daji bids a reluctant farewell to her foster father, a man of Yi nationality. At the very moment when this touching scene is about to draw tears from the audience, the girl suddenly turns around, with both hands covering her face, so that the audience cannot see the tears coursing down her cheeks. The people in the audience are ready to shed sympathetic tears, but the director has tried this means to make them hold back. This indicates that there are ideological shackles that place severe constraints on film makers. Obviously, this scene of parting is not a truthful portrayal of the innermost feelings of the proletariat. I was told that the director had a lot of anxiety over the way the film should be shot. It was not until some comrades expressed their approval of the film talk at a joint meeting 335 that he began to feel relieved. But it's a pity that he wasn't bold enough to work out a better design for the farewell scene. I'm not criticizing Comrade Wang Jiyi, the director. I am criticizing the formula in the minds of some individuals who, when they see a father and daughter meeting with tears after a long separation, call it a manifestation of the theory of human nature. It is because of this formula that the film director didn't dare let the audience see the father and daughter with tears streaming down their faces. It is wrong to say that everything smacks of the theory of human nature. As a matter of fact, problems concerning the theory of human nature were resolved as far back as 20 years ago. In his talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art, Chairman Mao stated explicitly that in a class society there can be no such thing as human nature in the abstract, but only the human nature of a particular class. But some people are still devising their formulas and applying them everywhere. They attach all sorts of labels to anyone whose words or deeds depart from their formulas, calling him an exponent of the theory of human nature, of love of humanity and of sentimentalism. Once they have found something wrong in someone's remarks or writings, they attach ideological or political labels to him and invoke organizational sanctions as a punishment. And all this springs from their subjective formulas and erroneous definitions that have nothing at all to do with Marxism-Leninism. Then they go on to have the person in question make a self-examination and link whatever he says or writes to his past and family background. What is he to do? We hold that motive and effect constitute a unity of opposites. We cannot judge the motive behind a person's action without considering the effect. It is all right to look into a person's class origin and his past, but what really counts is his own current behavior. It is all right, too, to look into a person's family background and social connections, but what really counts is the person himself. To have a better understanding of a person, we sometimes need to refer to his past record and family background. That is because we all come from the old society, which has left some outmoded, unhealthy ideas in our minds. This is a fact that cannot be denied. But we must not assess a person simply by a casual reference to his past and family background. On the contrary, the most important thing is to look at his present behavior. It is wrong to fix a formula and use it as a measure of all things, to find fault with. 336 Zhou Enlai. People, to trace their past records and family backgrounds, to label and attack them. Marxism has formulas, and we are not against formulas in general. We have our general formula, which is devised to help us attain magnificent goals, to transform the old society, build socialism and communism and transform nature. The proletarian world outlook is the grandest and most scientific of all world outlooks. That is why only the proletarians, ourselves included, are capable of transforming the entire society and the world, and why only they can chart the future. This formula of ours is aimed at magnificent goals. So it is absolutely wrong to reduce it to metaphysical, subjective narrow-minded concepts. In general, we do not deny the necessity of finding people's faults. However, we want to find gross faults, politically reactionary ones, monstrous errors. For instance, in 1957 the bourgeois rightists launched fierce attacks, as devastating as a tornado, on the party and socialism. We promptly mounted a counterattack. 232 As I have said, it is sometimes necessary to examine a person's past record and family background. But what's more important is to judge the person himself, to be exact, his present behavior. If those who have been labeled rightists are indeed rightists, why, they should be so labeled. But no one must be labeled a rightist arbitrarily. And that is precisely what is happening now. It is not right to poisonous an evil an occasional mistake in what a person says or an erroneous idea, let alone a statement or idea that is quite permissible. And we must be even more careful about taking action against anyone. Even if a person is wrong, so long as he is willing to mend his ways, we must allow him to do so. If he can't do it at once, we should give him time and not expel him from the party offhand. There is no wisdom in that. With people who have made mistakes, we should not only see how they behave but give them help. So I'm not advocating that the proletariat should abandon all formulas, pay no attention to a person's conduct, give no consideration to his past record and family background, attach no labels whatsoever to him and never punish him even if he really deserves it. No, that's not my view. I mean to call your attention to certain wrong, unreasonable practices that are quite common nowadays, primarily the 5 following: 1. Judging a person according to a fixed criterion, 2. Finding fault with him, 3. Digging up his past record and family background, 4. Attaching political label S to him, and 5. Attacking him. It's time to put a stop to these practices. But that doesn't mean. Talk at a joint meeting 337. We should throw away our formulas altogether and pay no attention to serious mistakes. Everyone should let the proper authorities know his record and family background, so that they can help him remedy his mistakes. Without help from others, it is hard for a person to recognize that his ideas are wrong simply by turning them over and over in his mind and to correct them. So we should adhere to our major principles and try to get rid of the bad practices. That is the only way to develop healthy practices and bring about a favorable atmosphere and a political environment in which there will be both centralism and democracy, both freedom and discipline, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. I hope that this meeting will contribute to the creation of such an atmosphere, a task which calls for all of us, as leading cadres, to set an example. What I've said so far is by way of introduction. Now I'm going to talk about 6 specific questions. If time allows, I also want to say something about modern drama. Material and mental production. Certain laws governing material production also hold good for mental production. When there is too much pressure, mental production suffers, perhaps even more seriously than material production. Once in 1959 I said that it was wrong to push writers to turn out manuscripts in a hurry. There are exceptions, of course, such as newspaper editorials which, since the world's situation changes so rapidly, must be finished in good time so that our diplomatic efforts are coordinated. Traditionally, our newspapers prefer to delay for a day, rather than have their editorials written in haste, so that there will be no mistakes. Small wonder that foreigners often say the Chinese are slow to express their views. Since we can allow some delay in voicing our opinions about world events, why can't we allow our writers some delay in their writing schedules? It causes them much anxiety if you ask them to draw up their writing plans and then keep pressing them to fulfill their planned quotas exactly according to the original schedules. One of our mistakes in the field of literature and art, as I have pointed out in the past, has been to overemphasize the need for production of increasing numbers of artistic documentary films. Indeed. 338 Zhou Enlai. We need such films. But the problem is overproduction. Take, for example, our film production plan for 1958. In spite of the planned total of 80 documentary films, 103 were produced that year. Because of shoddy work and careless design, quite a number of those films were of poor quality, which meant a waste of energy and materials. Of course, there were a few that were up to desired standards. Anyway, being too eager to produce large numbers of films violates our dialectical guideline, which is to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results. Whether we have obtained such results can be judged only by making an overall, nationwide assessment of our successes as against our failures. It can't be judged by assessing the successes and failures of particular individuals. I should like to cite Comrade Zhang Shuahua, for example. You prefer to take your time in producing a film. I think you should be allowed to work the way you like. Or take the writing of poetry. Among our leading cadres, Comrade Chen Yi is one who likes to write poems. 21 He composes very quickly and is a prolific writer. He is a genius in this respect. But it is different with Chairman Mao. He writes only after much deliberation. Though he writes less, his poems are beautiful and inspiring. Of course, Comrade Chen Yi's poems are admirable, too. We howled not demand a poem from Chairman Mao, nor howled we interfere with Comrade Chen Yi and ask him to write less. Mental work cannot be uniform. When we consider the mental production of the whole country, we find that our socialist culture is rich and colorful. A good example is the recent exhibition of traditional Chinese paintings by artists from Jiangsu province, entitled Our Fresh Rivers and Mountains. I am a native of Jiangsu, but I don't agree with people who maintain that only Jiangsu artists can produce wonderful paintings in the traditional Chinese style. As a matter of fact, beautiful works in that style have been created in all parts of the country. TT is no good to press artists to fulfill certain quotas within a time limit. We should give overall consideration to work in this field. To create better works of art, it is necessary to concentrate the efforts of the artists. All this must be explained very clearly to the people concerned. I want to stress once again that placing excessive demands on mental workers in terms of output and quality can be counterproductive. Some comrades have expressed the opinion that in certain cases apologies and compensation should be offered not only to manual talk at a joint meeting 339 workers but also to mental workers. I agree. Of course, the departments concerned have to consider what is the proper way to do that. Let me cite an example in support of this view. Suppose someone expressed a correct idea but you misjudged it, accordingly, you criticized him and made him feel bad. If that had happened, shouldn't you apologize to him and make a self-criticism? Now let's turn to the problem of levying contributions on a writer's earnings. According to state regulations, authors are entitled to a specified percentage of their earnings. But certain people have drawn up a different set of regulations, under which authors are required to turn over at least 10% of their earnings to them. These regulations have not been approved by the competent authorities, and even if they had been, they still might not be entirely justifiable. There is a similar problem with the peasants' grain harvests. In addition to turning over a certain proportion of their harvests to their communes and production brigades as grain reserves, part of their grain can be sold to the state. But the proceeds from these sales must be registered as work points and be returned to the individual peasants, because this money is income from their jabur. Of course, different cases should be treated differently. For example, there are people who spend much of their time in the office working on their own writing projects, so that they don't perform their public duties efficiently. But earnings from books or articles written in a person's spare time should not be confiscated. Some people argue that it's very difficult to identify writers whose earnings have been confiscated and that it is therefore out of the question to compensate them. This sounds exactly like an excuse produced by responsible officials for refusing to make any compensation at all. But nobody's going to swallow that, so compensation they must make. The exact amount of money that should be offered can be discussed later at proper meetings. For another example, some of the writers' housing was wrongly taken from them and converted to other uses. I don't see why it shouldn't be returned to them. The policy of readjusting, consolidating, filling in gaps and raising standards must also be carried out in the departments in charge of literature and art. Too many literary and art institutions and performing troupes have been established in recent years. This is at variance with the policy just mentioned. The same thing has happened in the departments in charge of culture and education, where the number of personnel and undertakings has grown to undue 340 portions. So these departments should implement the policy, too. We have urged such departments at the central level to draw up a general program, which after discussion by local authorities will be binding. It is reported that leading authorities in some localities and institutions are reluctant to curtail the number and size of their performing troupes. I think on this question we have to be realistic and distinguish between different cases. Some performing troupes are organized by the local people themselves and financed by voluntary donations because they have a special liking for them, but others are established at the proposal of leading officials. The former should be allowed to operate, because they often tour rural people's communes and production brigades, are very popular among the country folk and are financed by them. Since collective ownership, as opposed to ownership by the whole people, is permissible for economic undertakings, why shouldn't it be so for theatrical troupes? Of course, in troupes operating on the basis of collective ownership, we should prevent the revival of old forces. Specifically, no head or master of a troupe should be allowed to get extraordinarily high pay. Theatrical performance comes under the category of mental labor. So the prominent, highly skilled actors should be paid more than the others, because they make a greater contribution. They should be allowed to set up theatrical troupes of a cooperative nature that should be placed under the guidance of local party committees and government departments in charge of culture. Such troupes are established to serve the needs of the masses. But there is another kind of theatrical troupe that must not be allowed to continue. I am referring to troupes that are intended to entertain only a small number of people in the ministries and commissions at the central level and in leading organs of prefectures and counties. The reason is that the existence of such troupes tends to foster among our cadres the desire for personal privileges. Although the chief aim of theatrical troupes is to serve the masses, a department in charge of culture may ask its troupe to give a performance exclusively for its own staff members, but this should not be done too often. In planning their development programs, such departments should seek the advice of the members of party committees at corresponding levels who are in charge of propaganda. The purpose is to make sure that not too many people will be required to leave their posts in material production to engage exclusively in mental product. Talk at a joint meeting 341. Theatrical troupes that are sponsored by the masses and that rehearse and perform mainly in the off hours should be allowed to exist, because they affect neither material production nor other work. The propagation of culture should be achieved primarily by promoting spare time activities among the people. In short, there have been some shortcomings in this field of our work during the past 3 years, and so it should be readjusted, consolidated, filled out and improved. We should draw up a general program for all our endeavors, and mental production is no exception. 2. Class struggle and the United Front. I want to explain a little about the complex nature of class struggle in the period of socialist revolution and construction. The party stated at the second plenary session of its 7th Central Committee 3 that during socialist revolution and construction a struggle goes on between socialism and capitalism. The movements against the 3 evils 69 and the 5 evils 67, both launched in the post-liberation years, demonstrated the correctness of this conclusion. In the wake of agricultural collectivization came widespread excitement and rejoicing among the people, who cheered the advent of the socialist era amidst the beating of drums and gongs. Seeing that we had scored remarkable achievements in the transformation of the old society, some people began to neglect class struggle. Chairman Mao had anticipated this, so in 1956 he published his speech on the 10 major relationships, in which he discussed the relationship between revolution and counter-revolution as well as problems concerning the United Front. Later on, in 1957, he spelled out his ideas more clearly in his speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. Chairman Mao's predictions were soon proved true by the bourgeoisists who launched a vicious attack on the party. This convincingly demonstrated that in the period of socialist revolution and construction, while the scope of class struggle may have diminished, it can still be very acute at times. Class enemies may unleash fierce attacks when we have difficulties, shortcomings, or weaknesses. However, the existence of class struggle should not lead us to neglect the United Front, to deal with the bourgeoisie without analysis, or to 3. Be biased or wavering when dealing with contradictions among the people. There are class struggles that are political and ideological, and there are others that stem from the force of habit of the old society. Politically, we must resolutely oppose anyone who is hostile to socialism and attempts to restore capitalism, like the rightists who attacked the party in 1957 and the counter-revolutionaries who tried to stage a comeback and usurp power in a few rural areas. Sometimes these people lay low to wait for an opportune moment, sometimes they conducted overt and covert activities alternately, and when the time came they put up a desperate fight to restore the old order. Of course, this happened only in a small number of places. With the nationwide consolidation of the people's regime, such groups were unable to create major trouble. These class struggles belong to the category of contradictions between the people and the enemy, and we must remain on the watch for them and not be caught off guard. Such problems can be found in all parts of the country but are nevertheless very few in number. We must stand with the people and be vigilant at all times, particularly when we have difficulties, shortcomings, or when we make mistakes. Ideological struggle is a long-term task. Writers and artists must pay special attention to their ideological problems and style of work. It takes a long time to eliminate outmoded thinking and styles of work. We come from the old society and were educated in old schools. Even young people today are influenced by remnants of the old ideology in their families and society. So old ways of thinking and old styles of work survive in people's minds to varying extents. Although man's ideas lead the way, it is impossible to truly eliminate the remaining outmoded ideas until an entirely new base has been founded. The remolding of a person's ideology and world outlook takes time and cannot be done in a hurry. This is especially the case with people working in the natural sciences. I once made the acquaintance of a doctor noted for his outstanding professional skills. Although he believed in God, his belief was not in conflict with his desire to serve socialism. Perhaps in your own families there are some elderly members who believe in ghosts or gods. Nevertheless, they can remain loyal citizens of our socialist society. Their beliefs are permissible, and we must not try to force them to abandon them. Throughout their lives, some people may find it hard to change their superstitious beliefs, which will most talk at a joint meeting 34-3. Probably accompany them to the grave. But they can serve socialism very well all the same while they live. Religious beliefs may have an influence on people's way of life. It is the belief in God that causes some people to go to church and to say prayers before meals. But some comrades disapprove of such practices and have subjected these believers to severe censure. This has caused unnecessary tension and trouble in society. Of course, it is not good for teachers and writers to promote religious beliefs among young people or for artists to do so through theatrical performances. In any event, it is not easy for believers to thoroughly transform their thinking. Let's take a look at ourselves. Can we say with assurance that we have acquired a profound understanding of dialectical materialism and have cleared our minds of all sorts of old ideas? We can't be sure of that. What we can say for certain is that we need to continue remolding our thinking. It is the influence of idealistic and metaphysical views that is responsible for the shortcomings in our work that I've been talking about. But can anyone conclude from this that ours is not a Marxist party and that our cadres are not dedicated to Marxism? Everybody has his shortcomings. Our party is a great, glorious, and correct party. But as individuals, we are still not mature, not completely Marxist. If this is true of communists, how can one blame ordinary non-party friends? We should be more modest, then we can be of more help to others. Ideological remolding is a long-term task. How can a new society, born out of the old, become perfect overnight? By our habits I mean the feudal and bourgeois habits people have carried over from the old society. They have been accustomed to them from childhood and never think of them as wrong. For example, wherever we leading comrades go, people are held back to make way for us. You want to treat others as equals, but it seems you can't. Some people want to put you on a pedestal. I am not against necessary security measures. But since we have sat together here, why must we be separated afterwards? I think it is simply the force of habit. It is feudal and sometimes just comes out without your knowing it. There are a lot of old customs in China. Some country people beat others when they get angry. That's force of habit. It is a habit left over from the old society, and there are still some people who like to use it against the masses. In operas sometimes you can still see flogging. It's very nice that in the conch opera 15 strings of 344 coins 00 the flogging takes place off stage. But in our handling of counter-revolutionaries, Chairman Mao has consistently opposed the use of torture. Even with counter-revolutionaries we use education, so shouldn't that apply all the more within the ranks of the people? Nevertheless, the force of habit is stubborn, so the habit of beating others will still persist. I heard recently that many operas have been banned. This is also the result of force of habit. For example, some people even consider the opera Qin Xianglian unfit to be performed. That's absolute nonsense. The opera condemned the villainous Chen Shimei for trying to murder his wife and children. Why shouldn't it be staged? What has that got to do with divorce and remarriage? Obviously, the opera was banned because of the influence of feudal ideas. Many operas used to condemn the woman and forgive the man whenever there was trouble between them. That is unfair. We still haven't done away with the social conventions which regard the male as the center of society. Don't take it for granted that our cottars have no feudal ideas. Facts show that they do, don't they? People all agree when talking about principles. But when it comes to concrete matters, old habits reassert themselves. Don't think that they can be weeded out in our generation. Perhaps new habits will be developed in the 21st century. Anyway, we must not expect the complete eradication of all old habits within this century. This is related to the question of class struggle. Sometimes we say something that is not quite right, or say something wrong in jest. That's quite common. If those remarks were taken as a serious political problem and dealt with as such, life would be impossible. That's why we should make a concrete analysis of class struggle, distinguishing among political problems, ideological problems, and the force of habit, and not wage struggles over everything. It takes a long time to discard established habits. The force of old habits will remain unless new practices are adopted and prevail. In short, we should make a concrete analysis of class struggle and avoid confounding vigilance against counter-revolution with the ideological remolding of the people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create the political situation Chairman Mao was talking about, in which there will be both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. Talk at a joint meeting 34-5. Ideological remolding takes a long time. This remolding will proceed from the desire for unity and reach a new unity on a new basis. Don't be afraid of the term remolding. It includes remolding non-Marxist ideas and overcoming the force of habit. If a Communist Party member thinks that he has completed his ideological remolding and there is no need to go on with it, then he is not a good party member. Remolding, I have often said, is an endless process that will last until one dies. Up to the last moment, one never completes one's ideological remolding. It can only be said that one is just a little bit better than before. Remolding is a good thing, it helps to bring about unity and facilitates the struggle against counter-revolutionaries. The great unity of the people of the whole country excludes class enemies. Whether certain persons have a tendency towards idealism or are prisoners of old habits is a question that falls within the ranks of the people. We should unite with them all. Socialist society is the period of transition from capitalism to communism. It will last for a considerably long time. Someone once went to the length of estimating that it would take only 4 years and 80 days. Well, 13 years have passed since 1949. In my view, even several times 13 years will not suffice, it may take much longer. There's no telling now. The purpose of ideological remolding is to further our cause, to enable us to do a better job in literature and art and to create greater unity among literary and art workers, not to keep them on tenterhooks. The work should be carried out in the manner of a gentle breeze and mild rain. As Chairman Mao once pointed out, a friendly, carefree atmosphere is essential for ideological remolding. During the current meetings we shall discuss a wide variety of problems concerning, among other things, methods of leadership, the building of a corps of literary and art workers and implementation of the policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling in gaps and raising standards. We cannot expect all problems to be resolved at one meeting. You will have to hold further discussions after you return to your own departments. Ideological remolding cannot be done in a hurry. It should be done patiently over a long period. And no new formulas should be created to restrict people's thinking again. Only thus can people feel comfortable. On the one hand we must wage class struggle, on the other we must consolidate the united front. The Communist Party together with the Democratic Patries and unaffiliated Democrats form a united 346 front. This was true during the period of the Democratic Revolution, and it is also true during the period of Socialist Revolution and Construction. Comrade Levihan233 has published an article about the United Front, so I don't want to dwell on it now. Recently some people have begun wondering whether we have abandoned the policies adopted in 1956 with regard to intellectuals. No. Those policies remain valid. Being preoccupied with other matters in the past 3 years, we have not given them enough publicity. The campaign against bourgeoisists and the experience of the 3 years of the Great Leap Forward 234 have promoted a better understanding between our party and the intellectuals. In those 3 years we achieved some successes and also ran into some difficulties. Our task now is to unite still more closely and march forward with still greater confidence. The United Front should be broadened, not narrowed, and the work should be done more thoroughly, not less. There should be no doubt about this. In order to develop our economy and culture, we must heighten our political vigilance against class enemies at home and abroad, and at the same time expand and strengthen internal unity. 3. Whom to serve? The political way to judge a work of art is to ask whom it serves. This applies to all literary and art forms. Chairman Mao has declared that literature and art must serve the workers, peasants, and soldiers. That is our political criterion. But to serve the workers, peasants, and soldiers, to serve the laboring people and the masses under the dictatorship of the proletariat, is only the political criterion for literature and art. There are others too. There must also be the artistic criterion and the criterion of how well they serve the people. The people should be served by a variety of literary and art forms and not by one stereotyped form. Literature and art must serve the workers, peasants, and soldiers as well as serving proletarian politics. There can be no doubt about that. But literature and art take various forms of expression. As Comrade Zhou Yang 22.5 said earlier, they include at the least literature, opera, drama, music, the fine arts, dance, film, folk art, and photography. All these can be further divided. Opera, for example, can be divided into different. Talk at a joint meeting 347. Types. Literature and art serve politics through images, for only through images can ideas be expressed. Both music and painting depict typical images. Without images, there can be no literature and art. Then how can one speak of their serving politics? Sloganeering is not art. My talk today can be regarded only as an informal chat, not as a work of art. If our writers and artists are to serve the people well, their works must be tested in practice by the masses. Whether the images they have created are successful and whether they are appreciated by the people is not decided by the approval of the leadership. Whether a work of art is good must be decided by the people and not by the leadership. Nowadays, however, more decisions are made by the leadership than by the masses. Of course, we must speak out if a work errs politically or is anti-socialist, then we cannot allow it to be freely disseminated. But after all, there are very few works of that kind. I have read a report about how a vice minister of culture, who was visiting Sichuan province, offended the people there by describing Sichuan opera as a backward theatrical form. A comrade disagreed then and there, saying that it was primarily up to the 70 million people of Sichuan to judge whether it was backward. I think this comrade was brave and his point well made. When the people like something but you don't, how can you expect your own opinion to count for much? Pingtan, Hawaii opera, and Shaoxing opera are very popular with the people of Shanghai. Surely, their popularity doesn't need to be approved by the residents of Beijing, don't you agree? We leading comrades may have different tastes. Some like to go to the theater, others are particularly interested in paintings or antiques. What's wrong with that? Whether a play is really to be recommended doesn't depend on our individual assessment. Our personal liking for something cannot be used as a criterion for evaluating a work of art. Art must be approved by the people. So long as the people like it, it has its value. So long as it is not anti-party and anti-socialist, it should be allowed, No one has the right to ban it. Artists must have the people in mind and not only the leadership. Does this mean I am advocating opposition to the leadership? Not at all. Leaders have the right to state their views on political questions. Politics must be in command. That means that the leaders must determine whether a given work is a fragrant flower or a poisonous weed, anti-party and anti-socialist. Political acumen should be 348. Brought to bear on this aspect of the work. But as far as artistic aspects are concerned, we know very little. Since we know very little, we have little right to speak. Therefore we should not interfere unnecessarily. All comrades present are leaders. I hope you will interfere less. Of course, I do not mean that you should be irresponsible. You should assume responsibility, but you should interfere less. By responsibility, I mean mainly political responsibility. We should not let poisonous weeds and revisionism run riot. However, we must make clear distinction, we should not label everything revisionist. Someone has asked me if the educational function of literature and art is compatible with its recreational function. Dialectically speaking, yes. The masses who go to see plays or films want to be entertained and to relax, and you can educate them through the role models you present. Education can be conducted through entertainment. Of course, there should be a wide diversity of subjects, the scripts should not always be about war. Comrade Zhou once said, "I've been fighting all my life. I want to see some films that are not about fighting. If you show war films every day, people will get fed up and will turn to Hong Kong films. That would show that the Film Administration Bureau had failed to do a good job. On the other hand, it would not be good either if there were not a single war film and young people were to lose their militancy. In general, there should be proper ratio between films on contemporary themes and films on historical themes. Writers should be allowed a free choice as to subject matter. In ancient times there was no socialism, but there were fine traditions among the Chinese people. The people created many ideal characters, such as Wu Songfa, hero of the Song dynasty, Tr and Muguiying. There were also many fairy tales. All these are suitable subjects. Yes, there should be different proportions of different themes for different places and genres of operas. Some types of opera are only suitable for lyrical themes and can present war themes only occasionally. For instance, in Shaoxing opera all the performers are women, and when they present the Dream of the Red Chamber the performance is apt and fine. They are excellent in pursuing a beautiful mermaid, but Zhou City, which requires a lot of acrobatic fighting, is beyond them. Shaoxing opera first evolved from a kind of ballad singing accompanied by the beating of drums with bamboo sticks, which was originally popular. Talk at a joint meeting 349. Tian Chengxian County of Zhejiang Province. In the years that followed, it absorbed the local performing techniques of Shaoxing County. In the beginning the performers included men as well as women, sometimes all the performers were men. In later years they were all women. In present-day Shaoxing operas sometimes you see men and women acting together on the stage, sometimes only women. Every type of opera has its own distinctive features. We have to keep that in mind when we start promoting a particular type in a particular locality. In selecting programs we should consider what the masses most enjoy watching. In the cinema, for example, we need to make different arrangements for rural areas and for factories, and give them different films particularly suited to their audiences. But in general, we must give people something to enrich their lives. On the one hand, we should praise the glory of labor, on the other hand, we need films that are lyrical and entertaining. We should tell young people about the hardships of making revolution and show them that it was not easy to achieve socialism. More plays and operas about the trials and hardships of revolutionary struggle should be performed, so they will not forget the miserable past. The Ministry of Culture should do more to work out a general balance as far as subject matter is concerned, but it should not impose its views by compulsion or commandism and should not interfere too much with the wishes of writers. Some comrades from Shanghai told me that a certain group of writers had been urged to produce something portraying the way a party committee functions, a subject they knew next to nothing about. Someone had spent several days haranguing them about how important it is for a party committee to exercise overall leadership, but nothing had come of it. It would have been much better if they had been assigned to write on a subject suited to their interests and talents. Contrary to our policy of encouraging everyone to display his strong points and of letting 100 flowers blossom, some people insist on having one single flower blossom, using a stereotyped political formula to shackle the writers' minds. Comrade Chen Yun's comment on folk art forms was right. 236 Fatigued from work and not feeling up to par, he wants to relax in a genial environment so that he can recover quickly and contribute more to the party's cause. Pington is also very instructive. It is a unique art form with a number of distinctive characteristics. A Pington performer can play many different roles. I used to find Pington hard to understand, but 350. Now I consider it better than the drum opera of North China. In fact, each type of opera has its own attractions. Nevertheless, I still have a keen interest in the folk operas and ballads that are popular in North China and am not so fond of Pington as Comrade Chen Yun is. That's because I am baffled by the Suzhou dialect. You can't oblige me to like Pington as much as Comrade Chen Yun does, nor can you say that I dislike it. People have different tastes. Audiences are free to choose whatever play or film they like best. I like to read prose and short stories, but I can't afford the time for novels. Sometimes it occurs to me that I might give my brain a rest by watching a play or film. Actually, however, every time I see one, I keep thinking about it afterwards and want to make comments. But my comments might not be useful. I should leave it to our many knowledgeable critics to do the commenting. Can theatrical performances touch people's hearts? I think so, of course. As I said, I have read the story Daji and Her Fathers, and I have seen the film with the same title. Each has its strong points. The novel is less restrained and does bring out the true character of the Yi people, although it is a bit on the crude side. The film's treatment is better, but towards the end, when the characters should be weeping, they aren't. They are inhibited. Maybe the director was afraid of being labeled too tender-hearted. But we proletarians have our proletarian human nature. Why should we be afraid of showing it? Of course, one cannot but feel a kind of pressure when one is confused about the meaning of the theory of human nature, love of humanity, humanitarianism, and utilitarianism. Chairman Mao has already expressed his views about those concepts very clearly at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. We are not against utilitarianism in general, we have our proletarian utilitarianism, human nature, friendship, and humanitarianism. Today, people are not looking at things from a proletarian stand or from a class point of view but from an idealist point of view. There can be no more literature and art if they are replaced by politics. Then there will be nothing left to attract anyone. Another thing. People engaged in cultural work should study the economic base. Comrade Zhou Yang was right when he said that ideas lead the way, but the upsurge of cultural development can come only after the upsurge of economic development. The number of cultural undertakings should not be increased indefinitely. If there are too many of them, too many universities and colleges, and talk at a joint meeting 351. They exceeded the level of economic development, the economic base and production will be impaired. Culture is supposed to serve production, but the result would be just the opposite. Production in the service of culture and culture for the sake of culture would destroy culture in the end. The masses should be encouraged to engage in cultural pursuits in their spare time in order to lay the groundwork for advancement of the nation's culture. The problem at the moment is that we have gone too far in this respect, that we have established too many cultural institutions and recruited too many people. This has drained away much job power and hampered production. We have to cut back in this sphere in accordance with the policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling in gaps and raising standards. And only in this way can our cultural work better serve socialist construction, the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and our proletarian politics. 4 Laws governing the development of literature and art. Like industry and agriculture, literature and art have their own objective laws of development. Of course, being products of the intellect, literature and art are more complex and more difficult to master. As Comrade Zhou Yang said, literature and art portray life by means of images. And Chairman Mao has reminded us that life as reflected in literature and art ought to be on a higher plane, more intense, more concentrated, more typical, nearer to the ideal, and therefore more universal than actual everyday life. To serve political purposes, revolutionary literature and art should create characters from real life and help the masses to push history forward. I think that at present the following problems have to be solved. 1. The problem of quantity and quality. Over the past few years many works of literature and art have been produced, but few of them are of satisfactory quality. We have a large contingent of writers and artists today, but their products are not of a high standard. The same theatrical work is performed and imitated everywhere, so the choice becomes very narrow. The same subject matter is written up everywhere, so works differ very little from each other. When a thing is praised in the same words everywhere, there is no RA1SRNG of standards to speak of. Although we don't have nearly enough literary and art works, the chief problem confronting us to 352. DTS not quantity but quality. Improving quality calls for painstaking work, and it cannot be done overnight. Not everybody is capable of creating a successful work, and such works do not appear every day. There were not many eminent writers or fine works in the feudal and capitalist societies. Of course, we shall have to do better than they. But it is just not possible to have everybody become a writer or a painter, or to have every county produce a guomoruo. These slogans are wrong. We must take a dialectical view of the relationship between quantity and quality. In most cases, the increase in quantity predominates over the improvement in quality. Works that can be rated as excellent are always small in number. Still, the number of excellent works is far too small today. In literary and art works, ideological content must be dialectically combined with artistic form. It takes long preparation to produce a fine work. Socialism is good is a very nice song, but its words are too simple. During the years of the Great Revolution many people liked to sing a song called Down with the Imperialist Powers. The words to that song are even simpler and sound much like posters and slogans. There are 4 repeated lines, like this: down with the imperialist powers, overthrow the warlords, when the national revolution triumphs, we shall sing to our heart's content. This song was composed in 1924. 37 years have elapsed since then. It would be too bad if our present-day songs remained that simple. The writer who composed the words to socialism is good need not be upset, for I am not blaming him. Because of the pressing demand of some leading comrades, he was obliged to finish the words in haste. By contrast, the new song Surging Waves on Hunghu Lake is now very popular among the people, because it is of better quality, combining revolutionary content with lyricism. People judge things from a critical point of view and make their choices accordingly. We should not press writers too hard for their works. They should be given more time. Theatrical troupes should avoid giving performances too frequently so that the actors will not be overworked but have time to rest. 2. The problem of raw materials and how to refine them. Only after a process of refinement can everyday scenes of actual life become works of art. Having gathered the raw material, a writer shall do some processing before he turns out a finished product. Writers should pay more attention to refining their material, and so they need more time to do it. If Comrade Mei Lanfang 237 had polish talk at a joint meeting 353. At the opera women generals of the Yang family, it could have been even better. 3. The problem of ideology and professional skill. Ideology one's very important. It is the guide. Our writers and artists shall put more effort into ideological study. Since you are engineers of the soul, your ideological level has to be higher than other people's. If you don't raise it, you will not be able to produce fine works. But in addition, you need a thorough grasp of what you are doing. Otherwise, how can you express your ideas? If all you know is politics and you never master your profession, whatever you write is bound to sound like posters and slogans and to lack all appeal. People who only know about politics and are not professionally competent should be transferred to other jobs, in propaganda, for instance. In any event, they should not pass themselves off as artists. Of course, a propagandist too must learn to use clear and vivid language. It is impossible to have a good mastery of professional skills without basic training. An artist must have talent and experience and be highly tempered and trained. Otherwise, he can't be an artist or a critic. My talk to you today should be regarded as impromptu remarks, not a formal commentary. It's important for artists to accumulate experience and develop their talents through constant practice and to subject their works to testing by the masses. In our country, the state has always paid particular attention to the training and development of artists, and for this reason Chinese artists on tour abroad are often looked upon with envy. Under the superior socialist system, they do have plenty of room to develop their talents. The acclaim they receive from different social circles should spur them on to greater achievements. They must recognize the importance of gaining experience and improving their skills. But these days people don't dare to talk about talent, experience, and skill. The mere mention of skill is liable to be regarded as an expression of bourgeois ideas. This is obviously wrong. Everyone should strive to be both read and expert. Historical research must be combined with theoretical research. Good writers should try to bring truths home to the people. All these things deserve equal attention. Comrade Zhou Yang explained this in detail during a conference held to discuss the editing of textbooks for university students in the liberal arts. The slogan decrying the white and expert road is quite in vogue at the moment, but we aren't the ones who launched it. Comrade 354. Nai Rongzhen 238 has insisted that I make some comments about that. What does white mean? A person who works heart and soul for socialism on socialist soil but who doesn't spend much time studying politics should not be called white. Only those who declare themselves against socialism are white. Take a surgeon for example. He is a good surgeon, he has cured many patients. But he is not very active politically. It is preposterous to castigate him for taking the white and expert road. Another example, a man works wholeheartedly for socialism but doesn't know much about politics, and he has made a big contribution to his country by designing a missile in 2 years. Another person spouts politics every day, but he has failed to produce a missile after 5 years. Who's going to get your vote? Mine would go to the first. The second man can only be asked to go and teach politics. He shouldn't stay on to work in the Institute for Weapons Research, because he wouldn't be of any help there, he would only make trouble. Chairman Mao has made it clear that we do not oppose utilitarianism in general, only, we stand for proletarian utilitarianism. Of the two persons just mentioned, the first is performing a real service for our country. In a sense, he is also contributing to the victorious advance of socialism in the world. It is not good to reject revolutionary utilitarianism in favor of empty talk about politics. Naturally, I consider political study a necessity. The problem is that we must not let it occupy the time needed for upgrading professional skills. 4. The problem of criticism and discussion. Criticism of literary and art works must be allowed. Since there is freedom to publish works, there should also be freedom to criticize them and discuss them. Neither criticism nor free discussion should monopolize the literary arena. We encourage criticism and we also encourage free discussion, the contention of 100 schools of thought. You may pronounce something good and I may say it is not. Both views should be allowed, so long as the debate is carried on within the framework of socialism. If criticism is allowed but not free discussion, people will say it is very easy to be a critic. Preserving and creating. Chairman Mao has said we should place more stress on the present than on the past. We believe that each generation surpasses the pre. Talk at a joint meeting 355. Seating 1. Historically, the contemporary always surpasses the ancient. However, there are invariably some things from the past that are worth preserving. That is why Chairman Mao urges us to take over the fine things in our cultural legacy and to assimilate whatever is beneficial, discarding the dross and selecting the essential, so that our culture will be enriched by each succeeding generation and come into full flower in the future communist society. In dealing with the relationship between Chinese and foreign things, we should always lay stress on Chinese things because we are Chinese. But we must not close our doors and reject everything foreign. That would be following the doctrine of back to the ancients. We should assimilate good foreign things and incorporate them into the culture of our nation. The Chinese nation has always been good at absorbing the best in other cultures. We have taken over ideas from the cultures of India, Korea, Vietnam, Mongolia, Japan, and Western Europe. But we must emphasize our own traditions and, first of all, thoroughly understand our own national heritage before we adopt ideas from abroad. They must be merged with ours and not superimposed. The Small Dagger Society is a wonderful dance drama. When it was first staged in Shanghai, none of the women dancers rode on their male partners' knees when they brandished their bows. But this happened during a later performance in Beijing. Female dancers balancing themselves on the knees of their male counterparts, that would have been inconceivable in the days of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, 239. It's not in keeping with the historical setting. A similar case is the recent staging of the opera The Magic Lotus Lantern. How can a fairy tale of ancient times be presented that way? Perhaps the choreographers have discovered some historical records to justify their ideas. The same sort of anachronism appears nowadays in the instrumental performance of traditional Chinese music, in which Western tunes are often introduced that are out of keeping with the dominant rhythm and theme. Maybe my ideas on this subject are a bit too conservative. But I am for acquiring a thorough understanding of our national heritage before drawing on foreign ideas and gradually incorporating them into our own. This process should be a chemical combination and not just a physical mixing. We should not simply weld foreign elements onto Chinese things. In studying ancient Chinese culture and foreign cultures, our purpose should be to assimilate them into our creative work so as to 356. Produce something new. Writers and artists must dare to be original. Maybe the notion of having the female dancers balance on the knees of their male partners is a creative idea on the part of the choreographers. This is something we can debate. My own opinion is that when you try to incorporate in your creative works elements of the culture of old China and of foreign countries, you have to make them fit in with the historical period in question. When writing about people in ancient China, you must not presume that in those days women could have stood on the knees of men. But it is quite different when it comes to portraying contemporary life. It is said that in Floral Drums and Lanterns, a dance popular in Anhui province, female dancers often perform standing on the shoulders of their partners. But I remember that when I was young all the female dancers in this dance were played by men. In the old days, social conventions absolutely prohibited female dancers from standing on men's shoulders. Of course, you are welcome to argue with me about this. I only want to stimulate your interest in discussion. 6. Leadership. In the past 3 years we have scored great achievements, achievements that far outweigh our shortcomings and errors. But how can we correct shortcomings and errors? The answer is by better leadership, by education, and by close contact with the masses. To put it briefly, what is needed is investigation and study. Chairman Mao's work method is to investigate and to study. All leaders should apply the same method and be ready to make self-criticisms rather than to blame their subordinates. A recent statement by Comrade Zhou Yang pleased me very much. He was quite right when he said that the party's United Front work was a responsibility that didn't rest solely with the United Front work department of the Central Committee but must also be shared by its propaganda department. The propaganda department is supposed to keep its door wide open to welcome visitors from all social circles. But it hasn't done that. The proof is that very few people outside the party come to visit. It is true that United Front work is not the exclusive responsibility of the United Front work department but the responsibility of the entire party. Not only the Central Talk at a joint meeting 357. Committees, propaganda and organization departments, but also the State Council's cultural and other ministries must join efforts to build a strong united front. An example in this connection is offered by Chairman Mao, who every year without fail invites Mr. Zhang Shizao 240 to join him in a discussion of educational work. As for myself, I really want to have more talks with Puyi 206. Now that he has been set free, we should offer him some kind of job so that he can play a useful role in society. If we can transform the last emperor of feudal China, that will be further testimony to the superiority of the socialist system. Otherwise, why should we have released him? The correction of shortcomings and errors should begin with the leaders. They should be the first to acknowledge their responsibility and to criticize themselves, because problems generally lie with people in the upper ranks. I hope you will remember to do this on your return. Leaders in literary and art organizations should do some self-criticism. Self-criticism by the leadership will take the burden off people's minds, because they will come to realize that from now on they need only follow the major formulas, not the minor ones. They won't worry any longer that someone is going to find fault with them for no reason, dig up their past records, pin labels on them or attack them unjustly. Thus, all the writers and artists will feel easy in their minds and be active and enterprising in their work, and that will help socialist literature and art to flourish. But self-criticism alone is not enough. You must also go among the masses. Only when you do that can you find out whether your opinions are correct. What should we do in this regard? Conduct social surveys and investigations. I want to make it clear that we, the leading authorities at the central level, are ready to make self-criticisms. But you, for your part, must not keep us from making investigations. Don't think that no one has the right to inquire about the work you are responsible for. An ancient admonition says that you must kick out anyone who attempts to sleep by your bedside. That would make cooperation impossible. Whatever the problems are, they should be put before the public. In this way, we can get everyone to help, so what's wrong about that? Not everyone should be plunged into investigation and study, that would be disastrous. Preparation should be made and an outline worked out beforehand. People who go to a place to make an investigation should take their grain coupons with them and try to save money. They should seek 358 Zhou Enlai. Truth from facts, instead of going about it aimlessly. Other people's achievements should be affirmed, and problems should be accurately assessed. The situation varies from place to place and from department to department. In some places the entire leadership is wrong, in others a few of the leaders are wrong, and in still others the leadership is entirely correct. We must therefore make our evaluations on the basis of facts and deal with each case on its merits. What is the purpose of all this? To educate the cadres. Chairman Mao has said that in the past 11 years we were busy with construction and didn't pay enough attention to educating cadres. I have spoken at such length today because I want to explain this question clearly, to create the kind of atmosphere in which everyone dares to speak out. Even if you are not in agreement with others on some questions, you should speak your mind, as long as your words are beneficial to socialism. Say all you know and say it without reserve, do not blame the speaker but be warned by his words, correct mistakes if you have made them and guard against them if you have not. In this way, our cadres will be educated, a healthy atmosphere will prevail, socialist literature and art will flourish and there will be broad scope for creativity. 7. Modern drama. Before concluding my remarks, I'd like to say a few words about modern drama. In recent years we have made some headway in the sphere of modern drama, but it still lags behind other art forms. Why? Because we have failed to recognize the basic laws and to pay enough attention to basic training. We used to think modern drama was such a simple, easy affair that anyone could tackle it so long as he was able to speak. In reality, modern drama is a comprehensive art that involves a wide variety of activities, such as writing, acting, stage design, lighting and the use of stage properties. Modern drama stirs people's emotions mainly by means of language, so artistic language is of utmost importance. Some comrades who stage modern drama wanted me to persuade Chairman Mao to come and see their play. I replied that when the lines they spoke in modern drama were no longer like the casual speech of common folk, the chairman would naturally be very glad to come and enjoy their performance. Talk at a joint meeting 359. The mere ability to speak cannot qualify one as an actor in modern drama. One must also undergo basic training in order to master a wide variety of techniques, including singing and acting. These days, basic training and the fundamental laws of modern drama are universally neglected. Many of our troupes give close to 365 performances a year. Exhausted from such a heavy schedule, the actors and actresses have no time for advanced studies of their art. That is why only a few people are interested in modern drama. To be a good actor, one should cultivate a wide range of hobbies, including among other things an interest in instrumental music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In short, one should strive to be versatile. Take the play Thunderstorm, for example. If the actors are unfamiliar with life in feudal society, the feudal family they are presenting will look like a family in capitalist society. Basic training and good mastery of the relevant laws and necessary skills are indispensable for all branches of art. I think that hard study is important not only for actors of modern drama but also for other artists. It requires a lot of time. The Ministry of Culture should work out regulations concerning the proper amount of time to be devoted to it. Since liberation, we have trained a good number of promising actors, but not enough to meet the demands of future development. Actress Yang Kaiyuling has impressed the people of Hong Kong so favorably that they call her a young Mei Lanfang. Actually, she still has a long way to go before she will be a match for Mei Lanfang. And unless we grant her sufficient time for study, she will most probably fall back into obscurity in just a few years. We must make sure that the actors we have trained do not stumble and collapse one after the other in mid-career. We should bear in mind that it costs the state a good deal to train such people. Of course, I'm not saying that the principles of economic accounting should be applied to the training of actors. I only want to draw your attention to this problem. To put it briefly, we must work hard to grasp the fundamental laws of modern drama and devote more effort to basic training. That is the first point I want to make. Second, a modern drama actor must imagine that there is nobody around when he is performing on the stage. At the same time, however, he must be aware that the audience is seated in front of him. He has to imagine there is no audience, when actually there is. If 360. An actor is obsessed by the thought that there are 1,000 pairs of eyes staring at him, he may get stage fright and fail to do justice to his talents. So he has to ignore the audience. The blackout of the audience in the theater today is intended to help him do that. However, the actor may go so far as to forget the audience completely. An indication of this is that we sometimes cannot hear what an actor is saying, no matter how hard we strain our ears, because he turns his back to the spectators. He has no idea that he is performing for them and that his voice must be audible. So the actor has to keep the audience in mind. Third, an actor has to take his work lightly and at the same time seriously. By taking it lightly I mean he should be bold enough to play various roles, both heroes and villains. An adult may play the part of a boy. For example, in the Name of the Revolution, 2 adult actresses gave wonderfully convincing performances in the 2 juvenile roles. But to take acting lightly isn't enough, it also has to be taken seriously. The stage occupies only a small space, but it is the focus of attention of several hundred, perhaps several thousand people who are watching your performance. They won't overlook even a slight carelessness on your part. Strategically, make little of a difficulty, but tactically, take it very seriously. This teaching of Chairman Mao's is applicable to work in the theater. Fourth, an actor must pay close attention to the character he is playing and try his best to make it lifelike. It is impossible for the actor to turn himself, in every detail, into the very character he is portraying, as the Soviet Stanislavski recommended. The best you can do is to give a convincing performance. In any event, a serious approach is very important. You must create a vivid likeness of the character you're playing, whether it is the legendary hero Wu Song, or the historical figure Cao. In reality, acting represents the dialectical unity of likeness and unlikeness. In short, like everything else, art has its objective laws, which need to be studied and explored. It is also important to carefully sum up our experience. I hope that the current meetings will stimulate your interest in studying those laws. But you must be on the alert that you don't just create new patterns that also become stereotypes in their turn. I am not sure whether everything I've said today is correct. In expressing my opinions, I have only meant to raise some important points for you to focus on in your discussions. Speak the truth, make genuine efforts. Do real work and strive for practical results. February 3, 1962. The purpose of making self-criticism is to strengthen unity. To this end, it is very important for us to follow Chairman Mao's instructions on the necessity to seek truth from facts, or in other words, to speak the truth, make genuine efforts, do real work and strive for practical results. In the past few years some bad practices have appeared in our party's style of conduct. For instance, there has been a tendency to boast and tell lies. It's time we encouraged people to speak the truth. How do we go about it? First of all, the leading authorities themselves must be ready to listen to honest remarks and oppose false statements. As some comrades attending THIS conference have pointed out, if leading authorities at higher levels impose on subordinate departments and localities tasks that are too heavy for them, the responsible personnel at lower levels will prepare two different versions of a work report and choose the one they think their superiors would prefer to hear. That sort of attitude is indeed a problem in the party's style of work. If many of our comrades have developed the habit of making false statements and saying only what will please their superiors, how are we any different from the decadent officials of the old society? I was dismayed to learn about the actual situation in some localities as you described it at this conference. Of course, it was wrong of you to send in false reports. But it is we, the central authorities, who should be the first to blame, because we put. Part 4, entitled DTHE Purpo SEOT Self Serethi CISM, OFA Talk G4 and to a discuss ion group composed of comrades from Fujian PROV Inc. attending an Enlarg Ed working conference held by the Central Committee of THEC in ESE Communist Part Y. 361. 362. You under heavy pressure. From now on we must stop imposing irrational assignments on subordinate departments and localities and putting labels on them. We must encourage people to speak the truth, and we should listen patiently to what they have to say even if it goes too far. Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty was a man who listened willingly to an official by the name of Wei Zheng 241 who dared to disagree with him. By following the advice of Wei, who told him, "Listen to both sides and you will be enlightened," the emperor succeeded in building the country into a powerful, thriving state. If a feudal emperor could willingly listen to what his subject officials had to say, there is all the more reason for us to listen to the truth, because we are all comrades. Now let's turn to the question of making genuine efforts. Sometimes seemingly energetic effort is in fact only a pretense. Take the two factories you were talking about. One of them was described as idle and inactive, when in fact the workers there were concentrating on their jobs and working hard. The other factory was described as a bustling enterprise operating in high gear, while actually the people there were only putting on a show of energetic activity. Such misjudgments are due to a vulgar interpretation of Chairman Mao's instructions. It is true that Chairman Mao called on us to go all out and aim high. This is because there are attainable heights, and we must try our utmost to scale them. But we need to tailor our subjective endeavors to the objective possibilities. We welcome genuine efforts, but not phony ones. When you say you are putting out all your strength, your statement should be true to fact. In some cases the efforts are spurious. For instance, in certain enterprises and localities the leading members called on the rank and file to work around the clock for days on end, even without a rest on New Year's Day. However, the fact was that people applied themselves to their jobs only when their superiors were around urging them on. As soon as the leaders left, the workers relaxed and went home, as usual, for rest and New Year's festivities. We should do real work, that's the way to achieve practical results. On the other hand, compulsion produces nothing of real value. In recent years People's Daily has publicized quite a few inappropriate slogans, such as "Haul down the white flag." 242 now, it has made a self-criticism in this respect. When attending meetings over the past few years, I have personally announced the award of quite a number of certificates of merit. If any of you have received Speak the Truth 36-3 awards you didn't deserve, I suggest you just throw the certificates away. For the good of the people, we must do real work to achieve practical results. Speak the truth, make genuine efforts, do real work and strive for practical results. All these can be boiled down to one precept: seek truth from facts. Comrade Mao Zedong has made a new interpretation of this old saying, which has come to represent one of his principal tenets. Although it is a very terse phrase, it is rich in meaning. What is the best way to put it into practice? The first thing is to conduct detailed investigations and studies. But it's not easy to make social investigations, because the tendency towards boasting and exaggeration has prevailed for 4 consecutive years, and it's hard to reverse it all at once. Last year Comrade Shaokai took a trip to his hometown in Hunan province. During the first days of his stay there, the country folk didn't dare to tell him the truth about the local situation, because some officials wanted them to cover up the real state of affairs. I myself also went to a place to make a social survey. Before going there myself I sent some comrades from my office. Later on we found out that the information and data that had been provided to us were still at variance with the actual situation there. If you want the masses to tell you what is really going on, you must treat them as your equals. During the war years we had a very close relationship with them, because we lived together and mingled with them. But things are different today. Take my participation in your group discussions, for instance. The moment I entered your meeting room, you all stood up to applaud me. Although that made me rather uncomfortable, I thought it would be embarrassing to stop you. It pleased me very much that you didn't clap when I arrived here yesterday afternoon. With such formalities as applause, you and I are no longer close to each other, and we are not colleagues on the same footing but are separated by a kind of barrier. Even though the barrier is not so thick as a wall but as thin as a piece of paper, it is a barrier all the same. You are all veteran fighters, having joined the revolution at least a dozen or 20 years ago. So why is there this estrangement between us? I am afraid it may be because, a far cry from the days of the revolutionary base areas, we have now gained control of the whole vast country and become high officials. And it is this consideration that made me uneasy when you greeted me with applause. We must make up our minds to change. 364. This state of affairs. To sum up, to make successful social investigations we have to maintain close contacts with the masses. We should carry forward our democratic traditions, that is, restore and promote the tradition of normal, democratic life throughout the party. The reason we won many victories in the war years was that a democratic atmosphere prevailed in our army. This was particularly true during the War of Liberation, when our armed forces were engaged in military campaigns of an unprecedented scale. At that time, army units at the company level were encouraged to discuss the tactics planned for a battle and express their opinions about the military operations. This democratic discussion of military affairs by the rank and file was initiated by Comrade Mao Zedong, and it was also a summation of the experience of our army units as a whole. If democracy can be widely practiced among army units, why can't it be so in our party organizations? I think we should act according to the provisions of the party constitution. During the 7th National Party Congress, Comrade Zhou delivered a report on the revision of the party constitution. Comrade Xiaoping made a similar report at the 8th National Congress. Both reports called attention to problems concerning the democratic life of the party. But in the past few years, some comrades have simply ignored those problems. Of course, sometimes it was the central departments which gave the wrong lead. A case in point is the holding of meetings by means of telephone conference calls. This practice was imitated by departments at lower levels, one after another down to the grassroots. Since it's not possible to have democratic discussion during a telephone conference, it turned out that authorities at a higher level just imposed orders on those at a lower level. Obviously, this is an unsound practice. Inter-party democracy has been stressed by Comrades Zhou and Xiaoping in their reports on the revision of the party constitution. Can we castigate people at will and without justification? No. Nor can we allow people to be dismissed from office or expelled from the party without good reason, or to be arrested arbitrarily or beaten up. Of course, there are cases of violations of law and breaches of discipline which fall outside the purview of inter-party democracy and which must be dealt with according to the laws of the state. We should take immediate measures to ensure the rapid restoration of democratic procedure in the party and a wider dissemination of Comrade Mao Zedong's ideas on party building. Furthermore, speak the TRUTH 365. We must see to it that the party's fine traditions and good style of work, which seem to have been forgotten, are fully restored. There must be regular democratic activities in our party, and we should always seek truth from facts and act according to the requirements of the party constitution. On the question of intellectuals. March 2, 1962. In recent years, particularly the last two, you comrades who are engaged in scientific research and in playwriting have been very industrious and hard-working. Although there are shortages of daily necessities, your working conditions are far from perfect and you may sometimes feel discouraged. You have still achieved remarkable successes, for which you deserve to be congratulated. I, in particular, should like to salute you all. It is a great pleasure for me to have this chance today to meet and talk with you, the senior and most accomplished scientists and playwrights of our country. Since time is limited, I shall only discuss one question: intellectuals. This is a question that involves me personally, because I too come from an intellectual background. And talking about it, I shall feel closer to you. Definition and role of intellectuals. Party cadres often give different explanations of this subject, and the intellectuals themselves feel perplexed. I'm going to try to give you an initial explanation, but I can't promise that everything I'm going to say is valid. I shall correct my opinions if they are inappropriate. Speech to THE delegates to the National Conference on Science and the National Conference of Playwright HTS held in Guangzhou. In Hi's report on the work of THE Government Delhi VERED at the 3rd SESSION of the 2nd National People's Congress on March 27 and 28, 1962, Comrade Zhou Enlai further elucidated the role of Chinese intellectuals in the Socialist period and explicitly affirmed that the overwhelming majority of them were part of the working people. 366. The question of intellectuals. 367. Intellectuals are not an independent class but a social stratum composed of mental workers. Generally speaking, under given social conditions, most members of this stratum have been subordinated to the ruling class in the society and have served that class. In the slave society they served the slave owners, in feudal society the landlord class, and in capitalist society the bourgeoisie. When the exploiting class occupied the ruling position, most of the intellectuals came from families of that class, and only a few came from families of working people, because only the members of the exploiting class could afford to acquire general knowledge and higher learning. Usually, most intellectuals at that time readily accepted and spread the concepts of the exploiting class and the dominant ideology. In the slave, feudal and capitalist societies, although naive materialism existed, idealism always prevailed. In the old society there were a small number of intellectuals who could see the truth before others, dared to resist the dark rule and oppression by the reactionary class, spoke for the rising, progressive class and became revolutionaries. Marx, Engels, and Lenin all lived in capitalist society and were all intellectuals who dared to oppose the ruling class, joined the ranks of the new class and spoke for this class. They forsook their original class and became members of the progressive class. In Europe during the Renaissance and in China during the period from the Opium WI29HRI 66H IAR to TE 1911 of OUT1 on, TR were some progressive RNTE, lectuals who spread new ideas and new schools of thought, but they were all persecuted by the reactionary ruling classes and discriminated against and oppressed by reactionary intellectuals. Only under the socialist system, in which the working people hold the dominant position, can intellectuals change over and serve the people. On the one hand, the old intellectuals have been remolded, and on the other, new intellectuals are being trained. Together these two groups constitute the socialist intelligentsia. At present there is still a three-way disparity among the workers, peasants, and intellectuals. In the future communist society, when classes and parties are abolished and the difference between mental and manual workers eliminated, this disparity will disappear. What I have said so far is general remarks that apply to all stages in the history of social development. The later period of capitalism saw the emergence of colonialism and the dominance of imperialism, and many countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America were reduced to the status of colonies or semi. 368 Zhou Enlai. Colonies. The intellectuals in this vast area had very different characteristics from the intellectuals in the imperialist countries. Taking the stand of their respective nations, the majority of them opposed the colonialists and the native traders, the renegades, and the lackeys nurtured directly or indirectly by the imperialists, and became patriotic or revolutionary intellectuals. Even the overwhelming majority of the national bourgeoisie, who were subjected to bullying and oppression by the imperialists, eventually came over to the anti-imperialist, patriotic side. So Chairman Mao said time and again that we should unite with over 90% of the people throughout the world to fight imperialism. Specifically, these people are workers, peasants, progressive intellectuals, progressive members of the national bourgeoisie and progressive Democrats. The intellectuals in contemporary China are part of this particular category. 2. The process of growth of intellectuals. In contemporary China. When did intellectuals first appear in China? This question, which takes us back to remote antiquity, to the slave society, is one that should be examined by our revered Guomoru 243 Fan Wenlin 24-4 and other historians. I shall only talk about the growth of intellectuals in contemporary China. 1. There is no doubt that the intellectuals from the old society have been influenced in various ways by the imperialists and the reactionary ruling class. I am one of them. I come from a feudal family, and when I was a child I wore my hair in a braid. Man's social being determines his thinking. How could we avoid such influences? 2. Although we didn't work directly for the northern warlords. 6. Or for the Kuomintang, we did serve the old society. So we cannot say we were not influenced by the old society. 3. We all received a bourgeois education, and some of us were even nurtured on feudal culture. For example, Some of us studied in old-style private schools, prostrate ourselves before the memorial tablet honoring heaven, earth, emperor, ancestor, and teacher. 245. Made kowtows and were punished by being beaten on the palms or the question of intellectuals. 369. Forced to kneel. That was feudal education. However, we did receive a little benefit from it. We still remember some of the ancient poems and words of Confucius that we learned then. After liberation I went back to Tianjin and visited the Nankai Middle School where I had studied. The first thing I said was, I received a bourgeois education here, but I am still grateful for it, because I gained some enlightenment from it at the time. It would not be right to say that there was absolutely nothing good about bourgeois education. It did throw some light on my thinking. That is a more comprehensive way of looking at things. The 3 points just mentioned constitute the roots of the intellectuals from the old society, roots which cannot be denied. Again, take me for example. Someone once asked me where I came from. I said that my ancestral home was in Shaoxing, Zhejiang province, but that I was born in Huayan. Why did I give such a long answer? Because my brothers and cousins are all natives of Shaoxing. So I must say my original home is in Shaoxing. Otherwise, I should be suspected of trying to break off this relation. I was born in Huayan. My paternal grandfather had served as a magistrate of that county and my maternal grandfather as a magistrate of Huayan County. I still have relatives in Huayan now. If I hadn't said I was born in Huayan, I could not have clearly explained my historical relations with them. One should explain clearly his historical relations, and there is no harm in doing so. No matter who you are now, your past record cannot be erased. Having been tempered in the revolution, I am of course no longer a bourgeois intellectual but a revolutionary one. Nevertheless, when I write down my past record, I cannot suppress the fact that I used to be a bourgeois intellectual. Chairman Mao is very displeased about some biographies of him, which say that when he was a child he was a prodigy and knew everything. He said that when he was very young he used to burn joss sticks before idols. When I was a child I worshipped Buddha, and later I believed in anarchism. 246. During the May 4th movement of 1919-37 we organized the Awakening Society. 247 Many years later someone asked Denying Chao 248 if the society had been a communist group. She replied that it could not be called a communist group, that it was simply an organization for the study of new trends of thought. Some members of our society studied anarchism, others worked on guild socialism 24/9 and still others explored communism. Later, many of them joined the Communist Youth. 370 Zhou Enlai League or the Communist Party. As young people today don't know these things, they think we are too modest on the subject. As a matter of fact, history keeps developing, and so does a person. When I was in France in 1920 I was interested in Fabian socialism. 250 But soon I got over it. I have to thank Lu Qinjia NG25-1 and Zhang Shenfu, 252 both of whom recommended that I be admitted into the Communist Party. Zhang Shenfu had an eclectic turn of mind and was fascinated by the philosophy of Bertrand Russell. 253 He wanted to combine the thinking of Confucius, Russell, Marx, Freud, and Einstein into one system. In short, there is a fact we must admit, namely, that all of us come from the old society and that no matter who we are now, we were all bourgeois intellectuals in the past. On the other hand, and this is much more important, we should recognize that the overwhelming majority of intellectuals in old China suffered under the oppressive rule of the imperialists, feudalists, and bureaucrat capitalists. That is why some of them joined the ranks of the revolution and others were sympathetic towards it. Most of them, in the beginning, stood aside to watch the revolution and took a neutral position, and later gradually inclined to the cause. There were only a few counter-revolutionary intellectuals. Duzi who directly served the Qing court, The northern warlords and the Kuomintang reactionaries in their oppression of the people were in a tiny minority. This was true both in the period from the Opium War to the Revolution of 1911 and in the period from the Old Democratic Revolution to the New Democratic Revolution. In the 120 years since the Opium War, facts have shown that the intellectuals who worked for the imperialists and the feudal and bureaucrat capitalist classes got nowhere. Pug 205 USD to study in Japan. What did he accomplish? It is in New China that he has been reformed and become useful to the people and the society. His uncle Zhou 210 had served as a minister advising on military affairs. He is much more useful as a deputy to the National People's Congress, because he can work for the people now. Among us here, there are people who passed the imperial examination at different levels. Re. Veerd Shen Hongshan 254 was a Jinchi, Re Red Huangran Zi Hai 71 was a Juran, Rever Ed Dong Biwa 255 a 11 OKIAS Uxas Fuel candidate at the county level, TR, and Re Red Chen. The question of intellectuals 371. 1 foot 35 inches Shutong was a Hanlin. They all wanted to make contributions to the country, but that was impossible. What could they do? Li Jinayuan 256 was my counterpart, he was prime minister in the northern warlord period. What useful things did he do for the country? Wen Hao, 5-7 president of the executive UN in the Kuomintang regime, has come back from abroad. He is a senior intellectual, but did he accomplish anything by following the Kuomintang? Hu Shi, 257, who was dead set on working for the US imperialists, accomplished nothing to the last minute of his life. On the contrary, history proves that the only solution for intellectuals is to advance with the proletariat, the working people and the Communist Party. This truth is also borne out by the facts in the periods of revolution and socialist construction. Whether before or after liberation, we have always regarded intellectuals as members of the Revolutionary Alliance and a part of the people. Before liberation, this attitude was elucidated by Chairman Mao in his essay on coalition government. After liberation, it was again explained by Comrade Liu Shaokai in his speech at the first session of the party's 8th National Congress in 1956. He said, "The proletariat can establish the dictatorship of the great majority over the reactionary classes only by entering into an alliance with the masses of people who are capable of embracing socialism. We unite with the overwhelming majority of the people, practice centralism on the basis of democracy and enforce a dictatorship of the majority over the minority. The people's democratic dictatorship differs from the dictatorship of the minority over the majority, of the exploiting class over the working people, enforced in capitalist, feudal and slave societies." In his speech, Comrade Liu Shaokai quoted Lenin, who said, "The dictatorship of the proletariat is a specific form of class alliance between the proletariat, the vanguard of the working people, and the numerous non-proletarian strata of the working people, or the majority of these strata, an alliance for the final establishment and consolidation of socialism." 238. In explaining the term non-proletarian strata of the working people, Lenin included the intellectuals. The alliance he referred to is an alliance of the proletariat with other working people. In China we expand the alliance to include the national bourgeoisie. Since China was a semi-feudal and semi-colonial country, and since its task was to struggle against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, it was necessary to 372. Establish a political alliance with the national bourgeoisie. This is an alliance of the proletariat with the non-working people. It is our strategic principle and long-term task to maintain these two kinds of alliances, which will play a role in our united front for a long time to come. This is the key to our evaluation of intellectuals. Many cadres in our party often overlook this point, and they are unable to explain it clearly. In accordance with the principle of allying with both other working people and non-working people, the proletariat sets itself a task of remolding. 1. The proletariat must first remold itself. No one under the is perfect. A person's political awareness is gradually heightened and his understanding of the objective world keeps expanding. So everyone held keep remolding himself. The proletariat has its own class nature, it is militant in the face of exploitation and oppression and advanced in ideas. But if it wants to be a class with high political consciousness, fighting capacity, and a strong sense of organization, it still needs to remold itself. Living together with the bourgeoisie in the same society, the proletariat cannot escape the influence of bourgeois ideology and force of habit as well as feudal ideology. The proletariat and its vanguard, the Communist Party, should therefore strive constantly to eliminate the influence of non-proletarian thinking and to get rid of old ideas. Only those who can remold themselves are able to help remold others. In the rectification movement in Yan'an, 1-4 Chairman Mao first asked party members to study and remold themselves first. 2. The principle of unity, education, and remolding adopted by the proletariat with regard to other working people applies mainly to the peasants and to the intellectuals from the old society. What should they remold? They held remold their non-proletarian ideology and force of habit, so that they will accept the proletarian ideology and viewpoint. The PSA and TSS held resist the influence of the spontaneous forces of capitalism in the countryside, and the intellectuals should get rid of their bourgeois ideology and force of habit. Thus, they will be able to work with the proletariat for socialism, and for communism in the future. 3. The proletariat unites with the national bourgeoisie and at the same time struggles against it. Economically, we apply a policy of utilizing, restricting, and remolding capitalist industrial and commercial enterprises, in order to make use of their positive aspects, which are beneficial to the national economy and the people's life. The question of intellectuals 37.3. And at the same time to restrict their negative aspects, which are not. First we introduce a system of placing state orders with private enterprises for processing and manufacturing, then we institute a system for fixing both the value of their assets and the rate of interest 113 for the assets, and finally we intend to abolish that interest and to eliminate the economic base of the bourgeoisie. Politically and ideologically, we shall help the members of the bourgeoisie to change their class stand and viewpoint, which is a long-term undertaking. Our aim is to help them become socialist-minded people of a new type. Of course, the national bourgeoisie is our ally too, but the alliance is of a different category. To sum up, in remolding the other working people and the non-working people, the proletariat aims ultimately to eliminate classes and strata. Only in this way can we realize communism. By that time, the difference between workers and peasants and between manual and mental work will have disappeared. But this will take a considerably long time, in which many stages will have to be gone through. The nature of the contradictions in the two alliances differs. There is no antagonistic contradiction between the proletariat and the other working people, but there is an antagonistic side to the contradiction between the proletariat and the non-working people. The proletariat will overthrow the bourgeoisie, so the contradiction between them is necessarily antagonistic. Nevertheless, instead of confiscating property to change capitalist ownership, we have adopted a policy of redeeming it. So far as the peasants are concerned, we gradually guide them from private ownership to collective ownership, because the contradiction between us is not antagonistic. It will take a long time to resolve this kind of contradiction, and during the process we have to persuade and educate them, set them examples and raise their political consciousness. Similarly, it will also take a long time for manual workers and mental workers to learn from each other and draw closer and finally eliminate the disparity between them on the basis of economic growth. From this analysis it can be seen that our alliance with the intellectuals is essentially different from our alliance with the national bourgeoisie. Since the Chinese intellectuals have gone through the growth process I have described, they also have a dual character. On the one hand, they are mental workers and can serve the people. On the other, they are tied to the old society in 101 ways. It is 374 Zhou Enlai. Therefore both possible and necessary for the party and the government to adopt a policy of uniting with them, educating them, and remolding them. It is likewise both possible and necessary for the intellectuals to cast off the influence of the old society and meet the requirements of the new. That is why we say that this fundamental policy of the party and the government towards intellectuals is also a fundamental task of the intellectuals themselves. In accordance with that policy and with that task of self-remolding, the overwhelming majority of our intellectuals have been fundamentally converted, and they have made great progress over the past 12 years. In 1956 I made a report on the question of intellectuals, in which I made a preliminary analysis of their situation. At the first session of the party's 8th National Congress held in 1956, Comrade Liu Shaokai said that the intellectuals, who have changed their outlook, are now organized as a force in the service of socialism. Chairman Mao's speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people was made at a Supreme State Conference held on February 27, 1957, but it was not published until June of that year, by which time the rightists had begun to attack the party. 2 is still, that did not change his analysis. He said, most of our intellectuals have made marked progress during the last 7 years. They have shown they are in favor of the socialist system. Many are diligently studying Marxism, and some have become communists. The latter, though at present small in number, are steadily increasing. Of course, there are still some intellectuals who are skeptical about socialism or do not approve of it, but they are a minority. This estimate of intellectuals is very clear. Since 1957 the intellectuals have been tempered and tested. Particularly in the last 2 years, with the exception of a small number of reactionaries, everyone throughout the country has passed the test. On the one hand, we have scored great achievements in construction, on the other, there have been some deviations and mistakes in our work. In addition, the natural disasters in the countryside over the past 3 years have caused a reduction in the output of grain and cash crops. Industrial production in the cities has also dropped a little, and the supply of goods on the market has been insufficient. This has led to price rises and a reduction of real wages. This state of affairs will continue for a period of time. Like workers and peasants, the majority of our intellectuals have stood the test. But we cannot say that there is anyone who has no complaints about this situation. The question of intellectuals 375. Complaints are justifiable, and many people who make criticism proceed from concern, hoping that things will change for the better. There are only a few people who take pleasure in the difficulties we meet. The workers and peasants and most intellectuals love our motherland. I have read all the bulletins of the current conference on science, and I know from them that you have been working hard, overcoming difficulties in your daily life and showing great restraint even when you feel frustrated. We are deeply moved by your love for the country. That is the pride of Chinese intellectuals. The Chinese people went through years of suffering. Some people sitting here today experienced several regimes before liberation. They have seen the emancipation of the nation and the triumph of the people, they have taken part in socialist construction and weathered difficulties, and they have full confidence in the future. From your bulletins I also know that you have offered us some well-meaning criticisms, which cannot but make me happy. Thanks to some 10 years' efforts, the contingent of intellectuals has expanded. The intellectuals of the old generation have trained a number of younger ones who have become a new force in the fields of culture, education, medicine, and others. When you drink water, think of its source. We owe this achievement to the political and ideological work of the party and to the joint efforts of the intellectuals themselves. The maturity of the young people is attributable to the training the old people have given them, and this truth should be made clear to the young. It is quite easy to find fault with old intellectuals, but we should see their principal aspect, recognizing that both the old and the young have their strong points. For example, I may not speak as fluently as young people do, but I have a deeper understanding and more experience than they have. While both old and young intellectuals are required to respect each other, the young should be taught to respect the old first. Many of the old intellectuals are diligently studying Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, and some have joined the party. This is very gratifying. However, for the last 12 years, there have always been a small number of people who are skeptical about socialism or do not approve of it, and there will still be such people in future. They maintain the stand of bourgeois intellectuals and refuse to remold themselves, and some even carry on anti-socialist activities. Such people are bourgeois intellectuals or rightists. Chairman Mao once said to the leaders of democratic parties that the economic base of capitalism had been 376 Zhou Enlai destroyed. With the skin gone, to what can the hair attach itself? So the bourgeois intellectuals should not hold aloof in mid-air, but come down to the side of the proletariat and recognize the leadership of the Communist Party. That was the only way out for them. All these remarks, which were intended for certain people, were made around May Day of 1957. But in June of that year the rightists launched their attack on the party. It was necessary to counterattack, but that did not shake the party's fundamental policy and strategy towards intellectuals during the entire historical period or change the alliance of the proletariat with other working people. Some people in our party don't understand this clearly. Just as in our party, so also among intellectuals there is a left, middle, and right. The same is true of any other party or social organization. This is a law and an objective reality. The left, the middle, and the right, that is to say, the progressives, the middle-left, the roaders and the conservatives, may change into one another, the conservatives may move to a progressive or middle position and vice versa. It is not right, however, to divide people into the left, the middle, and the right as is done in some departments and organizations. No one's ideology is immutable, people tend to change their political views and positions. Different views on certain questions, particularly in the fields of science and production, should not be regarded as political or ideological deviation, still less be classified as left, middle, or right. In construction work, for instance, a high target was for some time regarded as correct and a low one as conservative. That was wrong. The present target for the output of steel is under 10 million tons, which is not conservative or right deviationist, because such a target will enable us to do solid work and serve construction better. We shall set a higher target if we can fulfill it, but if we can't, we shall set a lower one. The target, whether high or low, should not be taken as a political dividing line. Even those few intellectuals who keep to the bourgeois stand will still be included in our political alliance, and we shall still try to educate them so long as they don't carry on activities against the party and socialism. Those who take part in such activities will be treated in a different way, because they are counter-revolutionaries and violate the law. As for the rightists, we shall assign jobs to them and let them stay in the United Front. There are some rightists who are still working in the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. We shall unite the overwhelming majority of the PEO. The question of intellectuals 377. Pi. Helping those who are willing to remold and isolating those who refuse to do so. This is what we should understand about the growth process of Chinese intellectuals. The party doesn't underestimate the role of the intellectuals, and its policies are clear. The intellectuals themselves should have a clear awareness of their role. 3. How to unite with intellectuals. In his speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, Chairman Mao said the following: China needs the services of as many intellectuals as possible for the colossal task of building socialism. We should trust those who are really willing to serve the cause of socialism and should radically improve our relations with them and help them solve the problems requiring solution, so that they can give full play to their talents. Many of our comrades are not good at uniting with intellectuals. They are stiff in their attitude towards them, lack respect for their work and interfere in certain scientific and cultural matters where interference is unwarranted. We must do away with all such shortcomings. As things stand now, these words of Chairman Mao still pinpoint the weaknesses of our work and still hold true. In uniting with the intellectuals, we should act in accordance with these words. First of all, I want to discuss whether our party can lead the work in all fields. Since 1957 the party has further defined its leadership of scientific and cultural work. The intellectuals have recognized and accepted that leadership. This is a triumph of the party and the people, and it does honor to the intellectuals themselves. It must be affirmed that the party should and can lead everything. The questions now are, how is it to lead everything? And what does everything mean? These questions are being dealt with step by step. We have put forth 14 suggestions on scientific work 259 and formulated 60 articles on work in institutions of higher learning, 260 and 70 articles on industrial and mining enterprises. 26.1 We have also drafted several proposals on work in literature and art. 262. There are different ideas about how the party should exercise leadership. To deal with this question we must work out a 378 Zhou Enlai set of measures, under the leadership of the Central Committee, and solicit opinions from our friends outside the party. Now I want to talk about some questions concerning the party's leadership. First, the range of activities within the party's leadership. By the leadership of the party over everything, we mean that the party should be responsible for major principles, policies, and plans, that it should give guidance to the general work of all departments, and not that it should be in charge of every detail. As for their specific work, the party should not interfere in it. They are familiar with that work and therefore should be trusted. If they fail to do a good job of it, the party committees in the units can conduct investigations or make criticisms, which however may not all be correct. The party committees take responsibility for everything, such as distributing theater tickets or directing operas. They are bound to be too busy to pay attention to major issues. The more small powers they keep in their hands, the further removed they will be from overall authority, and the more likely they are to become bureaucratic organs bogged down in routine matters. Second, the party's leadership is not leadership by an individual party member. The party is a collective, an organization, and its leadership is organizational, not individual. How can an individual Part-Y member exercise leadership? And how can a party member in a particular unit claim that he represents the leadership of the party? In the party constitution, party members are granted no such right, and actually none of them has such ability. Young party members in particular should learn from the experienced intellectuals. When we were making revolution in Guangzhou, we were young and arrogant. So we sometimes gave arbitrary orders. This bad style of work should not be imitated. Instead, we should master Chairman Mao's good style of work, that is, making investigations and studies and acting in the light of actual conditions. No individual, no matter who he is entitled to lead everything. If I were transferred to a theatrical troupe, I would be a poor actor, although I have acted in a few plays. So how could I lead the actors? What I should do is learn from them with an open mind. When we go to the lower level units, the thing we are most afraid of is to be asked to give instructions. There are some party members who, when they are asked to give instructions, at once assume the posture of a superior and issue orders as if they were really the boss. These kinds of people are the question of intellectuals 379. Worst bureaucrats. Party members should treat people equally, only then do they deserve to be called true servants of the people, and not bureaucrats. Third, the functions and powers of party committees at higher levels should differ from those of party committees at lower levels. In a school, for example, the party's leadership means leader hip by the party committee of that school. However, there are some problems that the committee is unable to solve. It has to ask the higher committee for a decision. As for Part-Y branches, such as branches in departments, troops and workshops, their function is to guarantee the success of the work and to provide supervision, not to command. It is the heads of the administration who give orders. Fourth, the leadership of a party committee should be leadership by a collective, not by an individual party secretary. The secretary has no right to decide anything without prior discussion by the committee. Administrative matters should be dealt with by the administrative departments, and there is no need for the secretary to interfere. Fifth, laymen should lead experts only in a limited sphere. When we said before that laymen could lead experts, we meant that the secretary or the members of a party committee could provide guidance on political, ideological, and organizational aspects of the work. They do not have much professional knowledge, but they can transcend the limits of professional sphere, view the overall situation and, through collective decisions, make decisions to implement the principles and policies of the party or the directives of the party committees at a higher level. The leadership of experts by laymen does not mean that laymen should interfere in the professional work of experts, because they are really ignorant of that kind of work. Laymen can become knowledgeable through study. Even so, they must still respect the experts and value the opinions of the masses. Some comrades hold that in scientific research we must follow the mass line, not launch a mass movement. This is correct. Scientific research cannot be conducted on a crash basis or through a mass movement. On the question of how to treat intellectuals, I think there are 6 things we have to do. First, trust them. Our party should trust intellectuals because they recognize and follow its leadership and are willing to serve socialism and remold themselves. If we have faith in them, they will 38-0. Have faith in us. That's the only way we can work together on the basis of unity. Second, help them. Our party should assist intellectuals to improve their living conditions. It will be good for our work if we sincerely try to help them. Third, improve our relations with them. If we have bad relations with intellectuals, we should make them better. It is the party committees and members who should make the first move. They should not just blame intellectuals but should criticize themselves first, for self-criticism will arouse the sympathy of the intellectuals. People who have made mistakes in implementing the party's specific policies should make self-criticisms. Party members and organizations must carry out the party's policy of uniting with intellectuals. Some terms are not used appropriately in the party, and every time I see them I feel uneasy. For example, in some registers there are separate columns headed party members and masses. Actually, these 2 terms are not of the same order of ideas. The corresponding terms are party members and non-party members, because party members, including leading cadres, are part of the masses and can never place themselves above the masses. Classifying people as either party members or masses makes the former separate from and higher than the latter. The reasons we lapse into bureaucratism are that on the one hand we are bogged down in routine work and are divorced from the masses, and that on the other hand other people try to cut us off from the people. We feel bad about this. We hope that the leading comrades will strengthen their political consciousness, not place themselves outside the masses and try to avoid being cut off. Fourth, solve their problems. If we don't do that, intellectuals will feel that we are not sincere. The problems that can be solved we must solve. At present there are too many problems for us to deal with all at once. The Conference on Science has issued nearly 50 bulletins, and some problems raised in them cannot be solved right away. However, we should bear these problems in mind and try to find solutions for them step by step. Fifth, admit that we have made mistakes in the past. During the conferences some correct criticisms have been made of the relations between party members and non-party people, between the leaders and the led and between superiors and subordinates and also of the poor cooperation between various departments. Leading cadres at the question of intellectuals 381. All levels should honestly acknowledge their errors and act in accordance with the principle of correcting mistakes if you have made any and guarding against them if you have not. Those who have criticized people wrongly, excessively, or too often should apologize to the persons concerned. I have made an apology in the party. And now I shall take this opportunity to make a general apology. Sixth, put our errors right after acknowledging them. It is empty talk to acknowledge an error but never correct it. Real action must be taken to remedy all the mistakes made by the party and the government. We must do a good job in these 6 respects. 4. Self-remolding of intellectuals. 1. Everyone, including party member S, should remold himself. But the remolding varies in degree and nature. The remolding of the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and had elements is compulsory. This is different from the remolding of the people, which is carried out through work, production, and study. The remolding of the people varies from case to case only in degree, not in nature. Those who are tainted with more old ideas will need to devote more energy to the task. The purpose is to get rid of bad influences. 2. Ideological remolding is a long-term task. It will take time. For intellectuals to change their bourgeois world outlook into a proletarian one. First they love their country, then they are willing to serve socialist construction, and last they accept the leadership of the party and gradually change their old stand and ideology. Even those comrades who have long been tempered within the party may not have a firm proletarian world outlook yet. 3. The remolding should be voluntary. The degree of self-remolding depends mainly on the degree of the person's willingness. 4. The remolding must not be conducted roughly, but in the manner of a gentle breeze and a mild rain. Only thus will the intellectuals be easy in their minds and willing to learn. To educate them we should not lecture at them in large classes, which they detest, but have heart-to-heart talks with them individually. 5. In the course of remolding, we should help and learn from each other. There is no one whose job it is to remold others. AC 382. Actually, those who consider themselves leaders or remolders need to remold themselves first. We should loudly appeal to them, please remold yourselves first. No communist is perfect in every way and knows everything. There is a limit to one's life, but no limit to acquiring knowledge. One cannot complete the tasks of learning and self-remolding in a lifetime. To help intellectuals, party members should first learn from their strong points. 6. There has never been anyone in the world who had no shortcomings. And there never will be. Contradictions always exist in everything, and it is contradictions that promote the development of things. If things stop developing, they perish. The aim of self-remolding is to make progress, so it is an honorable thing. Now you feel aggrieved, and this is our fault because we haven't done our work well and given you enough help. We shall try to remedy this. Chairman Mao has said that our aim is to create a political situation in which we have both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. In scientific, literary, and artistic fields, it is the achievements that have been primary. I hope that our work in these fields will constantly improve so that we may score even greater successes. Readjustment of the national economy and our current tasks. March 28, 1962. During the second half of 1960, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party advanced a fundamental policy for the development of the national economy. It is a policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling in gaps and raising standards, with emphasis on readjustment. Under present circumstances, this policy is the one best suited to implementing the party's general line for socialist construction, 263, which is to go all out, aim high and achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results. It is a forward-looking policy that takes into consideration not only the current specific circumstances but also the nation's long-term interests. It covers the readjustment of a wide range of relationships. Chief among these are the relations between agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry, between production and capital construction, between economic growth and the development of culture, education, and national defense, between accumulation and consumption, and between financial resources, credits and supplies of materials. This policy also calls upon economic, cultural, and educational departments to carry out necessary readjustments within their own establishments. After a period of enormous development, it is essential for us to make an all-round readjustment of our socialist construction. Imbalances have occurred in many areas during the rapid progress of the past few years. In order to correct these imbalances, consolidate our achievements and pave the way for further vigorous development, we need to spend a long time, several years, perhaps, making a wide-ranging readjustment of the economy by taking measures to TL of the PARTEN tightly DTHEDOMSTIC situation and ARTA SKS in Zhou Enlai SREPORTONTHEWORKOFTHE go v earn me and TDE delivered at THE third SS ion of THESE condominium national PEOPLESC Congress 383 38-4 AC high EVA balanced development in ALL fields and working out proper arrangements for all kinds of undertakings. The central task in our current efforts to readjust the economy is to revitalize and expand agricultural production. The decline in agricultural production is the chief factor responsible for the imbalances in the economy. Unless we revitalize and develop agriculture, there can be no proportionate economic development. Experience over the years has fully demonstrated that in our country, the development of the economy must be based on agriculture, with industry playing the leading role. Vast areas of the country are devoted to agriculture and still the production level has remained very low. Under these circumstances, industrial development is sure to be held back by the weakness of agriculture. In other words, industry cannot develop beyond the possibilities provided by agriculture in terms of necessary supplies of marketable grain, industrial raw materials and other kinds of farm and sideline products. Nor can industrial enterprises recruit too much of the labor force that is needed by agriculture. Only when agricultural production has attained a high level will conditions be favorable for the development of industry. For this reason, we should fully arouse the peasants' enthusiasm for production, improve farming conditions, invest more funds in agriculture and call on various quarters, especially departments of heavy industry, to provide agricultural production with more effective aid. These measures will stimulate agricultural productivity, resulting in a steady increase in output. To this end, we must act in accordance with Chairman Mao's instructions, place agriculture at the top of the agenda in our drive to develop the economy and draw up economic programs in the following order of priority: agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. Heavy industry must provide agriculture with an increasing supply of farm implements, machinery, chemical fertilizers, lumber and fuel to enhance productivity. In this way, agriculture will be able to provide industrial enterprises and urban residents with more and more grain, raw materials, and other farm and side-line products. Departments of light industry should do their best to provide increasing amounts of daily necessities to people in rural areas, thereby promoting economic exchange between town and country, improving the daily life of both urban and rural populations and helping increase the state's financial accumulation for construction purposes. Readjust the economy and current tasks 385. In the few years since 1958 we have made great strides in heavy industry. This is very encouraging to us all. However, there are significant imbalances between different sectors of heavy industry. During the current readjustment of the economy, efforts must be made to restore and boost agricultural production, to ensure a corresponding development of light industry and to achieve a desirable ratio between various sectors and enterprises in heavy industry. To this end, it is imperative to slow down the growth rate of heavy industry and to substantially reduce some of its production quotas. This is a matter of plain necessity. The reasons are as follows. If heavy industry continued to develop at the same high speed as in recent years, it would inevitably hinder the normal growth of both agriculture and light industry. Not only would the people's everyday life be affected, but heavy industry itself would have difficulty sustaining that rate of growth. Huge efforts are needed to remedy the imbalances in heavy industry. Unless we lower the extraordinarily high production targets, we shall be unable to revitalize its weak sectors. The output of some types of products must be reduced in order to improve quality and increase variety. Better quality and greater variety will be of more value, even though production quotas are cut back. The production of rolled steel is a case in point. One of our major tasks right now is to repair facilities and equipment in various sectors of the economy that are badly in need of maintenance. To accomplish this, we have to reduce the output of certain products, so we can divert some materials and production capacity to the production of machine parts, fittings, and spare parts. To sum up, by lowering the production targets in heavy industry for a certain period of time, we hope to make best use of the production capacity now available and thus to ensure the smooth long-term progress of the economy as a whole. In the past few years we have launched a large number of construction projects. Some of them have been completed or partially completed, others are still under construction and still others have been suspended. Many of the completed or partially completed projects are uncoordinated or lack complete equipment and facilities or raw and semi-finished materials. It will take a long time and an enormous amount of work before these projects can operate at full steam. With very few exceptions, therefore, no more projects should be launched at present. Furthermore, we need to re-examine, one by one, all the projects still under construction, stopping some and post. 38.6. Pondering others as necessary. In this way we hope to concentrate resources on the most essential projects and bring those that are already completed or partially completed into full operation by providing them with the indispensable equipment and facilities they still do not have. These are the guidelines we should follow in planning capital construction projects in the next few years. This represents an important part of our effort to readjust the economy. Along with the readjustment of agricultural and industrial production and of capital construction, a series of corresponding readjustments must be made in the fields of commerce, finance, banking, culture, and education. The work we have done in readjusting the economy since 1960 may be summed up as follows. In agriculture. In the second half of 1960, in addition to our great efforts to improve the work of rural people's communes, we adopted effective measures to strengthen farm production. In 1961 we continued our efforts in this direction and mobilized about 10 million urban residents to go to the rural areas. The great majority of these people were former villagers who had moved to the cities during the past few years. Their return to the countryside has helped reinforce the agricultural front. The implementation of the 60-article regulations on work in the rural people's communes 264 and the designation of the production team as the basic accounting unit of the people's commune have greatly enhanced the peasants' enthusiasm for production, and things are beginning to pick up in the countryside. Despite a poor summer harvest due to natural disasters, total grain output in 1961 was still higher than in the previous year. In many localities the number of poultry and livestock ts now increasing. In industry, readjustment was started in 1961. That year we substantially reduced the production quotas of heavy industry and cut back on capital construction. In the meantime, we worked hard to increase production of daily necessities and to bring the handicraft cooperatives back to normal operation. The draft regulations drawn up by the Central Committee for State-Owned Industrial Enterprises and for the Handicraft Industry 265 are important for improving the management of industrial enterprises and raising handicraft production. The decline in industrial production has, on the whole, come to a halt. Some enterprises are beginning to have a stable output. Readjust the economy and current tasks 387. While others are starting to increase production, turning out products of greater variety and better quality. In recent years the number of production workers and office staff has increased substantially. More opportunities for employment have brought higher incomes to many families. However, the increase in the number of workers and urban residents and in the total national payroll has been too rapid, and there has been a marked decrease in the output of agriculture and light industry. Consequently, for commercial goods there is a disparity between supply and demand, with shortages in both rural areas and cities. This has meant a decline in workers' real wages and created hardships for the people. The state commercial establishments and other departments concerned have done much to relieve the scarcity of commercial goods. They have bought large quantities of farm and sideline products and manufactured items for daily use and have promoted the flow of some daily necessities into regions affected by natural disasters. To ensure the availability of certain commodities for the market, they have curtailed the group purchasing power of enterprises, institutions, government offices, public organizations, schools, and army units. Thanks to these efforts, a certain amount of the most essential items, including grain, vegetables, edible oil, salt, and coal, has been basically guaranteed to all residents of cities and towns on a rationed basis. As a whole, prices for the rationed goods have remained stable. In view of the 3 consecutive years of natural disasters, we cut back the amounts of grain purchased in 1960 and 1961. In addition, in 1961 we imported 5 million tons of grain from world markets. We all know that until last year, we had never imported grain since liberation. Indeed, we exported a certain amount every year. For the time being it is necessary for us to import some grain, but we should try our best to do without it as soon as possible. Beginning in the winter of 1960, rural trade fairs were opened in many regions under proper planning and guidance. These fairs have played a positive role in stimulating farm and sideline production, thus enlivening the rural economy. The authorities of many regions are now analyzing the recent experience with regard to rural trade fairs, with a view to improving their management. In 1961 supply and marketing cooperatives began to resume operation in many rural areas. Also in 1961 state-owned stores in the cities, in addition to offering goods at normal prices, began selling a few varieties of con. 388. Confectionery and pastries at higher prices. This was a temporary measure due to the scarcity of supplies and the great disparity between the amount of goods available and the people's buying power. While making these readjustments in different sectors of the economy, we have also made necessary readjustments in educational, cultural, and scientific undertakings, including a reduction of their development targets. In the fields of scientific research and higher education we have put into effect, on a trial basis, a draft program of 14 articles on the work of natural science research institutions, 259, and also a set of provisional regulations for universities and colleges directly under the Ministry of Education. 260. Work in these fields has begun to improve. It should be noted that we have gradually come to have a better understanding of the process of readjustment. Since the Central Committee decided on the policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling in gaps and raising standards, the government has done a great deal to implement it. However, in some cases, we have failed to carry out readjustment in all fields of endeavor. We have been slow to withdraw funds from projects that must be cut back and to provide adequate assistance to those that need to be strengthened. Now, after a period of practice, we have acquired a clearer understanding of the need for readjustment and of the steps that should be taken to accomplish it. This year, 1962, we should take more effective action to readjust the entire economy and to rearrange our priorities in the order of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. In this way we shall be able to concentrate on gradually solving the people's most urgent problems of food and clothing and to establish a new equilibrium between various sectors of the economy. Of course, this does not mean that all the work of readjustment can be completed this year. It should remain our chief task in the economic sphere for the next few years. But successful work done this year will lay a solid base for future readjustment, enabling us to complete the job in a relatively short time. In this sense, 1962 is a year of decisive importance for the readjustment of the economy. As soon as the State Planning Commission learned that the production quotas for major industrial products set in the second five-year plan for fulfillment in 1962 had already been fulfilled in 1960, it started to revise the plans for the last 2 years of the period. But for several reasons, because of the natural disasters that struck over. Readjust the economy and current tasks. 389. Wide areas in 1961. Because many new problems cropped up as we went along and because we do not yet have a clear understanding of the new circumstances we are confronting and need to study them further, the readjustment of the annual plans for the last 2 years of the second 5-year plan period has not yet been completed. The State Council therefore asks the National People's Congress if, when that work is finished, it may submit the 2 plans, along with proposed budgets, to the Standing Committee of the Congress, which the Congress would authorize to examine and approve the revised plans. Now I should like to examine the tasks involved in the readjustment. They are to be undertaken this year, and some of them will be carried over to succeeding years. To make a successful readjustment of the economy this year, the State Council calls on the cadres of all government offices and administrative departments to carry out intensive studies and investigations, to gain a clearer understanding of the current problems and circumstances and to work hard under the unified leadership of the central authorities and in conformity with the Central Committee's guidelines and policies. In particular, they should strive for increased production at lower cost, simpler and more efficient administration, a stabilized market and a greater supply of goods. To be specific, our 10 major tasks are as follows. First, to increase agricultural production, especially production of grain, cotton, and oil-yielding crops. In 1961 agriculture began to recover, but the recovery has been uneven in different parts of the country. In some places production has been on the rise and in most areas it has remained steady, while in the areas hardest hit by natural disasters it is still very low. Judging by the present circumstances, it will take enormous effort to bring farm production in most parts of the country back to the highest level previously attained. We must do our utmost to ensure a reasonably good harvest in the current year. In revitalizing and expanding agricultural production we should give first priority to grain. With plentiful grain supplies we shall be able to resume planting cash crops soon, to breed and feed more farm animals and to develop poultry raising and animal husbandry. Increased production of grain must be coupled with a corresponding increase in the acreage planted to cotton, oil-yielding crops, and other. 390. Cash crops, so that with annual increases in production more and more supplies of daily necessities, including cotton cloth and edible oil, will be available for the urban and rural populations. It is very important to rationally allocate farmland for the cultivation of different crops and make the best use of manpower and farm animals. In planning these matters, local governments at all levels and leading members of rural people's communes should consult the production teams for their opinions. The rural communes and their subdivisions, the production brigades and teams, should continue to abide by the revised draft regulations for work in rural people's communes, including the provision that the production team is to be the basic accounting unit, so as to stimulate the peasants' enthusiasm for production. They should bring all arable land under cultivation, including the SCA tiered strips and tiny plots, so as to ensure a larger harvest. To raise per-unit yield they should concentrate on building water conservancy projects, collecting farm manure, selecting fine seeds, repairing both small and medium-sized farm implements, improving field management, preventing plant diseases and eliminating pests. They must do a good job in livestock breeding and in the prevention and cure of animal diseases. Cadres of the people's communes, whatever their rank, should know how to guide production correctly. When adopting measures to increase production, the Y should first of all consider local conditions and draw on local people's experience. The state farms should improve their management, practice strict economic accounting, work hard to achieve higher productivity and to make a greater percentage of their farm produce and livestock products available as commodities and strive to fulfill or overfulfill the quotas assigned to them under the state plan. We should pay attention to the preservation of woods and forests and make great efforts to plant more trees and create more forests. We should also develop animal husbandry and fishery. Governments at all levels should mobilize resources from different quarters to help agriculture. First and foremost, they should do everything possible to ensure an adequate supply of badly needed means of production, especially those that are essential for the manufacture and repair of small and medium-sized farm implements, for the manufacture and maintenance of trucks and boats and for the production of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Readjust the economy and see urgent tasks 391. All local governments should not only make arrangements for the purchase of farm produce, but should also adopt necessary measures to take good care of people's everyday life. Second, to draw up appropriate plans for both light and heavy industry and produce the maximum possible of daily necessities. In order to satisfy the everyday needs of urban and rural people, to expand commercial exchange between cities and the countryside and to increase market supplies, when drawing up plans for industrial production we need to give priority to daily necessities. It goes without saying that light industry and handicraft industry should turn out increasing quantities of daily necessities. But wherever conditions permit, departments of heavy industry should also do their best to increase production of those articles of daily use that are most in demand. In view of the shortage of raw materials provided by agriculture for the production of daily necessities, we should encourage the use of materials provided by heavy industry. When it comes to the distribution of raw and semi-finished materials that are needed by both light and heavy industry, first consideration should be given to the needs of light industry. The administrative departments in charge of light industry and handicraft production must see to it that in distributing materials priority is given to enterprises that turn out a variety of products of good quality and with lower consumption of materials. All enterprises, whether in light, heavy, or handicraft industries, must practice economy and do everything possible to turn out more and better products, while consuming smaller amounts of raw and semi-finished materials. All waste gases and other residues that can still be utilized should be recycled. The most important tasks now facing departments of heavy industry is to provide agriculture with a steady supply of the means of production and an increasing amount of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, small and medium-sized farm implements and machines of different sorts that perform well and are suited to local requirements. At the same time, the heavy industry departments should provide light industry with more and more raw and semi-finished materials. They should do everything in their power to increase the production of those raw materials, semi-finished materials, and fuels that are currently in short supply. The Y should also take into consideration the need of various sectors of the economy to have, and to maintain, complete sets of facilities and equipment, and should plan accordingly. 392. For the production of urgently needed items, such as reserve machine tools, accessories, and spare parts, as well as the necessary principal and auxiliary machinery. Departments of heavy industry should readjust production in accordance with the tasks just mentioned and with the practical possibilities. They should reduce the quotas of products which are not in urgent demand or for which there are not enough raw and semi-finished materials. Enterprises that are producing such products should be reduced in size or merged with others. On the other hand, the departments of heavy industry need to increase the output of products which are in short supply and for which there is great demand in various sectors of society. To ensure a steady and adequate supply of coal and lumber, they must make sure that the necessary materials, equipment, and funds are available for their production. In carrying out readjustments, enterprises in heavy industry should try to fill gaps and make up deficiencies in their production capacity. All industrial departments should organize the production of materials and equipment needed for national defense projects. An important task in industry in 1962 is for the enterprises to improve their management by putting into effect the draft regulations on work in state-owned enterprises. All industrial enterprises are required to improve the system of responsibility, technological control, and business accounting and guarantee safety in the workplace so as to achieve better quality and greater variety of products, higher productivity and lower production costs. The transport departments should make further efforts to ensure good order in all forms of transport and to improve short-distance transport services. They should also undertake the maintenance of all motor vehicles, ships, railways, highways, and waterways. Third, to make further cuts in capital construction. At present we are still engaged in too much capital construction, and that hampers our efforts to readjust the economy. We are now planning to cancel some more of the capital construction projects that are not of immediate importance. This will enable us not only to save materials, facilities, and manpower for use in other areas where they are badly needed, especially in agricultural production, but also to concentrate our resources on the most important projects, so as to place them in operation as soon as possible. Our capital construction has become overextended because we have not kept tight control over planning and budgeting. This is a readjust the economy and current tasks 393. Lesson to remember. From now on, all such projects and the investment involved must be included in the state plans. All such projects must be examined and approved by government authorities at proper levels and according to the procedures prescribed by the state. Otherwise, they must not be undertaken. As for projects that have been included in the state plans, leading authorities of the various departments and localities should make a list of them according to the order of their importance and the availability of the necessary equipment and technicians, so as to make sure these projects are completed on schedule and are up to required standards. During the past 2 years we have already stopped the building of a number of capital construction projects. This year we are going to suspend some more. Suspending projects that are already under construction will result in some losses, but the loss will be even greater if we don't bring them to a halt, and that will mean a wide dispersion of our financial and material resources and make it difficult for many major projects to go into early operation and provide good returns on the investment. All projects whose construction has been suspended must be placed under strict protection so as to prevent damage. As for the surplus materials and equipment that are left over from suspended projects, they must be allocated to other fields in accordance with uniform state plans. Fourth, to reduce the population of cities and towns and to cut back the number of office and manual workers. An important aspect of readjusting the economy is to reduce the urban population and to cut back the number of office and manual workers. At present it is hard for agriculture to provide enough marketable grain and other farm produce to feed the residents of cities and towns, which are still somewhat overpopulated. Now that the targets for industrial production and for capital construction projects have been lowered, there is a surplus of both office and manual workers. Moreover, many government departments, enterprises, and institutions are still overstaffed and have cumbersome administrative structures. To bring about a change, we are now drawing up plans for further reducing the urban population and for cutting back office and manual workers in 1962. Encouraging city and town residents, including office and manual workers, especially those who are originally from the countryside, to return to rural areas and participate in agricultural production will not only reinforce the agricultural front and help urban enterprises. 394. To improve Jabur productivity and government departments to enhance efficiency, but will also help to ease the difficulties of supply for cities and to reduce state expenditures. Leading authorities of departments and enterprises must make proper arrangements and conduct a successful mobilization drive. Cities, towns, and villages should cooperate closely so as to ensure satisfactory employment opportunities for those who are returning to rural areas. It is our hope that these returning office and manual workers will take up their honorable posts in farm production and rural construction, thereby making new contributions to the country. Because they have not put the interests of the nation above all else, leading members of certain enterprises and departments have not yet completely made up their minds to cut back office and manual workers. They want to hold on to all their personnel, who, they suppose, will be of use at some future date. This is not a correct way of thinking. Of course, they need to keep on those technicians who form the backbone of their enterprises. But they should persuade those for whom no suitable jobs are currently available to return to the countryside, where their services are badly needed. In the future, when enterprises may have a shortage of technical personnel, they can call back the SE workers to join once again in industrial production. In cities and towns, and also in densely populated villages, efforts should be made to conduct propaganda for birth control. Fifth, to make a detailed inventory of warehouse stocks and check up on unused materials and funds. The current shortage of materials has caused a good deal of trouble in production, in construction, and in people's everyday lives. On the other hand, many localities, departments, enterprises, and institutions have long kept on hand large quantities of materials which, although they belong to the people as a whole, cannot be put to profitable uses under unified planning. To remedy this irrational situation, the State Council has called for a nationwide inventory of warehouse stocks and for redistribution of materials. All enterprises, institutions, government offices, schools, and army units should make a detailed list of all materials they now have in storage. After being inventoried, the surplus materials are to be reallocated by the responsible departments to new uses according to unified state regulations. As required by the current circumstances, the state financial departments should also check up on the working funds now in the possession of enterprises and ask them to hand in all their surplus funds. Readjust the economy and see urgent tasks 39.5. To the State Treasury. With the adoption of these measures, idle funds and materials can be put to good use and allocated to places where they are badly needed in the current drive for readjustments. Preliminary statistics indicate that more than 1 million tons of rolled steel alone have long lain idle in warehouses. All kinds of materials that have been stockpiled for a long time can be of use if the Y are allocated under a unified plan. Sixth, to improve market supplies, government, commercial departments and businesses have a very important role to play in maintaining a stable market. Their main task in 1962 is to improve market supplies by purchasing and distributing commodities and increasing the exchange of goods between urban and rural areas. When buying farm and sideline products and materials that belong to the third category, 266 state commercial enterprises and cooperative stores must bear in mind the interests of the state, the collective and the individual, fix a proper ratio between the amount they purchase and the amount kept by the producer, and improve the purchase procedures. State firms should make prompt purchases of those manufactured products that are essential for people's daily lives and distribute them for sale according to state rules and regulations. To ensure a more plentiful supply of manufactured products, state firms may place orders with manufacturers for the production or processing of certain commodities, providing them with necessary materials, and cooperative stores may place orders with handicraft workshops for the same purpose. With the present shortage of commodities, it is very important to distribute them rationally. State commercial departments should undertake to provide the rural areas with increasing amounts of manufactured goods suited to local needs. In the distribution of goods that are much wanted by the peasants for production and for daily use, preferential consideration should be given to the rural areas. This will help boost agricultural production, which, in turn, will provide the urban population with more farm and sideline products to satisfy their daily needs. The methods of commodity distribution in the cities also need to be improved. To provide the markets with more commodities, it is essential to cut back group purchases. This means that enterprises, institutions, government offices, public organizations, schools, and army units should further reduce their administrative and other expenses. 396 Zhou Enlai. To meet the needs of industrial enterprises for materials and to spare them the trouble of having to barter among themselves or to send out too many purchasing agents, the State Council has decided that some specialized companies should resume or improve their operations and take the overall charge of distributing particular types of materials and goods, including especially those in the third category. All state firms and all supply and marketing cooperatives, consumers cooperatives, and cooperative stores should accept the people's supervision and do their business conscientiously to improve the people's lives, both in town and country, and to promote agricultural and industrial production. Commodities must without exception be sold through normal channels. Resolute measures should be taken to prevent or stop commercial dealings conducted through the back door. State-owned businesses should take pains to improve their management and to exercise effective control over the markets, so that supply and marketing cooperatives in rural areas and consumers cooperatives and cooperative stores in cities can play the part assigned to them. This year state firms will be required to transfer a certain number of their personnel, including those who were formerly small traders and peddlers, to the cooperative stores, making sure that they are properly placed. Both commercial and tax departments have the duty to strengthen their administration of rural trade fairs and to combat speculation and profiteering. Seventh, to strive to fulfill foreign trade quotas, repay foreign debts and honor our international obligations. Soon after the founding of the People's Republic, the Soviet Union provided us with loans, which played a significant part in our socialist construction. The greater part of these loans have already been liquidated, only a small percentage remaining unpaid. In recent years, however, we have again run into debt in our trade with the Soviet Union and the socialist countries of East Europe. We shall try to clear up these foreign debts in the next few years, and we shall continue to expand mutual assistance and cooperation with the fraternal countries. At the same time we shall promote trade with capitalist countries on the principle of equality and mutual benefit. When conditions permit, the Chinese people, who have fought a victorious revolution and are now working for socialist readjust the economy and current tasks 397. Should offer assistance to fraternal countries and countries striving for national liberation. This is an international obligation we cannot shirk. As a matter of fact, while we have been helping these countries, they have been helping us as well. Although the assistance we have given them has been rather inadequate, it has proved very welcome. And their success in building up their own countries and their strengthened capacity to resist the imperialist powers are of tremendous support to our socialist construction. To be able to repay our foreign debts according to schedule, to honor international obligations which we must and can undertake, and to import certain necessary goods, we must do our best to export a proportion of our industrial and farm products, even though they are in short supply at home. All localities and all departments concerned should do everything in their power to fulfill the state-assigned quotas for production and purchase of goods for export on time and with guaranteed quality and quantity. 8th, to improve our performance in culture, education, scientific research, public health, and other fields. To keep pace with economic development, institutions in the fields of culture, education, scientific research, public health, and so forth should also put into effect the policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling in gaps and raising standards, with emphasis on readjustment, and draw up their work plans accordingly. In 1962, schools at all levels should work hard to improve the quality of instruction. Wherever conditions permit, all institutions of higher learning throughout the country must put into practice, on a trial basis, the draft provisional regulations for universities and colleges directly under the Ministry of Education. Scientific research departments should readjust existing research institutes and their staff, reinforce key institutes and increase cooperation between institutes specializing in different subjects. As for the departments of public health, their major tasks are to provide better medical service, to adopt more effective measures for the prevention of disease, and to increase the production of both Western and traditional Chinese medicines so as to ensure an increased supply in cities and in the countryside. Proper readjustments are also necessary in the fields of literature and art, the press, publishing, radio, and sports to improve their quality so that they will be able to contribute more to the country's construction and to the people's well-being. 398. 9th, to economize on expenditures and increase revenues, to keep control over the use of cash and to ensure a balance between income and outgo. One of the major tasks now confronting the government is to ensure a balance between revenue and expenditure as well as a balance of credit. All economic departments and enterprises should exercise better management, improve their business accounting and financial administration, and cut costs of production and of commodity distribution so as to increase income and reduce expenditure as much as possible. Drastic measures are required to stop the careless use of cash. Enterprises, institutions, government offices, and public organizations must strictly observe state regulations regarding the use of cash and credit and the management of all financial matters. Enterprises should repay bank loans according to schedule. Their working funds should be used solely for production and commodity distribution, and not for capital construction, for making up deficits or for other purposes. Enterprises operating in the red should eliminate their deficits without delay. Financial and banking departments should intensify their supervision in all areas relating to the economy. All departments and localities and all enterprises, institutions, government offices, and public organizations should continue making determined efforts to build the country through thrift and hard work, opposing extravagance and waste and economizing on spending. 10th, to further improve planning. To meet the needs of the current readjustment of the economy, the State Council has instructed government planning bodies at all levels to shift the focus of their attention from industry, transport, and communications to agriculture and the market, and to draw up economic plans in the light of the specific tasks of readjustment, giving priority to agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry in that order. When drawing up state plans, government planning bodies must first conduct systematic surveys, secure accurate data, and collect the draft programs worked out by different departments and localities. They should then make careful calculations, without leaving any gaps, and make sure there is an overall balance in the plans, so that targets are realistic, unforeseen circumstances are provided for, and necessary resources are kept in reserve. Readjust the economy and current tasks. 399. In formulating plans, we should follow the mass line, which means listening to the opinions of the masses and consulting the experts, including scientists, for their views and proposals. All departments and localities should promptly provide the State Planning Commission with truthful information and statistics. In addition, they should try to identify key problems and draw up plans on a reliable basis. In this way, they will help the State Planning Commission to prepare workable plans. Once the state plans have been decided upon, steps should be taken to ensure that they are fulfilled. They are not to be altered without justification. The execution of state plans must be rigorously supervised. Readjustment of the economy is a very difficult task. There are still quite a lot of problems in our economy. Supplies of food, clothing, and other daily necessities are still insufficient for the people's consumption. It will take a period of hard work to bring about a fundamental change in this situation. Moreover, we may come across many fresh difficulties in the course of the current readjustment. We must take all this into full account. But the hard-working, courageous Chinese people have never been intimidated by difficulties of any kind. And today we have many advantages on our side. These advantages can be summed up as follows. 1. We have a strong worker-peasant alliance led by the Communist Party, and also a broad People's Democratic United Front based on that alliance. People of all nationalities throughout the country are cooperating closely with the party and the government. This provides the greatest guarantee of success in our struggle against difficulties. 2. We have developed and perfected the party's general line for socialist construction, which will help greatly to achieve unanimity of thinking and unity of action with regard to socialist construction. 3. The multitudes of our cadres and people have made great efforts during the past few years and have therefore accumulated a wealth of experience, both positive and negative. This experience will give us a deeper understanding of the objective laws governing the building of socialism, which will enable us to do our work better in future. 4. The increase in agricultural production is opening up good prospects in the rural areas. This upturn will make it much easier for us to overcome the current difficulties, to revitalize the entire economy and to further consolidate the worker-peasant alliance. 40 Zhou Enlai. 5. The past few years have witnessed an expansion of our industrial capacity and an increase in farmland construction and water conservancy projects, all of which are playing an ever greater role in the development of production. This provides substantial material support for our efforts to overcome difficulties. If we turn all these advantages to best account, rely on the masses, consult them in our work and arouse their enthusiasm and initiative in production, there is no doubt we can gradually surmount the difficulties now facing us and succeed in readjusting the economy. New development of the People's Democratic United Front. April 18, 1962. Today I should like to talk about the development of our People's Democratic United Front and the new tasks confronting it. The United Front has scored successes not only in the nationwide New Democratic Revolution but also during the socialist transformation. Now it is facing a great mission of socialist construction. The new tasks confronting it will mean a new development of this organization, this force. At a meeting of the current session of the National People's Congress the day before yesterday, I said that a process of cognition was always required to grasp the development of a thing, and that the United Front was no exception. In the period of the new democratic revolution, the United Front went through the stages of establishment, expansion, contraction, and re-expansion, until the revolution succeeded. After the triumph of the revolution, it helped to mobilize all possible forces in society to participate in socialist transformation, which, as a result, was conducted smoothly and rapidly. Now that we are in the period of socialist construction, the work of the People's Democratic United Front becomes heavier. It has to undertake new tasks. It is the party's principles and policies, not individual persons, that play the leading role. Individual persons are all equal. In terms of work, they are all the servants of the people and should exchange views on an equal basis. No one of them can claim to be the leadership. Divorced from the collective, an individual person cannot exercise leadership. His personal views must not be taken as policies. And when his views are accepted and incorporated into policies, they become the views of the collective leadership. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a person's views, including the ones I have expressed here today, are just his personal views. It cannot be said that every paragraph of the speech I am making has been discussed collectively by the Central Committee. Of course, some of these ideas have been discussed, but others are my own opinions, which should be taken only as my personal suggestions for you to consider. Party members are therefore required first to draw this line of demarcation clearly. In our personal contacts with members of the CPPCC, nobody is either the leader or the led, because it is only leading bodies and 406 party policies that represent leadership. If we don't understand it this way, democratic life and a democratic atmosphere will be out of the question, and a barrier, a mental wall that has never existed before, will appear between us, blocking the implementation of democratic centralism. Next, to ensure democratic practice, party members are expected to make friends with non-party people. Since we have expanded the United Front led by the party, we party members should collect the opinions of non-party people and submit them to the party's leading bodies. To do this, we have to maintain contact with friends outside the party and hear views different from our own. Party members themselves will differ on a given question, but because of our identical working environment and political life, our views tend to be fairly close and will not always reflect a variety of opinions. Only by soliciting opinions from various quarters can we get a whole picture. Likewise, only by hearing the opinions of party members can our friends outside the party see things in a more comprehensive way. For this reason, people inside and outside the party should seek to make friends with each other, and party members in particular should take the initiative. Every party member is expected to have constant contact with a few non-party friends. By this I mean that he should either make more friends or maintain regular contacts with old ones, friends who can let us know what other people are thinking and who are not afraid to criticize us. Vice Premier Chen Yi said yesterday that we should have some friends who are severe with us, that is, who dare to disagree with us and to criticize our shortcomings. When we are accustomed to this, we shall no longer regard them as severe critics but as true friends. Only by asking for different opinions can we communists find out what people in other sectors of society think. The various opinions may not all be correct, but you can't compare them unless you know what they are. It is even more important for us to pay heed to the valuable opinions of the masses, that is, of the people engaged in production in communes, factories, and other grassroots organizations, and of the people working in schools. Being members of the CPPCC, we communists should pay particular attention to things and people we are not familiar with. It will be a weakness on our part if we don't know much about them. Only when we get in touch with them can we get to know them, understand them, and learn useful things from them. Even if some opinions are wrong or opposed to our own, we can compare them. New development of United Front 407. with ours. If we only confine ourselves in our own small circle, if we only like to hear views that are the same as ours and don't want to learn new things, we shall isolate ourselves and have less and less work to do. That's why we ask our party members to take the initiative in making friends. I hope that when you party members present here go home, you will convey what I have said to other party members working in the local political consultative conferences in your own provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions. At this session, some friends have asked that party people have closer contact with non-party people. I think this is a reasonable request and they have every right to make it, because the conference meets only once a year, and since last session we haven't seen each other for more than 12 months. So now that we have met again, these friends certainly have the right to ask for more opportunities to have heart-to-heart talks with party members and exchange views with them. In short, we communists should admit that our knowledge is limited and that there are many things we don't know. And since there is no end to the remolding process, we have to go on learning as long as we work. Unless we proceed in that spirit, we cannot make any progress. But, you might say, haven't we already remolded ourselves sufficiently? That's impossible. There is always something that needs to be changed. When we are aware of this, we shall improve ourselves. Party members should set strict demands on themselves in this regard. As the saying goes, one should be severe in criticizing oneself and gentle in criticizing others. We communists should be harder on ourselves. And I hope our non-party comrades will criticize us severely if we are wrong. In my opinion, severe criticism is helpful, and I consider those who offer it are good friends in the United Front. The purpose of making such criticism, of course, is not to attack individuals but to help us do a good job of administering the state and advancing the socialist cause. Third, the responsibility of the democratic parties. The responsibility of the democratic parties in the United Front has become heavier, not lighter. Many friends attended the recent Supreme State Conference, at which they pointed out the mistakes in our work. Chairman Liu Shaokai said that it was the Communist Party, or more exactly the Central Committee, which should be held responsible for those mistakes and that the democratic parties had little or nothing to do with them. Chairman Mao expressed the same. 408 Zhou Enlai. Opinion. Nevertheless, many friends in the democratic parties thought that they should be held partially responsible for them. I think that was a good approach, first taking responsibility on oneself. Well, what's done is done, and we have learned from our mistakes. From now on, we should try to do our work better by taking responsibility jointly. We should act in accordance with the principle of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. Democratic parties should assume their responsibilities of supervision. We have reported what we have done and made a preliminary analysis of our experience. In the years to come we shall be applying the principles and fulfilling the tasks we have approved here. And while we are doing that, the democratic parties should supervise us by making suggestions and criticisms. That's why we say that in the period of socialist transformation and construction, the responsibility of the democratic parties has become heavier, not lighter. All the democratic parties are serving socialism, and in the process they can temper themselves and their members. In those parties, just as in ours, there are always the progressive members, the middle, and the backward. All parties should therefore teach their members to serve socialism so that they will become loyal to socialism. Moreover, they should constantly encourage their members to improve themselves, so that the middle elements will change into the progressive and the backward overcome their backwardness. In addition to old members, there are always newcomers in a party, because it needs to expand. Among the newcomers too there are the progressive, the middle and the backward, so the party itself serves to promote the constant remolding and progress of its members. As the conditions of the existing classes and social strata in our country are very complicated, we should not assume that socialist transformation will be an easy job. At one stage we did think it was going to be easy. We thought that through the three major socialist transformations, we would soon create a society with ownership by the whole people and by the collective. We also thought that people's communes should be established not only in the countryside but also in the cities, that we should transform the neighborhood committees into people's communes and their members into commune members. Besides, some people believed that before long collective ownership could be changed into ownership by the whole people. As we see it now, these ideas were erroneous. Although the democratic revolution was thoroughly carried out and socialist transformation is going. New development of United Front 409. Smoothly, it is impossible for us to transform the entire society overnight in our poor country with its huge population, vast area, and many nationalities. Given such a poor economic base, we cannot quickly change the entire superstructure, and there will always be a tendency towards unevenness. Socialist transformation will be completed with the advance of socialist construction. If it will take several decades to modernize China, it will take even longer to turn China into a completely socialist society. It is then that we shall be able to move towards the higher stage of communism. We must be mentally prepared to make long-term efforts, knowing that socialist transformation will take a long time. Because in addition to the economic factors, we have to take into account many old political influences and the force of habit. Although the old things that used to dominate our society have been eliminated, the old political influences have remained, supported by the force of habit. As ideology and style of work present many more problems, it will take us even longer to transform them. The masses of the working people are by nature enthusiastic about building socialism, but they are still under the influence of old habits and old ways of thinking. So they need remolding too. And in our society there are people of different strata and different circles who need it even more. Therefore, all parties should mobilize the people they represent to take part in socialist construction and at the same time to conscientiously remold themselves. The different parties represent different groups of people. If they do more work among the people they are close to, they will greatly help to advance socialist transformation and promote its healthy development. In short, in both construction and transformation, the various parties need to cooperate with each other and to do their work in accordance with the principle of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. Fourth, the role of trade unions. The trade unions are people's organizations, working-class organizations in the United Front. As the leading class, the working class should not only educate its members but also influence other classes and strata. While strengthening its own organizations, it should help others to do the same. Now that we are faced with the task of readjustment, some workers will be assigned to other jobs before others. During this process, the trade unions should do ideological work among their members. They should operate in all departments of industry, transport, and capital construction, as well as in enterprises. 410. And institutions in other fields and in state farms, and should help them all to do a good job of increasing production and practicing economy. The workers have difficulties in their daily lives now, and it is the duty of the trade unions to ensure the supply of daily necessities and to help them solve their problems. As far as fulfilling the tasks set by the state is concerned, the trade unions' responsibilities have become much heavier and more complex, and their tasks are increasing, not decreasing. As important assistants to the party and a main force in the United Front, the trade unions should cooperate with the party and government. They should not only try to solve the problems of the workers in their daily lives but should draw these problems to the attention of the government. Also, if the central or local authorities fail to do a good job of streamlining the administrative structure, the trade unions have the right to point this out. They should play a supervisory role. Of course, this doesn't mean that they may take a stand opposite to the governments. On the contrary, by exercising supervision they assist the government in its work, and if the government's work is unsatisfactory, they should offer criticism. Since all parties supervise each other, the trade unions and other organizations should do likewise. They should regard this as an obligation and make concerted efforts to fulfill it. Fifth, role of The Youth League. The tasks of the Youth League have also become heavier. We need only take the education of students for example. At the meeting of the National People's Congress held the day before yesterday, I said that since middle schools and institutions of higher learning are going to enroll fewer new students this year, some of the graduates from primary and secondary schools will be unable to enter schools of a higher level. Under these circumstances, the Youth League can find plenty of work to do. It can help set up supplementary classes to expand continuing education, thus enabling teenagers in both urban and rural areas to study instead of wandering around. By helping them to study independently, we can train many capable people. It's not necessary for everyone to graduate from a regular college or university before finding a job in society. People who have not been to a college or university can also be employed. Among the party members of my generation, there are many specialists who have never been to any regular college or university. If that's the case with our generation, why does the next generation have to be graduates of colleges or universities or of senior middle schools? In my opinion. New development of United Front 411. Under our current economic conditions, we can't demand that. In future, everybody will be required to be a middle school graduate. But for the time being, this can't be done, so the Youth League will be expected to explain things to teenagers. It should encourage them to study on their own and should do what it can to help them. Both local governments and individuals can offer supplementary classes. An individual may give a class at home for pay, to help a few young people continue their study. This will supplement undertakings run by the state and the collective. Even certain handicraftsmen, writers, and artists who want to take in a few apprentices should be permitted to do so. We should give people the green light in this regard. In addition, last year for the first time we drafted urban people into the army with satisfactory results. So we plan to continue this practice, especially in large and medium-sized cities. The Youth League should do good propaganda in this connection. We recommend the slogan, "A good lad should join the army and make his home wherever he is posted." We should create an atmosphere in our socialist society in which all youths who have gone to school and are old enough to vote should be encouraged to sign up for the army. In particular, children of leading cadres should be the first to join, serving as an example for others to follow. And when they become servicemen, they should not ask for preferential treatment just because of their family connections. Sixth, the role of women's organizations. The Women's Federation too should assume responsibility for certain areas of work. For example, it should help conduct complementary education in urban neighborhood committees and in rural areas. Moreover, it should encourage mothers to send to the army their sons who have reached the required age. The mother in a leading cadre's family is sometimes even more reluctant than the mother in an ordinary family to let her son join the army. Although only a few mothers are like that, it is worth pointing out. The day before yesterday I mentioned that we should encourage birth control in the cities and in densely populated rural areas, and I hope that the Women's Federation will again join in this work, as it has done in the past with effective results. Seventh, the work of the Association of Industry and Commerce. The Association of Industry and Commerce now has greater responsibilities too. For one thing, we have extended for 3 more years the system of paying a fixed rate of interest for the assets of 412 Zhou Enlai. Industrialists and businessmen. 113 Until that time we shall not re-examine the question. For another, industrialists and businessmen too are facing readjustment. Among them there are members of the national bourgeoisie and certain upper petty bourgeois, such as small proprietors and small merchants and peddlers. Some of these people will return to collectively or individually owned commercial enterprises, others will remain in state enterprises and institutions, and still others, who are old, will retire. The government will make appropriate arrangements for them, and the Association of Industry and Commerce can assist in this work by making investigations and providing the government with necessary information. In view of the current situation, I think that both the national and the provincial and municipal administrations of industry and commerce should keep in closer touch with the Association of Industry and Commerce. Industrialists and businessmen should be given appropriate assignments. For example, if some of them who live with their families in the cities are not suited to work in the countryside, we should not force them to move there but should reassign them to other jobs in the cities. There are many problems of this kind. Since some industrialists and businessmen have difficulties in their daily lives, the Association of Industry and Commerce should set aside a certain portion of the fixed-rate interest paid to them as a welfare fund. If this is not enough, the government can allocate some funds too. I have discussed this problem with our revered Chen Shutong, 135, and we agree that specific measures should be worked out. As there will be more work than before, the association should do all it can to assist the government in remolding the industrialists and businessmen, mobilizing them to take part in socialist construction and making proper arrangements for their daily lives. 8th, cultural, educational, and scientific institutions. At this session most of your motions and speeches have focused on problems relating to work in these areas, and they are very important in terms of both number and content. In his speech yesterday, Comrade Chen Yi 201 responded to many of the questions you have raised, so I don't want to say any more about them now. To put it briefly, if we want to rely on our own forces in socialist construction, we must strengthen the contingent of workers in culture, education, and science by increasing their numbers, raising their quality and improving the educational system. For some time now, this work has been neglected. Henceforth it should be given more attention. Not new development of United Front 413. Only by government departments, departments of education, scientific research institutions and production units, but also by organs of the Political Consultative Conference. We should adapt the development of our cultural, educational, and scientific undertakings to the needs of economic development, stop trying merely to increase the number of such undertakings and concentrate on improving their quality and raising our scientific and technological level. And we should make sure that in the fields of culture, education, and science, the 100 flowers principle is truly followed not only with regard to form but also with regard to content. Take the Political Consultative Conference for example. Most of its vice-chairmen come from the fields of culture and education. Yesterday Comrade Chen Yi volunteered to deal with any criticisms and suggestions concerning the work in those fields. I hope all the comrades here who are in charge of scientific, cultural, and educational work will pay attention to work in these fields. As for the problem of hauling down the white flag and planting a red one in people's minds, 242 Comrade Chen Yi explained it very well yesterday. How can you haul down a white flag in people's minds and plant a red flag there? The only way a person's ideological problems can be solved is for the person himself, through studying and thinking, to gradually raise his political consciousness and remold himself. Comrade Chen Yi said yesterday that the Central Committee of the party had nothing to do with any such slogan as hauling down the white flag and planting a red one, and that it was the lower levels that had coined it. I must correct him now, for he may have forgotten something. Yesterday Comrade Zhang Jishun 269 from the Culture and Education Office under the State Council sent me a note in which he said that the slogan had appeared in a document issued by the Central Committee. Today I checked the document and found that the phrase really was there. It is therefore the Central Committee that should be held responsible for inventing it. It is a very arbitrary expression, open to several interpretations. How can you haul down the white flag overnight and plant a red one right away in the ideological realm? That is no place to plant the red flag. An offhand statement made without regard for its wording can have bad consequences. We should admit that we have made mistakes of this kind. 9th, relations among fraternal nationalities. 41 for Zhou Enlai. I have dealt with this question in my report on the work of the government. But the specific matters relating to the autonomous regions of the nationalities will be either handled by the government after the present National People's Congress or discussed by the Nationalities Group of the CPPCC. The Nationalities Committee of the National People's Congress and the Nationalities Affairs Commission of the State Council plan to hold a joint meeting to exchange views on these matters. The government will give serious consideration to those matters that are within its jurisdiction and handle them in the light of the useful opinions offered by the deputies of the fraternal nationalities. For instance, we have made many mistakes concerning the SIs of administrative organs and the cadres of fraternal nationalities, and these should be corrected. I shall say no more about the question at this session. 10th, Religions. There is a religion group R and the CPPCC. In dealing with the problem of religions we have made some mistakes, for which we have been criticized by friends in religious circles. Their criticisms are valid and deserve our attention. We often take a simplistic view of the problem of religious belief. We demand that everyone have a communist's understanding of Marxism-Leninism, that everyone have the same outlook on life and on the war. That is impossible. Ideology and understanding will change gradually, and the problems arising in this area come under the category of contradictions among the people. It will take an especially long time to solve religious problems. All we hope is that religious people will love the motherland and be willing to serve socialism and to study hard. Then their religious beliefs will not stand in the way of the solidarity and expansion of our people's democratic united front or of the country's socialist construction. Levent, Overseas China SE. Most of the overseas Chinese deputies to the current CES 10NS of the NPC and the CPPCC work on the mainland. Only a few members of the Consultative Conference work in Hong Kong and Macau, and only 2 deputies to the NPC are employed in Hong Kong. It is through the Overseas Chinese Affairs Committee of the NPC that contacts are maintained with the overseas Chinese. They fall into 2 groups, Chinese nationals living abroad, and their family members who have stayed on the mainland or have returned home to work or study. The party and government have made known their policies. New development of United Front 415. Towards them on many occasions, but some problems have arisen, such as the problems of giving proper care to the family members and of transferring returned Chinese cadres who work in the cities to the countryside. Since they have been living in the cities, we should let them stay there. Our Overseas Chinese Affairs Committee should pay attention to such problems, and the Overseas Chinese Group of the CPPCC can discuss them too. There are other areas of work that the CPPCC is involved in, but I shall not take them up here. To sum up, our political consultative conference is composed of members of many different parties and mass organizations. It is through these members that the CPPCC keeps in touch with other organizations and people throughout the country and even with Chinese nationals abroad. After this session our United Front will be further expanded and its tasks will become much heavier. If the members of the CPPCC clearly explain to the people at home the report on the work of the government adopted at the National People's Congress and our policies and tasks, I believe that we shall achieve the desired results. As People's Daily said in its editorial yesterday, we must unite in struggle and strive for new successes. We have affirmed our achievements, criticized our errors, set forth the principles for solving problems and identified the tasks before us. All this will strengthen our confidence as we proceed with construction and ensure that we can overcome the difficulties ahead. We are certain that we can indeed unite in struggle and strive for new successes. Get a clear understanding of the situation and keep the initiative in our hands. In his report to the enlarged working conference convened earlier this year by the Central Committee, 27 Degrees Comrade Liu Shaokai made an analysis of the country's domestic situation. He said that although on the whole we have come through the hardest time, we are still faced with some serious difficulties. During that conference I myself made a similar assessment. As we see it, things have remained largely the same since then. Nevertheless, there are some points which call for further explanation. What is the basis for our judgment that so far as the political and economic situation is concerned, on the whole we have come through the hardest time? Politically, the overwhelming majority of the people, of our party members and of public figures outside our party have achieved notable results in their work by upholding the 3 red banners 271 and by surmounting difficulties. Moreover, we have been closely united in the ordeals we have gone through. This is something remarkable in a time of peaceful construction. Lastly, in the past few years we have taken measures to improve our specific policies. Economically, it is true that when we first began to make big strides with the encouragement of the 3 red banners, we didn't know enough about the new tasks we were grappling with. Consequently, we made a series of blunders and mistakes, some of them serious ones involving principles. However, thanks to our efforts to learn from both negative and positive experience, we have gradually excerpt from ASPEECH at a working CONFE rents of THEC entral C omit EE of THEC hein SE communai ST party. 416. Understand the situation and keep the initiative. 417. Come to understand the laws of social development under the new circumstances. We are no longer muddle-headed, and we have a much firmer grasp of them now than we did before. People in the rural areas are working hard to overcome the difficulties caused by the 3 consecutive years of natural disasters. Except for a few regions, agricultural production in most parts of the country has stopped declining and taken an upward turn. During the past 4 years we failed to ensure an all-round balance between the targets planned for industry and for capital construction projects. The result was that while we did indeed make a great leap forward in some areas, in others we were compelled to make wide-ranging readjustments of the plans or even to order a retreat. Sometimes at the year's end we discovered that the actual production totals fell far short of the targets set at the beginning of the year. Only gradually have we gained a better understanding of the problems relating to industrial production and seized the initiative. For example, we have revised the production target S of our own accord, and there are basically no disagreements among us now about most of the figures. Just a few years ago, readjustments on such a large scale would have been inconceivable. This is an indication that we have now reached a relatively high degree of unanimity in our understanding. Judging by the overall political and economic situation, therefore, we come to the conclusion that our country has indeed come through the hardest time. If we were still confused about the situation, more serious consequences would surely follow. Although there are still some ideological influences that cloud our vision, we are now able to see the right course for future development. Why do we say that we are still faced with some serious problems? Because our subjective, erroneous way of thinking has led to a series of economic imbalances, which it will take a long time to remedy step by step. Since economic management is a very complicated job, Comrade Mao Zedong often calls on us to pay close attention to every detail of economic affairs. But what we have been doing is just the opposite. I'd say that in the past few years our economic work has been chaotic. The unfortunate consequences of this have been far-reaching and can still be felt today. Natural disasters also had grave consequences. Though we have overcome enormous difficulties, it is hard for the country to make a speedy recovery from the havoc that was wreaked on such a large scale. In some regions and departments the situation is still very bad. In some places no effective measures have yet been taken to rectify errors in work, in others there is still widespread famine. The current drive for economic readjustment has brought to light that the mistakes made by certain industrial and capital construction departments have had a series of harmful results which still affect other economic sectors. Of course, except for a few regions and departments, steps are being taken to correct the errors. To succeed in our work, we must get a clear picture of the specific circumstances, have unflinching determination and adopt the right measures. This, however, is by no means easy. First, we must have a clear picture of the specific circumstances. Comrade Mao Zedong placed particular emphasis on this when he called our attention to the importance of conducting investigations and studies. Can we say that we already have an adequate understanding of the difficulties we are facing? I think this question can be answered only after some analyses have been made. To be sure, we now have a clear idea of the right course to follow to overcome our difficulties. Last year, and also the preceding year, we took it for granted that the economic readjustment could be completed very quickly. This year, after the meeting attended by 7,000 people, Comrade Chen Yun 70 gave a talk at a conference held in the West Building of Zhongnan High. 272 Comrade Liu Shaokai also delivered a speech, in which he made a definitive assessment of the situation, an assessment with which Comrade Mao Zedong agreed. Liu pointed out that the readjustment would take a certain period of time to complete, during which efforts should be concentrated on economic recovery. We must try to bring both agriculture and industry back to normal, because both have suffered damage in terms of production capacity. In some factories, equipment and facilities are in bad repair, normal production has been disrupted, and rules and regulations have been ignored. So efforts at rehabilitation are needed. There are similar problems in the field of education. As things stand now, the readjustment will take a considerably long time. Roughly speaking, it will probably be our major task throughout the period of the third five-year plan or even longer. Most of our comrades have now come to share this view. Can we say that we already have a very clear idea of the existing difficulties? No, we can't. True, we are now aware of the course of future development and the relatively long period required for understand the situation and keep the initiative for 19. Adjustment. But specific problems are usually very complex, because they involve a multitude of factors. Very often it is only after some obvious sign of trouble appears that we realize there is a problem. There have been many instances of this. One example is the Key Water Conservancy project at Sanmengxia. We still can't make a definitive judgment about its advantages as opposed to its disadvantages. The original problem was the high content of sand and mud in the river water. But when the river is cleared of sand and mud, that creates new problems. Once free of silt, the water flows with greater speed and force, racing over its bed in the lower reaches, changing its course and threatening the dikes and dams. Another problem is that the use of clear water for irrigation purposes in areas along the upper reaches makes it difficult for the river currents to wash away the saline alkali accumulations in the soil. In short, both flooding and clear water pose problems. In ancient times our forefathers acquired much experience in dealing with these problems. But we just ignored that experience. The Sanmengxia Water Conservancy project is designed to serve a variety of purposes, including flood prevention, irrigation, generation of electricity, and transportation. Our objective in building the project is quite right, but our approach proved wrong. At the moment, not only is it impossible to generate power, but there is a serious problem of silting. This calls for major remedial actions. There are many other similar cases. So we must not take it for granted that we have already made a correct estimate of the difficulties we face. I hope the comrades from various departments and localities will bear this in mind. Comrade Liu Shaokai has asked, what's wrong with overestimating the difficulties a little? It is always helpful, never harmful, for leaders to point out difficult problems and find ways to solve them. Anyone who is afraid of difficulties or loses heart when they are pointed out to him is no Marxist. Revolution means identifying difficulties, facing them and finding ways to overcome them. It is by overcoming difficulties that the Communist Party has won victories. This is true of revolutionary wars, and it is also true of socialist transformation and socialist construction. Problems of any kind are generally complex. Earlier at this conference Comrade Yao Yilin 273 gave a talk on our price policies. He has made a careful study of TS question. Nevertheless, his proposals are only tentative. Things are very complicated, and we may run into some problems. For example, purchasing power may exceed commodity supply, there might be financial deficits and we may have difficulties withdrawing currency from circulation. New problems may also arise in the educational, political, and judicial fields. So it's better to acknowledge that we may have underestimated the difficulties. A little overestimation of difficulties will not daunt us, on the contrary, it will inspire us to unite and to surmount them by relying on the people. We feel that in the course of readjustment in the past 2 years, We often tended to underestimate the existing difficulties and to hope for better and faster results than were possible. This was true of almost all the plans and projects that came to me for approval. Do you think I myself prefer slow progress? Of course not, I want to see rapid progress too. When the massive campaign to accelerate steel production was launched just a few years ago, it was I who saw to it that all other sectors of the economy make way for steel production. Consequently, all those sectors suffered severe losses, and now we have to reverse our course, cutting back steel production to make way for them. Isn't this our own fault? Of course, there were some external factors, but we must not use them as an excuse for our failures. We failed because we allowed ourselves to get carried away. Originally, we wanted to produce an annual total of 18 million tons of steel, but we have now reduced this figure to 6 million. Anyway, no one can now claim that the original plan to produce 18 million tons of steel a year was right. But at this point it's not a question of whether or not we should regret that decision. We should blame neither heaven nor man. The important thing is to learn from our mistakes. At any rate, the desire for rapid progress reflects good intentions. In striving for quick results, however, we must also anticipate that we may have to slow down. Comrade Mao Zedong has said that so far as socialist construction is concerned, we still haven't had enough experience. There are still 11 many realms of necessity which we have not yet recognized, and it takes time to achieve the leap from the realms of necessity to the realms of freedom. The leading comrades of the party have now reached a consensus about the situation. But this alone will not help very much. We have to make our views known to large numbers of cadres and also explain them to the masses. It goes without saying that leading authorities play a decisive role. But it will take much painstaking work of persuasion to translate their ideas into the actions of the masses, for the people will only accept these ideas through their own experience. Right now, the leading comrades on the provincial party committees hold approximately the same views as we central authorities. But the views of the leading comrades at the prefectural level are not quite the same, still less at the county level, in the rural people's communes and production brigades, in the factories and mining enterprises, and in other institutions. But we must not blame the local authorities for this. As was pointed out at the meeting of 7,000, the responsibility rests with the leading authorities at the central level who initiated many erroneous programs. Of course, there are instances in which the local authorities went a little too far in carrying out the decisions of the central authorities. But more often than not, that happened as a result of the pressure exerted by departments at the central level. It will therefore take a period of painstaking effort to narrow the gap in understanding between the central and local authorities. It can't be done in a hurry. The specific measures of readjustment must be carried out in a systematic way. It is important to keep all circles well informed about new developments. Thanks to the meeting of 7,000, the 7,000 leading party cadres have gained an understanding of the need for readjustments. As for public figures outside our party, through the People's Congresses and the political consultative conferences, the Y2 have acquired a general understanding of our specific measures, although not a detailed one. It will take some time for them to understand everything thoroughly. Second, we must have unflinching determination. Do we have it now? Yes, on the whole, I think so. One example was our decision last year to send more than 10 million people to settle in rural areas and to cut the number of staff and workers by 8.7 million. This was a typical example of our great determination. But last year it never occurred to us that this year we would be able to close down so many factories and so many government offices, again greatly reducing the number of staff and workers. No government in old China was ever able to do that. Only our people's government, which enjoys popular support, could do such a thing. There were no major disturbances last year. And this year things are getting better. At first we were hesitant and dared not think that this year we could succeed once again in mobilizing huge numbers of urban residents to move to the countryside, as we had done last year. I myself favored the idea. As for how to go about it, I thought it best to proceed systematically, watching every step as we went along. So we first decided that the number of city dwellers to be transferred to rural areas this year should be 7 million, including 5 million office staff and workers. Later on, since many local authorities suggested that it would be better for the population transfer to be completed in a single step, we changed our original decision and proposed that the number be increased to 13 million, including 9 million staff and workers. After the recent discussions by the Standing Committee of the party's political bureau, we have decided to send about 10 million staff and workers to the countryside. When these people are added to other city residents to be transferred this year, the total may exceed 20 million. It was only after a long process of deliberation that we finally decided to take this step. Such a decision would not have been possible last year, still less the year before last. Our objective is to make a drastic readjustment of the economy and to restructure it on a new foundation. This decision represents the will not only of the central authorities but also of the entire nation. It is no small matter, for it will have enormous impact on the people's lives throughout the country. Third, we must adopt the right measures. We have devised some measures for the readjustment, but we have to rely on the masses for more ideas on how to tackle our problems. This was true in the war years and it will be true during the present period of economic development. If we put our heads together, we can find the way. Leading comrades in localities and departments should not hesitate to talk about the problems to the rank and file cadres. Once you have given them a clear picture of the existing problems, they will offer more useful advice than you can. If you don't explain problems clearly, they will wonder what you have up your sleeve, and this will give rise to mutual suspicion and widespread gossip. By making our decisions known to the general public, we can discover good solutions to problems, and that will enable us to achieve some preliminary successes in readjustment in the short space of a year or a year and a half, and then to strive for further progress. As time is pressing, we cannot afford to hesitate. On the other hand, we must be aware that the problems we are coming to grips with are very complex. A pull on a single hair may affect the whole human body. A little carelessness and we could make a mess of everything. So we must be on our guard. We should do all we can to avoid possible troubles, but we shouldn't be afraid of them and must be prepared to cope with them once they appear. We can overcome even very serious. Understand the situation and keep the initiative. 423. Troubles, so long as we keep large numbers of cadres and the people informed of the real situation. But we must proceed cautiously and do nothing precipitate. The most important thing right now is to handle well the relationships between heavy industry on the one hand and light industry and agriculture on the other, between urban and rural development, and between the central and local authorities, a task already discussed by Comrade Mao Zedong in his speech on the 10 major relationships. Because as it stands now, our agriculture cannot support industry on its present scale. The imbalances between various industrial sectors make sustained and balanced production impossible, and industry cannot support agriculture, ease the strain on the market or meet the needs of national defense. In some cases these imbalances have assumed staggering proportions. Urban development is also out of balance with rural development. Furthermore, all such essential elements of agricultural production as manpower, draft animals, soil fertility, water conservancy works, fertilizers, seeds, farm implements and transport facilities have decreased to varying degrees. All TS indicates that a certain period of time will be required to bring agriculture back to its normal capacity. Take grain production for example. It will take about 3 to 5 years, or even longer in some regions, to restore grain production to its previous level. More than 5 years will be needed to obtain a full recovery in all aspects of agriculture, including the cultivation of cash and other crops, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery. In carrying out the readjustments, therefore, we must focus on improving the relationship between heavy industry on the one hand and light industry and agriculture on the other, and on the relationship between urban and rural development. Anyway, we cannot expect that all necessary readjustments will be completed this year. The same is true for industry. Spending the next 3 years on the readjustment of industrial and capital construction projects will surely have some side effects on economic growth in the following 3. During the coming 3 years we shall have to mark time in the field of capital construction and to concentrate on agricultural development. Under these circumstances, no substantial growth in the industrial reserve and in the potential capacity for expanded reproduction can be expected in such industries as coal, lumber, non-ferrous metals, and chemicals. And this will necessarily have unfavorable effects on economic development during the last 3 years of the third five-year plan. Already at the meeting of 7000 we tried to cut back the planned targets for production and construction as much as possible. As we now see it, even the revised targets are still a little too high. It now appears that the plans to produce 18 million tons of steel and 350 million tons of coal in 1967 cannot be fulfilled. And we have to see how things go in the next 2 years before we can decide whether we can produce as much as 185 million tons of grain in 1967. The planned production in 1967 of 1.85 million tons of cotton is apparently impossible. In considering problems we have to be more realistic. We still can't clearly discern the course and scope of future economic development, and we should acknowledge our weakness in this respect. Economic revitalization in our country, which has a huge population and a backward economy, will be an exceedingly difficult task. We must always keep a sharp lookout, lest things go wrong. This doesn't mean that we should beat a retreat or be downhearted, but that we must be cautious and vigilant. During this period of economic development we cannot afford to be self-complacent or careless. As I pointed out at the meeting of 7000, our central tasks for the present period are, to streamline the administration, to increase production and practice economy, to ensure sufficient supplies for the market and to put things in good order in every field. By increasing production, I mean first of all increasing agricultural production. This is by no means easy. Unless agriculture, which is the foundation of our economy, is revitalized, our industry cannot stand on its own, and neither can our cities, even if we reduce the urban population by another 20 million. This situation is clear to all of us. To speed up grain production we must concentrate on 2 things. One is building bases for the production of commodity grain, the other is rehabilitating areas hit by natural disasters. As for cotton production, it must not be allowed to decline any further, but shall increase from year to year. The practice of rationing cotton cloth at the rate of 1 meter per person per year should be discontinued. The rehabilitation of cotton production will proceed more slowly than that of grain production. While the central authorities will concern themselves with the major cotton growing areas, the local authorities should encourage the peasants to devote part of their private understand the situation and keep the initiative 425 plots to cotton. None of the cotton grown on such plots should be purchased by the state. Whenever grain supplies are shipped back to rural areas for resale, first consideration shall be given to the needs of cotton growers. In view of the weakness of the country's agricultural foundation, there must be a substantial readjustment of industry. The disorder existing in some enterprises and the imbalances between various planned production targets, some of which are too high, must be remedied. Our policy is to achieve well-balanced development by filling in the gaps, while leaving some room for maneuver. We can't do these things all at once, but we must stick to this policy and carry it out step by step. As for the lack of certain necessary branches of the economy, all countries without exception have some missing links and weak points in their economies, and this is why they should supply each other's needs. But that's a different problem. If an economic blockade were imposed on us by most countries, we would have no alternative but to stop producing certain goods and switch to producing substitutes. So far, we do not yet have the facilities necessary to produce alloy steel, nor do we have a domestic source of rubber, so for both those things we have to depend on imports. Factories that are capable of producing whole sets of equipment must not confine themselves to the manufacture of only the main machines, for without auxiliary machines there can be no complete sets and their products will only be stockpiled in warehouses. A survey conducted at the end of last year showed that a total of about 10 billion yuan's worth of equipment was lying idle for a long time in warehouses, which represented an enormous waste. In accordance with our policy of industrial readjustment, we shall close down or merge a number of factories, reduce the scale of production and construction, urge some enterprises to switch to other lines of production, and transfer a certain number of workers to other occupations. Of the more than 60,000 industrial enterprises throughout the country, more than half will probably be shut down. The SE may seem to be negative measures, but they will enable us to make the best use of our resources, such as raw and semi-finished materials, electric power, and coal, by allocating them to those factories which turn out a variety of quality products and which have high productivity, a low rate of material consumption and low production costs. It is most likely that because of these measures the country's production as a whole will drop slightly during a certain 42-6 Zhou Enlai period. The end result will be a steady increase in manufactured goods and a constant improvement in the quality of products. And there will be an increasing amount of products available for export. Needless to say, all this can be realized only through readjustment and will take some time. The objectives of the readjustment are to streamline the administration, to increase production and practice economy, to ensure necessary supplies for the market and to put things in good order. To raise agricultural and industrial production, it is necessary to cut back on industry and capital construction, make corresponding reductions on other fronts, streamline the administration and reduce the urban population and the numbers of staff and workers. All this represents a forward-looking policy, a policy designed to achieve progress through readjustment and restructuring. The key to building a powerful socialist country is to modernize science and technology. January 29, 1963. I am a layman in natural science. But as my trip to Shanghai coincides with your discussion of a 10-year program for science, I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity to speak on a few questions. First, we should understand how important the modernization of science and technology is to socialist construction. China's science started on a poor foundation. If we want to build a powerful socialist country, we must modernize agriculture, industry, national defense, science, and technology, and of these the most crucial are science and technology. To modernize science and technology we must do the following: seek truth from facts, move forward in an orderly way, make each of the four modernizations promote the other and try to catch up with the more advanced countries. The first 2 points refer to the scientific approach. As early as in the rectification movement of 1942, 1 Chairman Mao Zedong set forth the principle of seeking truth from facts, a principle that is also applicable to natural science. China is a socialist country with the largest population in the world. In addition to seeking truth from facts and advancing in an orderly way, we should foster great aspirations and lofty ideals, so as to catch up with the advanced countries in the shortest possible time. We must proceed with the four modernizations simultaneously so that each promotes the other. We must on no account postpone the modernization of agriculture, national defense, and science and technology until we have modernized industry. Although we lag behind the developed SPE Academy meeting held in Shanghai on SCNE and technology. 427. 428 Zhou Enlai countries, we can draw on their advanced experience and make use of their latest scientific and technological achievements. By doing so we shall broaden our horizons and move faster. Of course detours are unavoidable, but we shall try not to make too many. We can and must catch up with the developed countries. But we don't have to follow on the heels of others at every step. That way we'll remain behind forever. Only if we combine these principles of seeking truth from facts, advancing in an orderly way, Making each of the four modernizations promote the other and trying to catch up with the developed countries, can we make our scientific and technological development meet the requirements of the 1960s and approach the level of the most developed countries at a fairly rapid pace? Second, we should recognize the factors that favor our effort to modernize science and technology. We have dialectical materialism as the guide to our thinking, not subjective idealism or mechanical materialism. Dialectical materialism will help us to understand objective laws better and will give freer rein to our subjective initiative. China is endowed with abundant manpower and natural resources. Our country boasts many nationalities, a huge population and all kinds of products, and naturally we are duty-bound to make a great contribution to our country and to mankind. In ancient times, our forefathers had many inventions to their credit. In modern times, why shouldn't we have even more? Newcomers surpass the old-timers, and we ought to surpass our ancestors. The superior socialist system will guarantee our success. In the old society, scientists made their contributions single-handed, without help from others. In the new society, with a fundamentally changed social system in which both the productive forces and people's minds have been emancipated, scientists need no longer struggle in isolation but can pool their knowledge and efforts and can work freely to bring their talents into full play. Of course, this will take time. Moreover, dialectically combining collective needs with personal freedom requires a process of practice and cognition. Some of you comrades present here have witnessed 4 stages of history: the last years of the Qing dynasty, the northern warlord government 6 Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary regime and socialist society. When you compare the 4 periods, you can clearly see the superiority of our socialist system. Key to building a powerful socialist country 429. We have a large contingent of scientists, technicians, and other intellectuals, many times larger than the one in old China. From the time students were first sent abroad, during the last years of the Qing dynasty just before 1911, to the founding of the People's Republic in 1949, there were altogether 200,000 college graduates. But in the short span from the founding of New China to the end of last year, we have produced 960,000 college graduates and millions of middle school graduates. And 10 years from now we shall see 1 million more college graduates, a number unparalleled in the old era. Today we have a considerable corps of technicians and a number of scientific research institutes, and these are valuable assets to the country. We have built a preliminary foundation for industrialization. We can make or produce most of the equipment and raw and semi-finished materials we need. This provides favorable conditions for the advance of our science and technology. We can surely make greater contributions than our forefathers did, provided that, under the leadership of the party, we make the best use of our advantages, pool all our knowledge and efforts and rely on ourselves. Third, I'd like to suggest some ways in which we can modernize science and technology with faster, greater, better and more economical results. 1. We should enhance the sense of scientists and technicians that they are masters of the country. In other words, they should accept the party's leadership, serve socialism, and voluntarily remold themselves. Throughout our lives we should learn while we work. You'll feel happy when you become aware of the need for constantly studying and remolding yourselves. We must guard against complacency and rectify our shortcomings, if we want to make progress, otherwise, we shall slip back. Mankind should always advance, so we should all encourage each other and advance together. 2. We should concentrate the scientific and technological forces and increase them. Research institutes, educational institutions and factories should closely combine their efforts, sharing the work and cooperating with one another. We should not place lopsided emphasis either on the role of research institutes or on that of schools or factories. For example, Shanghai is pooling the efforts of its technical forces in an attempt to master semi-transistor technology, so specialists in this field should be transferred from other places to Shanghai to lend a hand. 430 Zhou Enlai. 3. We should improve relations among all sectors of society, First of all, relations between the party and the masses and those between the leaders and the led. By the leaders I mean collective leadership, not any individual party member. Of course, individual party members sometimes speak according to the party's directives and convey its ideas. Nevertheless, each person has his or her personality with more interest in a particular field of work. In conveying the party's ideas, a person is likely to talk more about this particular field. Not all speeches of leaders represent directives. If they did, how could people get along? That's why I'm not in favor of taking everything a person says as a directive from the party. Conveying the party's views is only one aspect of the matter. We should attach more importance to close ties between the party and the masses, between the young and the old, and between teachers and pupils. In relations between the old and the young, the former should enjoy first priority. It is they who are leading the way, but being vigorous, the younger people can push our cause forward. In addition, we should correctly handle the relations between theory and practice and between tasks and the scientific approach to them. We should enable the leaders, the experts, and the masses to combine their efforts and bring about close coordination among scientific research institutes, schools and production units. It is the responsibility of the State Science and Technology Commission to deal with these relations satisfactorily. The Commission should intensify ideological work, organize scientists and technicians and readjust relations among all sectors. 4. We should improve the working conditions and environment for scientists and technicians engaged in research. The State Science and Technology Commission and the relevant government departments should facilitate their work. Laboratories are indispensable for research and teaching, and workshops are indispensable for production. Shanghai should be provided with the equipment it lacks, and when necessary, it should import some for the purpose. We shall try our best to meet your needs. Research institutes, schools and factories can support each other with materials and publications. For some time, lax control over the ordering of foreign publications resulted in duplicate subscriptions. This was followed by too rigid control. We should continue to order the necessary books and reference materials and to give the necessary exchange publications to our foreign partners, or we'll get nothing in return. As for additional research assistants and skilled workers, I'm sure you can solve those problems yourselves. Of course we can help by transferring a few from other parts of the country, when necessary. All in all, with favorable conditions, you will achieve new successes. As for the working conditions, true scientists are never too particular about that. Still, we cannot ignore their difficulties in their everyday lives and in housing. For instance, we should help those whose homes are far away from their places of work. Some research projects call for concerted efforts and collective activities, but that doesn't rule out individual research. The State Science and Technology Commission should make arrangements for scientists to focus on their special research and not to be involved too much in other things. All departments and institutes should do that too. We have been used to doing rush jobs and haven't made proper arrangements for routine work. I hope you will make suggestions about the working and living conditions of scientists. I'm convinced that you will be able to work out an excellent 10-year program for the development of science. Our task is a hard one, but we are all optimistic. Our responsibility is enormous, but we are full of energy. Shanghai is China's largest industrial city and a vital base for science and technology. We have high hopes for scientific and technological circles here. We wish you all success in working for the 4 modernizations. Learn from Lei Feng. March 6, 1963. Learn from Comrade Lei Feng 274, his firm class stand and his clear understanding of what to love and what to hate, his revolutionary faithfulness to his word, his communist spirit of selflessness and his proletarian fighting will that defied personal danger. Bureaucratism is a political disease to which our leading organs are highly vulnerable. Bureaucratism is a legacy of exploiting classes who ruled China for so long. China was a feudal society for many, many years. For the past century it was a semi-feudal and semi-colonial society. This accounts for the profound influence of bureaucratism in our country. Bureaucratism is closely related to liberalism, individualism, commandism, routinism, decentralism, departmentalism, and sectarianism. So our struggle against it must be related to the struggle against all these tendencies. Of course, there are other undesirable tendencies, but the 7 I have mentioned are the dominant ones. Bureaucratism manifests itself in many different ways. Let me try to classify bureaucrats and take up the types one by one. 1. Bureaucrats who know very little about what is going on around them or what is happening in the departments under their administration, because they hold aloof from realities and are out of touch with the masses. They neither conduct social surveys and investigations, nor work out concrete measures to implement party policies, nor do political and ideological work among their subordinates. When they give orders, they inevitably cause great harm to the state and the people. They are bureaucrats who are divorced from both the leadership and the masses. No matter how correct the party's line and policies are, if their implementation is hindered by the bureaucrats, the party will become alienated from the masses. That's why I put this type of bureaucratism at the head of the list and call on all leading cadres, especially those at higher levels, to be on their guard against it. 2. Bureaucrats who are arrogant and conceited, who take a one-sided, subjective approach to problems, handle matters carelessly, indulge in empty political discussions but pay no attention to practical matters, turn a deaf ear to advice, make arbitrary decisions, and give orders in total disregard of actual circumstances. They are bureaucrats who habitually resort to coercion and give arbitrary orders. If a person in a leading position becomes proud and unapproachable, thinks himself head and shoulders above others and claims to know everything, and if this attitude finds expression in his style of work, that is very dangerous indeed. Bureaucrats of this type usually pay no attention to practical matters, for they regard themselves as purely political supervisors. They haven't the patience to listen to or analyze other people's opinions, which they consider insignificant, with the result that they are often overbearing, make arbitrary decisions and issue unjustifiable orders. 3. Bureaucrats who work diligently all year round, busying themselves from morning till night with all sorts of jobs. But they make no study of the affairs they handle and know nothing of the merits and failings of their subordinates. They make no preparations before delivering a speech, and they have no plans for their work. What's more, they never bother to study relevant policies, and they ignore the importance of relying on the masses. As a result, they often work alone and in the dark, unable to identify the right course of action. They are bureaucrats who are muddle-headed, have no sense of orientation and are afflicted with routinism. Quite often we hear someone describe himself as a busy, hard-working bureaucrat. This seems to suggest that his type of bureaucratism is permissible. But I think that it too should be repudiated. Of course, we must not be too hard on the rank-and-file cadres who, being busy and overworked, may sometimes become confused and lose their bearings. But how can we allow a leading cadre to excuse himself for being buried in routine? 4. Bureaucrats who put on airs and behave high and mighty. They lord it over people, so that others stand in awe of them. They are insufferably arrogant and don't treat others as equals. Moreover, they are often rude to people, or shout abuse at them. They are bureaucrats who behave like overlords. 5. Bureaucrats who, although ignorant and incompetent, consider it beneath their dignity to consult their subordinates for advice or suggestions. Given to boasting and exaggeration, they often send false reports to the central authorities. They make false or misleading statements and gloss over their own mistakes. They claim all credit for themselves and shift all blame onto others. They are bureaucrats whose hallmark is dishonesty. 6. Bureaucrats who, being afraid to take on responsibility, find all sorts of excuses to decline assignments and bargain over every task assigned to them. They are dilatory and irresolute in their work and repeatedly put things off. Furthermore, they are often apathetic and careless. They are bureaucrats who shirk responsibility. 7 Bureaucrats who are perfunctory about all their work and only want to avoid offending anybody. Well versed in the ways of the world and skillful in interpersonal relations, they know how to flatter their superiors, win the goodwill of their subordinates and curry favor with everyone. They are bureaucrats whose only aim in life is to hold on to their official posts and lead a comfortable life. 8 Bureaucrats who can make no progress in political study or in improving their professional skills. Their talk is dull and meaningless and their methods of leadership are completely ineffective. They are totally unqualified for the posts they hold and cap, able of nothing except eating their unearned meals. They are bureaucrats whose chief characteristics are sluggishness and incompetence. 9 Bureaucrats who just while away their time without a definite purpose, indulging in food and drink. Too lazy to think for themselves, they often echo other people's opinions and have no answer to offer to any question. They rarely show any enthusiasm for their work. They are bureaucrats who are brainless and incompetent. 10 Bureaucrats who are so lazy that they lean drowsily on their elbows and ask someone to read aloud to them the written reports submitted by subordinate departments. They casually express their approval or disapproval of the matters in question without even looking at the reports themselves, and if their instructions turn out to be wrong, they shift the responsibility onto someone else. Even when at a loss as to how to tackle a problem, they are unwilling to seek advice from other people, so they either pass the buck or just leave the matter unsettled. They are yes men in the presence of 436 superiors, always nodding their agreement of making evasive remarks. But they like to order their subordinates about, pretending to know a great deal about matters of which they are in fact ignorant. They appear to get along well with their peers, but actually their thoughts are poles apart. They are lazy bureaucrats. 11. Then there is institutionalized bureaucratism. This type of bureaucratism is found in an organization with overlapping and overstaffed departments where many people bustle around inefficiently and aimlessly, and it not only causes financial and material waste but also impedes the normal functioning of the organization. It seems to be a rule that no matter how intelligent and capable its leading members may be, if an organization is overstaffed and has an overextended structure, it will be affected by bureaucratism. The reason is that when an organization has become overexpanded and overstaffed, many people spend all their time in idle talk. Since papers have to be routed to many staff members, few matters can be settled in time. By contrast, a small, close-knit organization can take action on a matter quickly through brief consultations. 12. Bureaucrats who constantly ask for instructions but don't read them, call on subordinate departments to send in many reports but don't comment on them, and have many statistical records or other data sent to them but make no use of them. They hold many meetings but don't communicate to the participants the directives or decisions of higher authorities. They have many contacts with people but don't discuss matters with them. They are bureaucrats who are obsessed with red tape and formalism. 13. Bureaucrats who seek comfort and pleasure but are afraid of hard work. They try to grab personal gain and to seek advantage through peule. Their conduct reminds one of the old saying, when a man ascends to high position, even his doogies and chickens will rise with him. They give dinners and offer gifts to everyone they want to curry favor with, and they take particular interest in decorating their homes with luxurious furniture and ornaments. They want to enjoy as much leisure as possible and don't care whether others are overworked. When dealing with people, they give preference to their own colleagues. They are bureaucrats who are always looking for privileges. Our cottars are servantes of the people and should hear the jot of the mosses. If they are only interested in their own comfort and pleasure, fight high of hard work, seek benefits through pull and try to secure personal privileges, they will surely arouse the people's indignation. 14. Bureaucrats who, as they climb the ladder of the official hierarchy, become increasingly ill-tempered and crave ever higher living standards, including larger rooms, more luxurious furniture and an increasing supply of goods. If leading cottars behave that way, their subordinates are bound to indulge in extravagance and waste and pursue selfish ends by dishonest means. They are bureaucrats who put on the airs of high officials. 15. Bureaucrats who use public office for private gain and pursue selfish ends by pretending to serve public interests. They are like warehouse keepers who steal the goods entrusted to their care, or law enforcement officers who break the law themselves. They take more than they are entitled to and never return it or make compensation. They are selfish bureaucrats. 16. Bureaucrats who bargain with the party for status and social position and are unhappy if their wishes are not satisfied. They shirk heavy responsibilities and prefer lighter ones, and they are very particular about their salaries and material benefits. They curry favor with their colleagues but are indifferent to the well-being of the masses. They are bureaucrats who crave status and gain. 17. Bureaucrats who are in conflict with each other. This results in divided leadership, contradictory policies, slackness in work, mutual exclusion among staff members, alienation of leaders from the rank and file and absence of both centralization and democracy. They are bureaucrats whose dominant feature is disunity. 18. Bureaucrats who defy organizational discipline. The why choose their friends and relatives for promotion, form small groups to pursue selfish interests and cover up each other's evil-doing, establish feudal relations with others and pursue factional interests. They place their own advantage above everything else and benefit their cohorts at the expense of the public good. They are bureaucrats whose hallmark is sectarianism. 19. Bureaucrats who are degenerating politically and whose revolutionary will is on the decline. They like to put on the airs of veterans and flaunt their seniority. They have a particular appetite for good food and drink, and they prefer leisure to hard work, often amusing themselves with sightseeing trips to different places. These people are too lazy to use their brains and hands and show no concern for state interests or the people's welfare. They are bureaucrats who are political degenerates. It is really deplorable to let bureaucratism reach this point. Revolutionary zeal and a vigorous, enterprising spirit are basic requirements for all cadres and for all Communist Party members. Once revolutionary enthusiasm subsides, political degeneration sets in. 20. Bureaucrats who give the green light to unhealthy practices and let wrongdoers go unpunished. They retaliate against anyone who dares to criticize them, act in defiance of law and discipline, stifle democracy, and bully the people. They even make no distinction between the enemy and ourselves and connive with wrongdoers to commit offenses that jeopardize the interests of the party and the state. They are the most dangerous bureaucrats. I have just made a classification of various types of bureaucrats. It may not be a very scientific analysis. I don't mean that all these kinds of bureaucratism have appeared in any one organization. But we must recognize that they can be very harmful and perilous to the state organs and to our party, now that it is in power. True, only a small number of our leading cadres are guilty of serious bureaucratism. Nevertheless, as pointed out in the party's recent directive of March 1, 2075, bureaucratic attitudes and practices have caused enormous losses in our work, and if allowed to spread unchecked they can have even more serious consequences. We must therefore put a stop to them right now. Meet the test in 5 domains. Now I should like to talk about the need for leading cadres to meet the test in 5 domains: ideology, politics, social relations, family relations, and daily life. First, we must meet the test in the realm of ideology. This requires what we often refer to as remolding our thinking and establishing a correct outlook on the world and on life. By this we mean the Marxist-Leninist outlook, or the outlook guided by dialectical and historical materialism. For this purpose, we need to study and learn how to apply Comrade Mao Zedong's philosophical principles, as expounded in his essays on practice and on contradiction and his recent remarks on knowledge. 276. This is a lifetime endeavor. As we all know, the times are always moving forward. Our aim in ideological remolding is to prevent our thinking from lagging behind the times, to keep moving along with them. Since things never cease developing, we should never cease remolding our thinking. Even in 10,000 years from now, contradictions between the advanced and the backward, between the new and the old, and between the individual and the collective will still be reflected in people's minds. So there will still be a need for ideological remolding. How can we now set a definite year or a specific date for the final completion of this task? That is absolutely impossible. Even those comrades who joined the revolution many years ago may fall behind the ranks if they don't pay enough attention to ideological remolding, and consequently allow their revolutionary will to diminish. We must therefore look upon ideological remolding as a long-term task to be tackled with unceasing effort. That view will help broaden our perspective. Since there will still be contradictions in the ideological sphere even after 10,000 years, since there will still be the need for people to remold their thinking even then, how can we now assume that we have already accomplished the task and can therefore feel satisfied? No, we should never feel satisfied. To temper ourselves in the ideological sphere, we need to consider our own class origin, the class relations between people around us, and the class relations involved in matters we are handling. Let us assume that you come from a good family background, that you have an untarnished work record, and that you joined the revolution some years back. You still need to give careful consideration to the specific social environment in Hong Kong, for example, if you are assigned to work there. If, instead of being assigned to Hong Kong, you are required to stay in Beijing to work in diplomacy or foreign trade, which involve frequent contacts with foreigners or businessmen, you need to make a study of the people and the issues you come across. We are now conducting a good deal of trade with capitalist countries. Plans are underway to import complete sets of equipment. Some of the comrades who are entrusted with this sort of work need to have frequent contacts with foreign businessmen. It is essential for these comrades to make a detailed analysis of such contacts. The same also applies to me, because I too have frequent contacts with foreigners. Anyway, we have to pay close attention to the relations between different classes. Here, I should like to cite my own experience as an illustration. I was born into a feudal family, and the education I received was a bourgeois education. Nevertheless, by means of ideological remolding, I have now transformed myself into a revolutionary intellectual. At certain times in the past, I undertook party work relating to the United Front, and that brought me into contact with Chiang Kai-shek on many occasions, and even with General Marshall of the United States. 277 I have quite a number of former schoolmates and friends who are members of the Kuomintang and now live in Taiwan. I also have many friends now living in the United States. So my social relations are quite complicated. They involve a great many people, including both party and non-party people, and even foreigners. Furthermore, I often have to participate in all sorts of activities. Sometimes, I have to take a trip abroad. Usually, during such tours, I have to meet with heads of state of capitalist countries. The meet test in 5 domains 44-1. Complexity of my social contacts reminds me that I have to keep a clear head and remain on the alert. I am now 65. But can I claim that I have already steeled myself ideologically to such a point that I don't need to remold my thinking anymore? I dare not say that. Comrade Liao Yuyan, 278, recalling something I had said, once remarked. Even Premier Zhou says he needs ideological remolding, let alone us. That was a well-intentioned remark, and I appreciated it very much. It's true that I often say I too need ideological remolding. That's an endeavor I am still continuing, and I'm willing to take the lead in this respect. It is my hope that all of us recognize the importance of ideological transformation. We must be aware that all kinds of social relations and many other things can have an influence on a person's ideology. So we often need to examine ourselves and to exchange views with our comrades. It's like taking a regular ideological bath. We should consider ideological remolding as indispensable as air, something we can't live without. Otherwise, we shall find our thoughts rusting and corroding. Every party member, from the day he joins the party, must be mentally prepared to remold his thoughts continually until the day he dies. The same goes for those of our friends who have not yet joined the party but who have plunged into the revolution, working for socialist construction and socialist transformation. Second, we must meet the test in the realm of politics. In this connection, the most important thing is to adhere to our political stand. Don't take it for granted that we are all steadfast with regard to our political stand just because we have joined the revolutionary ranks. Political stand is an abstract concept. Whether you adhere unswervingly to the revolutionary stand can be judged only by your performance in actual struggles. You might have stood firm in one struggle but not in another. So one's steadfastness or vacillation with regard to political stand can be tested only over a long period of struggles. To judge a person's political steadfastness, we also need to look at his attitude towards work, his understanding and implementation of party policies, his relations with the masses and his demonstration of party spirit. As for those who have not yet joined the party, much depends on whether they regard the proletariat as the most advanced class and are therefore willing to accept its ideology as their guide. One thing that is of particular importance for 442 Zhou Enlai. All of us is our readiness to make criticisms and self-criticisms and to correct mistakes the moment they come to our notice. From what I have said, it is clear that to stand firm in the face of tests in the political sphere is not so easy. We must not assume that because a person joined the revolution long ago and has fought on many a battlefield and performed praiseworthy exploits, these are absolute guarantees that he is steadfast in his political stand. There is no such guarantee. Otherwise, how do you explain that Chen D. 3's WMIS 2DGG 219 F1D H UX1U Ang TNG and AO Ang at E Tumatuntat Hun TET are revolutionary stand? Actually, Chen Duxiu's thinking had very little in common with Marxism-Leninism, and needless to say, he had never accepted it as his guiding doctrine. As for Wang Ming, he has so far refused to admit his mistakes. So we should always do our best to hold fast to the revolutionary stand in order to come through tests in the political sphere. Third, we must withstand the evil influence of the old society. We have always stressed the need to stand firm in the ideological and the political domains. Today, I should like to call your attention to tests that we face in 3 other areas. This is because the Chinese society we have inherited is extremely complex, and we are confronted with the task of transforming it. In society today the old force of habit still exists, the feudal, capitalist force of habit that can so easily contaminate our thinking. The moment you lower your guard, the old habits will take the opportunity to pollute your mind. It follows that the transformation of the old society will be an arduous task for us, especially for comrades in leading positions. The old force of habit will not disappear overnight. It will take a long time to transform it. How can we expect the transformation to be accomplished at one stroke? These old habits permeate virtually every sector of society and all our offices, institutions, and organizations. Take the city of Beijing, for example. You can easily observe the outmoded social habits and conventions everywhere you go. To transform the society of the city into a new one will take several decades at least. I'm afraid the participants at this meeting who are now beyond the age of 60 may not have the chance to see the city's final transformation. From this, we can see that it is not so easy to withstand the evil influence of the old society. Only by participating in the transformation of the old society can we remold our own thinking. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether the old society is influencing us or vice versa. In the meat test in 5-Domi NS 443. Play sentries under the neon lights, someone asks, are we going to transform the bourgeoisie, or is it going to transform us? That's a meaningful question. In fact, while you are transforming the old society, it is influencing you in return. This transformation will be a long-term, repeated struggle, a process during which you and the old society will each influence the other. Even if you have stood the test of the social environment in a particular place, you still need to withstand the old habits and old social conventions in a new place to which you are assigned. You may have stood fast in the environment here at home, but it could be another matter if you are posted to Hong Kong or abroad. So to withstand the harmful influence of society, we need to have determination and be prepared for a long-term struggle. Fourth, we must deal with our relatives correctly. This includes not only members of the immediate family but also more distant relatives. Are you going to influence your relatives or are they going to influence you? This is the first question a cadre in a leading post has to answer. It is also a matter that you must handle correctly. If you don't, chances are it is you who will be under the sway of your relatives' ideas, not the other way around. I think the best way to deal with the problem of our relatives is to rely on the help of society, that is, to let them be tempered and remolded in the midst of the masses. We must have faith in the new society's capacity to temper people. Dealing with our relatives in the right way is easier said than done. You have several people, especially your children, living with you under the same roof all the time. So the question arises, who should influence whom? Should the parents influence the children or vice versa? Here, I should like to appeal to all our leading cadres, the 407 participants at this meeting in particular, 280 myself included, to set a good example in THIRD-WORLDISM. We must see to it that our own children are not spoiled. While we should take care not to behave like an overlord, we must also make sure that our children are not spoiled by indulgence. Otherwise, how shall we explain our failure to bring up a trustworthy younger generation? Ours is a socialist society, different from the feudal and capitalist societies. Nevertheless, we can draw useful lessons from history. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, for example, succeeded in unifying China. But he spoiled his son, Qin II, with the result that the dynasty crumbled during the latter's reign. We must not allow our own children to become a burden on the state and 444. Society and an obstacle to our revolutionary cause. It is good for leading cadres to place strict, high demands on their children, because that can spur them to progress. Fifth, we must stand the test in our daily lives. This involves both the material and ideological aspects of everyday life. So far as material things are concerned, we leading cadres should always be satisfied, or more than satisfied, with what we have, prefer the frugal life and feel embarrassed when we are granted more than our fair share of benefits. If we look upon hard work and plain living as virtues, we shall have peace of mind and be modest in our personal spending so that more funds will be available for the collective welfare and for state accumulation. In this way we can help to turn our country into a powerful socialist state at a faster pace. So far as the ideological aspect of life is concerned, we must above all be wholeheartedly dedicated to the cause of communism and be concerned about the well-being of the people and the future of the world. In this way, we shall develop a stronger sense of responsibility and higher moral standards. Of course, this doesn't mean we should busy ourselves all day long with political struggles and with our work. As human beings, we need color and variety in our lives, we need to feel cheerful and relaxed. So we have to have art and entertainment. But they should be designed to stimulate people's thinking and raise their cultural and moral levels. Art and entertainment should be instructive. Accordingly, the repertoires of our artists and performing troupes must have an instructive value. Works of literature and art that are vulgar and of degraded taste, works that portray brutality and horror or glorify decadent, depraved ways of life are products of the capitalist and feudal classes and must be repudiated. On no account can we take a bureaucratic attitude towards such works or tolerate them, because they produce a harmful effect on us, especially on the healthy growth of the younger generation. We must be aware that certain literary and artistic trends of thought in the capitalist countries are decadent. These are cultural dregs and dross, and it is our duty to keep them from corrupting our cadres and especially our young people. So we need to straighten things out in this field. At a recent meeting of the All China Federation of Literary and Art Circles, I talked about this matter and also about the need to reorganize our writers and artists and to devote more efforts to their ideological remolding. It is not easy for an individual to meet the test R and these 5 domains all at once. It takes a long time. But we leading cadres must make conscientious efforts and place strict demands on ourselves, trying to stand each and every test in the 5 domains. 8 Principles for economic and technical assistance to other countries. In providing economic and technical assistance to other countries, the Chinese government strictly observes the following 8 principles. First, the Chinese government consistently abides by the principle of equality and mutual benefit in providing aid to other countries. It always regards aid to other countries as mutual and not as a kind of unilateral alms. Second, in providing aid to other countries, the Chinese government strictly respects the sovereignty of the recipient countries and never attaches any conditions or asks for any privileges. Third, the Chinese government provides economic assistance by giving interest-free or low-interest loans and, where necessary, extends the deadline for repayment to lighten the burden of the recipient countries as much as possible. Fourth, the purpose of the Chinese government's foreign aid is not to make the recipient countries dependent on China but to help them start on the path of self-reliance and eventual independence in economic development. Fifth, the projects which the Chinese government helps the recipient countries build are those which will, as far as possible, require less investment while yielding quicker results, so that the recipient governments may increase their revenues and accumulate capital. Sixth, the Chinese government provides the best quality equipment and material of its own manufacture at prices negotiated on. XRPT from answers given to REPORTERS of THE Ghana News Agency during Zhou Enlai's visit to that country. The IGHT Principles were formally incorporated in the joint communiqué of the Government of the People's Republic of China and the Government of the Republic of Mali ISUD on January 21, 1964. 446. Principles for economic assistance CE 44-7. The basis of international market prices. If the equipment and material provided are not up to the agreed specifications and quality, the Chinese government will replace them. 7th, in giving any particular technical assistance, the Chinese government will see to it that the personnel of the recipient country fully master the technology involved. 8th, the experts dispatched by the Chinese government to help in construction in the recipient countries will have the same standard of living as the experts of the recipient countries. The Chinese experts are not allowed to make any special demands or enjoy any special amenities. Complete prohibition and thorough destruction of nuclear weapons. October 17, 1964. On October 16, 1964, China detonated an atomic bomb, thus making its first successful nuclear test. On the same day, the Chinese government issued a statement on this event, setting forth in detail China's position on the question of nuclear weapons. The Chinese government has consistently stood for the complete prohibition and thorough destruction of nuclear weapons. China has been compelled to conduct nuclear testing and develop nuclear weapons. Its mastering of nuclear arms technology is entirely for purposes of defense and for the protection of the Chinese people from the U.S. nuclear threat. The Chinese government solemnly declares that at no time and under no circumstances will China be the first to use nuclear weapons. The Chinese government will continue to work for the complete prohibition and thorough destruction of nuclear weapons through international consultations and, for this purpose, has put forward in its statement the following proposal, that a summit conference of all the countries of the world be convened to discuss the question of the complete prohibition and thorough destruction of nuclear weapons, and that, as the first step, the conference should reach an agreement by which the nuclear powers and those countries which may soon become nuclear powers undertake not to use nuclear weapons, either against non-nuclear countries and nuclear-free zones or against each other. Prohibition and destruction of nuclear weapons 449. It is the common aspiration of all peace-loving countries and people of the world to prevent a nuclear war and to eliminate nuclear weapons. The Chinese government sincerely hopes that its proposal will receive favorable consideration and a positive response from your government. Speech at a conference on harnessing the Huanghe River. December 18, 1964. This conference was sponsored by the State Council. Before it opened, I planned to spend 2 weeks or a month making an on-the-spot study. But my plan did not materialize, because I had to go abroad for some international affairs. And, after my return, I was kept busy in Beijing preparing for the Third National People's Congress. We must make up our minds and start reconstructing the multipurpose water control project at Sanmenxia, Henan Province, otherwise the problem of silting will become more difficult to solve. Although the reconstruction program is only a makeshift measure and will not solve all problems, it will nevertheless improve things. Our plan for harnessing the Huanghe River and for building the Sanmenxia water control project entirely right or entirely wrong? Or is it mostly right or mostly wrong? This has remained a controversial issue. We can find the correct answer only after a period of experimentation and observation. It's no good to jump to a hasty conclusion. All sorts of opinions can be expressed as long as they serve to promote our socialist construction and benefit the people by controlling the Huanghe and ensuring better conservation of water and soil. In the days of old China, the attempt to tame the river could not succeed. Today we are determined to explore the laws governing control of the river and to gain a thorough understanding of them. Step by step, all thorny problems will be solved, and someday the Huanghe will surely be brought under control. We must aspire to that great goal. It is now almost 15 years since we first started harnessing the Huanghe in 1950. But we have acquired only limited knowledge and experience in this connection, so we cannot say that we already have. 450. Speech on harnessing the Huanghe River 45-1. A clear understanding of the laws that apply. It is true that we now have more experience than we had 15 years ago or when we started to build the multipurpose water control project at Sanmenxia. But there will still be many unforeseen problems to which we shall have to find solutions. You comrades must guard against complacency and be modest in your own evaluation of the reconstruction projects. Before forming a final judgment, you had better keep turning it over and over in your minds, make a detailed study of the relevant data and take frequent trips to the construction sites. As many things are still under consideration, the reconstruction projects should not be too large. Our overall strategic objective is to bring the Huanghe under control and to make best use of all the water and soil resources along its upper, middle, and lower reaches, so that the river will serve production. No doubt, this general guideline is quite correct. But the problem of both conserving and utilizing the water and soil resources is of not only tactical but strategic importance. Take the problem of silt, for example. What are the ideal areas for the storage of silt, the upper and middle reaches, or the lower reaches? If it is preferable to distribute the silt along the whole length of the river, then the question arises as to the appropriate percentage of silt to be deposited in each section. During the current discussions, many of you are focusing on particular problems that you think important and are not taking an overall view of related problems. Whatever economic construction projects we undertake, there are always laws and realms which we still do not know. As Engels put it, there are many unknown realms of necessity. Our duty is to constantly explore the unknown realms. As soon as an unknown realm has been conquered, we will be faced with higher realms which are new and unfamiliar to us. In the world of nature there are more things unknown than things we have come to understand. Much of the historical data about the Huanghe River may have been quite useful in the past. But this is no longer the case, because tremendous changes have taken place over the centuries. Although we have consulted the historical records and collected quite a lot of hydrological data, it still cannot be said that we have now gathered sufficient knowledge to harness the river. Does this mean that we shall never be able to draw any conclusion for the purpose? No, it doesn't. At a certain point, we shall have acquired a fairly comprehensive body of well-founded knowledge from which we can draw conclusions, putting off decisions where our knowledge is incomplete. To delay. 452 Zhou Enlai. Decisions in such cases is only prudent and will give us time to consult wide circles of people for their opinions and suggestions in the interest of future planning. Even if our original program for harnessing the river was quite all right at the time, it needs to be revised now that we have found defects in it. The same thing has happened with the 60-article regulations on rural work 26.4 and the 40-article program for agricultural development. 9.4 Even plans for tasks with which we are so familiar need to be revised from time to time, let alone plans for such a complicated undertaking as harnessing the Huanghe River and building a multipurpose water control project at Sanmenxia. We cannot say that our original plan is so perfect that it leaves no room for improvement. That is absolutely impossible. We therefore urge the technical experts and the leading comrades in the administrative departments concerned to hold discussions with the local people for their advice, so they can draw conclusions that are based on the realities. You comrades should continue to collect data and go on inspection tours to selected areas to conduct on-the-spot research. It would be desirable to have a division of labor, so that each of you has a particular subject to focus on. The best way to approach a problem is to consider it in the context of all the related circumstances. In other words, you need to bear the overall interests in mind. You should be modest and prudent and not insist that others agree with your ideas. More often than not, an individual's views have some defects. This being the case, people will find it both natural and necessary to express their criticism and offer their advice. Both criticism and advice are needed. You should be careful not to act rashly and draw premature conclusions. Does this mean unprincipled compromise? Not at all. What we mean is that we should pool the correct opinions and discard the wrong ones. In other words, we should always uphold truth and rectify error. In this way, we shall be able to make constant progress. For these reasons, we have stated neither that the original plans for harnessing the Huanghe River and building the Sanmenxia water control project were 100% correct, nor that they were 100% wrong. As for future possibilities, we should be a little bolder in thinking about them. I once said that in an emergency, if there were torrential rains, say, and the Sanmenxia reservoir, which is badly silted up, threatened to overflow the Guanzhong plains, endangering the surrounding industrial areas, it might be necessary. Speech on harnessing the Huanghe River 453. To blow up the great dam at Sanmenxia. I said this not to urge you to blow up the dam but to encourage you to think boldly. If I hadn't expressed myself that way, you might hesitate to consider certain possibilities. You would probably think that idea was madness, considering the sums that have been invested in the dam. My point is that you should be daring in your thinking, daring enough to contemplate the destruction of the great dam at Sanmenxia if circumstances called for it. But I don't want you just to agree with whatever I have said, or to take it for granted that the dam at Sanmenxia must by all means be blown up. I shouted, so to speak, to get your attention so that you will think the matter over. If anyone has strong reasons to oppose blowing up the dam, please speak out and don't be apprehensive. To address problems of technology, we must try to identify the contradictions in each other's proposals and resolve them. That's the way to discover laws and truths. In our first design for the Sanmenxia water control project, we followed the advice of the Soviet experts, who considered that the normal height of a dam should be 360 meters above sea level. In our later design, however, we decided to build the dam only 350 meters above sea level, with an initial water storage only 335 meters above sea level. The reservoir was intended to hold a total volume of 9.6 billion cubic meters of water and silt. The problem is that during the 5 years since then, the accumulation of silt has increased to 5 billion tons, accounting for half the design's storage capacity. Surveys indicate that in the 2 years of 1961 and 1964 alone more than 3 billion tons of silt were deposited. If the accumulation of silt were allowed to continue at that rate for another 5 years, and if during those years there were 2 unusually heavy rains, the entire reservoir, from the bottom to a height of 335 meters, might very well fill up with sand. In that case, there's not the slightest doubt that the backed-up water would endanger the areas along the Weha and Luhi rivers. Our previous assumption was that the Sanmenxia reservoir would have no silting up problem for at least 20 to 30 years, during which time we could ameliorate the situation by building many water and soil conservation projects. But to our surprise, the reservoir has silted up to Th's enormous extent in just 5 years. If we take no action, it will certainly be totally filled up in the next 5 years, and then, if there were torrential rains, it would threaten the Guangzhou Plains, one of the country's major bases for agricultural and industrial production. We must not consider the safety of only 454 Zhou Enlai, the lower reaches of the river, and forget about its middle reaches. Still less can we consider saving the lower reaches from flooding by allowing the Guangzhou Plains to be submerged. That runs counter to the dialectical way of thinking. Just imagine the distress if our casual planning for harnessing the river eventually caused not only the upper reaches but also the lower reaches to be flooded. Why not consider the matter from a different point of view? If the Sanmenxia reservoir were fully silted up, unusually heavy rains would flood the upper reaches of the Huanghe, and the torrent would rush down. Then if it were joined by the raging currents of the Yaihe, Luhi, and Qinhe rivers, could we be sure the dikes along the lower reaches of the Huanghe would hold? And even if the dikes didn't give way, it would be very dangerous. We need to consider matters from an overall point of view and make a comparative study of the different opinions and proposals. Some comrades are in favor of keeping the original water control program unchanged. If their opinions were accepted, could we ensure that in the next 5 years there would be successful water and soil conservation in the vast areas along the upper and middle reaches of the river? Absolutely not. As I see it, there is simply no way of bringing the flooding and soil erosion on the northwestern plateau under control within 5 years. That is a task which I myself would never dare undertake, because it holds no promise of success. So there can be no doubt that the Sanmenxia project must be reconstructed. The key problem facing us is the silt. How shall we deal with this problem in the next 5 or 10 years? Even if the proposal for building 2 tunnels and using 4 huge steel tubes to discharge water and silt is promptly approved and construction is begun, 281 it is not until 1968 or 1969 that these projects can be put into operation. Moreover, the 4 steel tubes have only a limited discharging capacity, 1,000 cubic meters of silt per second d. What shall we do if there are serious floods like those which occurred in 1961 and 1964 and which caused the reservoir to silt up with 3 billion tons of sand? This is a matter of extreme urgency. It would have been easy enough for me just to ask the State Planning Commission to approve the plan for reconstructing the Sanmenxia water control project. But opinion about it is still widely divided. I would have felt uneasy if I hadn't come here to consult you. That's why I managed to find time to attend this conference. Speech on Harnessing the Huanghe River 455. After listening to your opinions, I have a clear picture of the program. Right now there is a near consensus about the necessity of building 2 tunnels and using 4 huge steel tubes to discharge water and silt. There is much less disagreement about this plan for reconstructing the Sanmenxia project than before. But there are still a few comrades who are against the plan and who have made an alternative proposal, to build 3 reservoirs along the upper reaches of the Huanghe River, which will not be a multi-purpose project but will serve the sole function of storing silt. I'm afraid their proposal will not solve our problem. The reasons are that these reservoirs alone cannot hold all the silt and that in any event we don't have time to conduct a geological survey for the selection of construction sites. You may be right to blame the Huanghe River Water Conservancy Committee and the Ministry of Water Resources and Electric Power for their failure to do a good job of water and soil conservation and of the hydrological surveys along the upper reaches. But the question right now is what action to take as a remedy. What is to be done in the next 5 years? You have to find an answer to that question. Those comrades who object to the reconstruction program see only the benefits of having the accumulated silt washed away from the riverbed in the lower reaches. But why do they close their eyes to the troubles that have arisen in the middle reaches? If these troubles should increase to the point of causing damage to the industrial base of Xi'an, the resultant losses would be well above tens of millions of yuan. What are you going to say to the comrades from Xi'an and the Sanmengxia reservoir area to ease their anxiety? The proposed water and soil conservancy projects and silt storage reservoirs are not practicable in the near future. How can the state afford the huge investment it would take to build so many projects in the short space of 5 years? What, then, is the best way out under the present circumstances, given that we cannot undertake these projects in either the upper or the lower reaches of the river? I hope all participants in this conference will give careful thought to this matter, taking an overall view of it. I admit that the Sanmengxia reconstruction program, including building the 2 tunnels and using 4 large steel tubes, will not provide a final solution to the problem. But in the absence of a better alternative, it can serve as an emergency measure. Reconstruction will help solve the problems, which will remain unsolved if we take no action at all. The reconstruction program will probably require quite a lot of money. But 456 Zhou Enlai. We consider it a worthwhile investment, even if it comes to as much as 80 or 90 million yuan. We can't just sit idly by and let the problems remain unsolved. We need to look at things from a comprehensive point of view and to anticipate possible changes. We can't afford to wait any longer, and now is the time to make up our minds and give final approval to the Sanmengxia reconstruction program. Today I can only express my approval of the first phase of the program, that is, the building of some additional projects. I shall continue to take care of other problems related to the program. My approval of the additional projects doesn't imply that we should focus solely on the middle reaches of the river. Nothing of the kind. So far, we have worked out only one practicable blueprint for the reconstruction program, but we shall continue to tackle other problems and tasks. I want to emphasize once more that to find solutions to any problem it is very important to frequent the construction sites and plunge yourselves into practical work. Summing up, practical work will enrich your experience. And you should be sure to do it at regular intervals. I'm still worried that the plan for building the 2 tunnels and using 4 steel tubes might pose so many problems. We shouldn't look at things through rose-colored glasses. Most likely there will be new problems that we haven't anticipated. You should devote much of your time and energy to designing, and when the designed projects go into construction, you should hold frequent consultations with the workers. In short, you should work carefully and hard. If problems crop up, telephone the authorities in Beijing without delay. As soon as a fault is discovered, action must be taken to eliminate it. Don't assume that once the reconstruction program has been endorsed by the central authorities and approved by the State Planning Commission, you no longer have anything to worry about. Very often our decisions are flawed or not well thought through, especially in matters related to technology. I want to remind you once again that it was not easy for us to reach a final decision on building the 2 tunnel SNUSING the 4 STEEL tube S. But since we have decided on this construction task, we have the responsibility for carrying it out. It is essential for all of us to use our brains. BECAUs we have to admit that we still don't have a good grasp of the laws governing control of the river. I would like to repeat my previous warning that just BECAUSEU have EUNDERS to one thing, you must not assume you know everything you need to. Speech on harnessing the Huanghe River 457. No. When we first decided to build the Sanmengxia water control project we made some hasty judgments. Whenever we get carried away with excitement, we tend to view things one-sidedly and to overlook the other side of the coin. As a result, we fail to look at problems from a dialectical point of view. The root cause of this is that we don't know enough, which makes it difficult for us to pay due attention to various problems and to rank them in order of importance. In 1959 the Ministry of Water Resources and Electric Power started building more than 300 large reservoirs. Some of these projects have been stopped in the past few years, but there are almost 200 reservoirs still under construction. A considerable amount of engineering work on THSA project has not yet been completed, and quite a number of problems remain unsolved. Construction of reservoirs has proved a difficult task. Our experience over the last few years has taught us some important lessons, and we should bear them in mind. Major tasks for developing the national economy. December 21, 1964. The major task for developing our national economy in the years to come is, in brief, to turn China into a powerful socialist country with modern agriculture, modern industry, modern national defense and modern science and technology in not too long a period, catching up with and surpassing the countries that are advanced in these respects. To accomplish this historic task, we may envisage the development of our economy in two stages beginning with the third five-year plan. The first stage is to build an independent and relatively comprehensive industrial and economic structure. The second stage is to accomplish the overall modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology, so that our economy will be among the front ranks of world economies. The period of the third five-year plan is crucial for achieving the objective set in the first stage. If we do a very good job in this period, we shall surely be able to build an independent and relatively comprehensive industrial and economic structure in China in another 2 5-year plan periods. In developing our economy, we should pay attention to the following problems. First, handling the relations between agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. The correct handling of these relations will help to ensure the successful implementation of the general line of socialist construction. The plan for national economic development should give priority to agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry in that order. Excerpt from the first part of THE Report on the WORKOF the GOVERNMENT MADI at THE first TSES Zion of THE Third National PE Opal SC Congress. 458. Major tasks for developing the economy 459. We must do better in applying the guiding principle of economic development, namely, that agriculture is the foundation and industry the leading factor. The scale of industrial development should correspond to the volume of marketable grain and industrial raw materials made available by agriculture. All department and trades should orient themselves towards serving agriculture and the countryside. The Department of Heavy Industry should, in the first place, provide agriculture with increasing amounts of machinery, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, fuel, electric power, irrigation equipment, and building materials and, at the same time, provide light industry with more and more raw and semi-finished materials and equipment. To meet these demands it is essential to speed up the development of heavy industry, especially the basic industries. The development of agriculture depends not only on the necessary material and financial assistance provided by the state. What is more important, it depends on the collective strength of the people's communes. Second, handling the relations between self-reliance and international cooperation. Self-reliance is the cornerstone of revolution and construction. Only by relying on the diligent labor of its own people and by fully exploiting its own resources for construction in the light of its own specific conditions is it possible for a socialist country to develop its economy at a relatively high speed and thus to strengthen the power of the socialist camp as a whole. Between peoples of different countries, assistance is never a one-way affair, it is mutual and benefits both sides. It is a manifestation of national chauvinism to reduce another country to economic dependency in the name of mutual economic assistance. International cooperation must be built on the basis of self-reliance. Only by relying on itself in construction can a country achieve a stronger position to help others. Moreover, in helping recipient countries it must help them to stand on their own feet. Self-reliance is a policy which our party has consistently adhered to. The Chinese people are neither sluggards nor cowards. We have never depended and never will depend on others for a living. We are fully capable of building an independent, integrated and modern economic structure through our own efforts. At the same time, we shall continue to do all we can to step up our aid to other countries and to make a greater contribution in accordance with our internationalist duty. 46.0 Zhou Enlai. Third, carrying out the technological revolution. We cannot just follow the beaten track traversed by other countries in the development of technology and trail behind them at snail's pace. We must break away from conventions and try to adopt as many advanced technologies as possible in order to turn our country into a powerful, modern socialist state in not too long a historical period. This is what we mean by the Great Leap Forward. Is this impossible to achieve? Is this just boasting and bragging? Certainly not. It can be done. We need only take a look at our history to understand this. In our country, haven't we overthrown imperialism, feudalism, and capitalism, which were seemingly so strong? Haven't we attained a reasonably good level in all fields of socialist revolution and socialist construction after 15 years of endeavor, starting from poverty and blankness? Haven't we also exploded an atomic bomb? Haven't we flung off the label sick man of the East that was fastened on us by Westerners? Why can't the proletariat of the East accomplish what the bourgeoisie of the West has been able to? Early in this century, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the great Chinese revolutionary and our precursor, said that China would make a great leap forward. His prediction will certainly come true within the next several decades. This is an inevitable trend and none of the forces of reaction can stop it. 282 In order to employ advanced technologies, it is necessary to bring our people's ingenuity and talent into full play and to carry on extensive scientific experiments. We must absorb all the good experiences and technologies of other countries. Learning from other countries must be combined with creativity on our own part. The adoption of new technologies must be combined with a mass movement for technological innovation and revolution. Scientific research and teaching must be linked with production. Fourth, combining centralized leadership and extensive mass movements. Our party has acquired a wealth of experience in leading the masses in revolutionary struggles. We have likewise gained experience in conducting mass movements for economic construction. What we have learned is the following: we have to make sure that the tasks are discussed by the masses. We have to conduct an emulation campaign in which each compares himself with the more advanced, learning from and overtaking them, and helps the less advanced to catch up. We have to bring about close cooperation among leading cadres, specialists, and the masses. We must. Major tasks for developing the economy. 461. Promote both the revolutionary spirit of daring to think, daring to speak and daring to act, and a realistic, scientific approach. On the one hand, we must work with great enthusiasm, and on the other, labor must be alternated with rest. Innovations by the masses must be first tested and then gradually introduced. And we must adhere to the party's class line, uniting with all the forces that can be united with and mobilizing every positive clement to serve the cause of socialist construction. Rural Health Work. And Family Planning. November 1, 1965. Dr. Lin 283 and President Fu Lianzhang 284 have set a difficult task for me. I'm only a layman in your professional discussions of gynecology and obstetrics. So what should I say? Suppose I talk about orienting our health work to the countryside and about family planning. China's rural population is 87 or 88% of the total, while only 12 to 13% of our people live in the cities. Unless we shift the emphasis of health work to the countryside, how will it be possible for us to serve the laboring people? The slogan "Serve the laboring people," who form the overwhelming majority of our population, will be nothing but empty talk. Not until after repeated reminders from Chairman Mao did the public health departments begin to pay attention to work in the countryside. Our government offices, of course, must be held responsible for the delay and, as Premier of the State Council, am to blame before anyone else. Although I mentioned rural healthcare on some occasions, I didn't attach enough weight to the matter. With Chairman Mao's reminders, the health departments have set about drawing up specific plans, and now they have produced a tentative program. It is an important and difficult task to train 3 kinds of health workers in the countryside within the space of 5 years. One of the first kind, who are not to withdraw from farm work, should be provided for every production team. As there are 5 million production teams in our country, we must train 5 million health workers for them. We cannot say for certain that we shall be able to fulfill this task within 5 years. It may take a decade. It's an immense undertaking to train so many health workers who, while continuing to engage in farming, are capable of dealing with common ailments, treating simple gynecological disorders and delivering babies. Everyone present here is charged with responsibility for training, and you should not take this job idly. Production teams welcome people who, while continuing to farm, also know how to treat illness. Certainly, we cannot guarantee that every one of this huge contingent of health workers of the first kind will be fully qualified. Those who are unqualified can be given additional training. Next, all production brigades and some communes should be provided with the second kind of health workers. These are people who have their work points recorded when they work as doctors and go on with physical labor the rest of time. Attached to communes or production brigades, they are expected to master higher skills, so that they can deal with diseases that are hard to treat, not just headaches and common colds. There are more than 800,000 production brigades in our country. If each brigade is provided with one, we shall have to train over 800,000 health workers of this kind. Some brigades, in fact, will probably need more than one. As for the third kind of health workers, the are full-time doctors working for communes or districts. If each commune is provided with 3 to 5, some 300,000 doctors will be needed for about 70,000 communes. Although they have basically left the soil, it will be good if they can find some time to take part in farm work. Meanwhile, there is one point I need to explain, and that is that the job of a medical worker is a combination of mental and manual labor. When she was busy, Dr. Lin performed several operations a week. Young doctors stand for long hours in operating theaters every day, not including preparation time. Their jobs consist of both mental and manual labor, a combination of the two. It's the same with nurses. And not just doctors and nurses, but all medical staff in hospitals do labor that is part mental and part manual. It's a tough problem to arrange for training the 3 kinds of country doctors. Not counting administrative personnel, the total number of our health workers has not yet reached 1 million. So I don't think that 6 or 7 million health workers of the 3 echelons can be trained in 5 years. We may need 10 years or longer. Our plan should allow more leeway, but we have to redouble our efforts. Of course, it will be a good thing if we can accomplish this task in less than 10 years. The women present here will have to shoulder more responsibility. This is because most of the health 464 Enlai workers of the first kind and more than half of the total 6 or 7 million will be women. This is really a formidable task. How are you going to tackle it? Where should you begin? I think the best way is to send to the countryside, group after group, medical teams organized by large and medium-sized cities, by factories, mines, enterprises, government offices, schools, and army units. These teams would have 2 major tasks, one would be to treat the sick and the other to train medical workers. They would receive a warm welcome, so long as they sincerely served the PESANTS and trained medical workers for them. As for elderly and infirm doctors, the ones who can scarcely walk without help, they'd better remain in the cities. Take Mr. Pu Fuzhou, 285, a well-known practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, for example. If he gets a cold in the countryside, his span of service to his patients will be shortened. Doctors like him should stay behind in the cities, where they can contribute their share to mankind by teaching and by summing up their rich experience in writing. Moreover, we cannot leave the cities without doctors. 12 to 13% of our people, or more than 100 million, live in the cities, and that figure may go up in coming years. We have to provide good medical care for them too. Other major tasks facing us are the restructuring of the medical system and the training of specialized medical personnel. Now I'd like to touch on the question of family planning. We need to do publicity work and education on this question. On the one hand, we should draw up some rules and regulations providing preferential treatment in terms of wages, housing, food supply, and so on for those who practice birth control. On the other hand, birth control should be practiced on a voluntary basis. There must be absolutely no coercion or commandism in this regard. In short, there should be both free will and a degree of constraint. All kinds of means should be employed to teach people about contraception. It is of great importance to introduce family planning in China. If we don't implement this policy among our 700 million people, the population will rise too fast for the growth of production to keep up with it, and that will pose a tremendous problem. It will be a great achievement if, by the end of the 20th century, the concerted efforts of the people can bring the net growth rate of the population down to 1%. In a word, family planning is a long-term task. And since the goal is not unrealistic, it will be better if we can attain it ahead of schedule. Afforestation, a project of vital and lasting importance. February 23, 1966. To carry out a program of afforestation throughout the country, we must count on the combined efforts of the entire party membership and the people, that is, we must walk on two legs. The Ministry of Forestry has only been concerned with felling trees, but I believe its main task should be planting them. 28.6 If we make mistakes in industry, they can be rectified in a year or two, but if we make mistakes in forestry and water conservancy, things can hardly be put right even in many years. The two things that worry me most are that we may make mistakes in harnessing rivers and that we may cut down too many trees. Future generations would blame us for that. Despite the fact that forests cover only about 10% of our territory, over the past 16 years we have chopped down more trees than we have planted, which means a net loss. There are only some 30 years left until the end of the century, and we can no longer afford such losses. Afforestation is a project of vital and lasting importance, and we must be very careful about it. As I said, in afforestation we must follow the principle of walking on two legs, in other words, we must have the support of the 600 million peasants. As it is a tremendous task to plant trees along the four sides, the Afforestation Corps should launch pilot projects. Cutting down trees the way one cuts hair, then just leaving the place, when there is not a single tree left, and abandoning the railways built for forest work, how can we allow this? Planting trees is part of the work of socialist construction. We can't behave like prodigals, eating up the cake with no thought for the morrow. 287 Our revered Liang Shi, the former Minister of Forestry, used to speak about this problem very often. It is not too late to start planting now. The Ministry of Forestry should concentrate on afforestation in both the south and the north. It should survey the practice of the different communes, analyze their experience and disseminate the most successful methods. The emphasis should be placed on tree farms run by the masses rather than by the state, on planting rather than felling, on the front rather than the rear. Only when we put the emphasis in the right block can we plant more trees than we fell. During the period of the third five-year plan we must accumulate varied experience in forestry. The 8 provinces of North China 288 are vast and densely populated, but they don't have many trees. Afforestation should develop very quickly there. In the southern provinces natural conditions are more favorable, so a better job should be done there. The south was never lacking in trees, but now in so many places the soil has been eroded. It is very important to plant trees there, to protect existing forests and to use wood rationally. The Ministry of Forests try recommends planting trees everywhere. But what are the results so far? The road to the Beijing airport is nice, but the one from Beijing to Tianjin is awful. For more than 10 years you have been asking people to plant trees along the railways, and nothing has been done. It's a shame. Some people say that the situation is better along the main roads, but what I can see from the train doesn't convince me. Things ought to be easier if we join efforts with the communes, making each of them responsible for planting trees along certain sections of road and taking care of them. I am sure they can do a good job. In the northwest, we should concentrate on the regions where the Huanghe River silt comes from, instead of spreading ourselves too thin. Scattered projects mean heavy investment and meager results, they won't serve any purpose. How many years have we spent trying to grow trees on the lowest plateaus of the northwest? So much work for such poor results. We should learn from experience. In northern Shaanxi province, which is fairly well populated and where subterranean water is close to the Erfaki, it's held possible to plant trees to form sand break belts. Afforestation 467. On the Jingbian and Dingbian plateaus, however, it would be hard to grow trees because the subterranean water lies too deep. We should plant trees in the best possible places and work methodically. If we are going to halt soil erosion over the 280,000 square kilometers of the Huanghe Basin, we shall have to have enormous ambition and the indomitable spirit of the foolish old man who removed the mountains. The lowest plateaus are the cradle of our ancestors, the birthplace of our civilization. Unfortunately, the forests there have been devastated. We shall not only recreate them but make them better than before. The Northwest Bureau of the Central Committee should appoint a leading group to be responsible for reclamation of land and for water and soil conservation. Farming and forestry sectors should support each other. Since afforestation is a project of vital and lasting importance, we should carry it well into the next century. The prospects for North China are bright, and they are even brighter for Northwest China. Expand production and rebuild our homes. March 10, 1966. Dear comrades and villagers. You have sustained heavy losses in this calamity. You are much in the thoughts of the Central Committee and the government. Chairman Mao sent me here to see you and extend our sympathy to you. Last night I arrived in the county seat of Lanzhou, where I heard reports from the Prefectural Part Y Committee and the County Party Committee. Today I reached your village. This earthquake took us unawares. Your section from Xingjiawan to Zhengzhuangqiao was the epic entree. 20 years ago, during the War of Resistance against Japan, you suffered a great deal from battles with the national enemy. This time every village and every family has again suffered enormously at the hands of the underground enemy. You have paid a heavy price for the experience gained in the struggle against it. No sooner had the men of the People's Liberation Army, the local work teams and medical teams heard the news than they rushed to the stricken area to rescue the severely injured, treat the walking wounded and bury the dead. So many people have died in this catastrophe. We should carry on their unfinished work by fighting the earth. Before the disaster you had brought great changes in this low-lying area. Today you must overcome the difficulties and rebuild your homes. You can do it ally by yourselves. But a number of villages in the western part of your county were not affected at all, such as those in Zhou, Ningjin, and Rengxian counties. People there can lend you a hand. You supported each other back in the years when we were fighting the Japanese aggressors. When rebuilding your village, you should construct low houses, far apart. Party and youth league members and young pioneers should take the lead in relief work. Once you get organized you will surely find solutions. The state, of course, will assist you, because 30 communes with 340,000 people have been stricken by this disaster in your prefecture. More than 20,000 PLA men, together with some 10,000 local work team and medical team members have been sent here, totaling more than 30,000 people. For almost every 10 people there will be one person to help. That shows that in a socialist country like ours, when one person is in trouble, all the people come to his aid. You've read Chairman Mao Zedong's speech entitled "The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains," haven't you? Well, if even a foolish old man was able to remove the mountains, we can surely surmount the difficulties facing us today. It's quite natural to feel anguish when we see people die, but we must never bow to misfortune. We have to be united, for solidarity means strength. Young and able-bodied people should help look after the elderly who are left alone and the children who have lost their parents. I'm afraid I can't go around to every village. So I hope that your village, as the representative, will express to other villages the concern of the Central Committee and of Chairman Mao and pass on what I have said today. The Chinese people have high aspirations. You should study the chairman's works and pluck up your courage. You should try to restore life to order within 7 or 8 days and reorganize production work in a few days after that. Your county should launch a campaign to emulate Zhou and Ningjin. Only by restoring production and regaining strength can you live up to the expectations of the departed. Now let's shout slogans together: work hard for prosperity. Rely on our own efforts. Gear up production. Rebuild our homes. I'll come and see you Agam when you have rebuilt your village. On protecting cotters *. A list of Siadras who should be protected. AUGUST 30-196-6. Protect cotters 471. Heads of the Democratic parties. The President of the Supreme People's Court and the Procurator General of the Supreme People's Procuratorate. 290. We should respect Sun Qingling. September 1, 1966. Sun Qingling was the wife of Sun Yat-sen. Sun's merits and achievements were affirmed by Chairman Mao in his important essay on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, written in Beijing after liberation. Sun's contributions are recorded on the monument to the People's Heroes in Tiananmen Square. We can never agree to the destruction of Sun Yat-sen's bronze statue, as demanded by the students of Nanjing. It is Chairman Mao's decision to place his portrait opposite the rostrum in Tiananmen every May Day and National Day. As a bourgeois revolutionary, Sun Yat-sen had merits as well as shortcomings. And his wife has never bowed her head to Chiang Kai-shek since she began to cooperate with us. After the failure of the Great Revolution, she went abroad. She took it upon herself to rescue underground Chinese communists. During the War of Resistance against Japan she cooperated with us, and during the War of Liberation her sympathies were on our side. Sun has dedicated herself to consistent, long-term cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party. She deserves our respect. She is now at an advanced age. When we commemorate the centenary of Sun Yat-sen's birth later this year, the article she contributes for the occasion will have immense impact internationally. It is wrong to put up big character posters in her house. Of the 3 brothers and 3 sisters in her family, 29 she is the only one who champions revolution. We cannot attack her just because her younger sister is Chiang Kai-shek's wife. Her residence was allocated by the state for her to live in. The persons who shouted "I dare to speak and act, I am determined to go there," were wrong. We must by all means dissuade them from going there. *EXCERPT from a talk to Red Guard S in The capital. 472 Zhou Enlai. Wages should not be reduced for cotters who are under criticism. September 18, 1966. Jilin Provincial Party Committee's telegram of September 16 received. Our views on wages for cotters who are under criticism are as follows. For the time being, wages should not be reduced even in cases where the nature of a cotter's mistakes has been determined. If some of these people volunteer to draw less pay or to donate a part of their wages as extra party membership dues, we should allow, but never compel, them to do so, on condition that they do not fall ill because of reduced pay. Full pay should be issued to all cadres the nature of whose mistakes has not yet been determined. Li Baohua 292 and Li Renzi 293 must be released. November 14, 1966. Comrade Tao Zhou, 294. Please have a talk with members of the Anhui Provincial Party Committee by telephone. If the report proves true, please negotiate by phone with the heads of the August 27th Rebellion Corps. Do your best to have comrades Li Baohua and Li Renzi released and sent home to rest. On Lu Lantao's release from Kuomintang Prison 295. November 24, 1966. Your telegram of the 23rd has been received. Please explain to the Weidong Red Guards of Nankai University and to the students of this Xi'an bombard the headquarters militant detachment that the Central Committee of the Part is aware of Comrade Lu Lantao's release from The Kuomintang Pris on. If an YNEW mat ERIALSARE found, THEY can be sent by representatives to the Central Committee for Investigation and Handling, but the Y are not to be made public or investigated by the students them selves. Wang Enma 0296 should be made a deputy to The 9th National Party Congress 297 January 12, 1969. Deputies from the Xinjiang GUYG or Autonomous Region to the Nth National Party Con GRSS Halding Cludi Comrade Wan Ji Mao. You have done much to see that his name appears on the list of deputies. Now you are facing new difficulties. If it takes time to pursue ad party cadres and the revolutionary ma SSES both in SIDE and out SIDE The Part Y to elect him, see Amrad Wan Genmao and his family member SCANBSN to Beijing in order to facilitate your work. Pleaseletme no W your opinions about this. Su Haidong 298 should join The Presidium of The 9th National Party Congress. March 31, 1969. About naming Comrade Su Haidong a deputy to the 9th National Party Congress. If they agree to elect him a deputy, I plan to propose that he join the Presidium and then that conveners of groups go back to request the agreement of all the deputies. It would be best if Comrade Su could join the Presidium, once he is elected a deputy. I have consulted with comrades in the Administrative Office of the Central Military Commission, and we are all in agreement on this matter. Now I ask for your approval. Tao Zhou 294 should be hospitalized *. April 5, 1969. I agree that Tao should be sent secretly to PLA Hospital number 302 for treatment, and I am submitting this report to the chairman to read and comment on. I didn't know Tao was seriously ill until I read a report from the Central Guards Bureau dated April 3. After I pressed for more details, they submitted this report. Leading members of democratic parties should not be subjected to criticism and denunciation. May 4, 1969. I don't know whether PLA representatives have been sent to the leading bodies of the democratic parties. If so, you can talk with them about policies. The task for revolutionary rebels in these bodies is not to criticize and denounce leading members of the democratic parties, that is, members of their central committees and provincial and municipal committees, but to screen the rank and file cadres. It is a different matter if active counter-revolutionaries are discovered among the leading members. But even so, such cases should be reported to the PLA representatives first. It is forbidden to take any action without the consent of the CPC Central Committee, or the Provincial or Municipal Revolutionary Committee. The lower rank S of cadre SS held be screened in a different way from Communist Part Y member S and held to different requirements. Please note the attached letter from Mr. Deng Kumin. 299. Hualujan 300 should be protected. March 4, 1970. First, Hualujan S held be protected so that HEIS not harmed by skundrels. Second, we s howled follow up the clue s about high s stolen manuscript s and do everything po ssible to find the culprits. Third, ZAO, 301 Pli se check Hua s collection of ancient art objects scaled up for safekeeping by the Mathematics Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to CW8 there is anything missing. When circumstances are safe, return them to Hua. Fourth, it is not appropriate to SEND Hua, along with others of THE Science and Technology University, to THE May 7th Cotters School 302 or to other place south. It old BB for him to stay in Beijing as a member of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress SS and to try out the mathematical method of overall planning he has proposed. After you three have settled TS matter, please let me know. On the death of Zhang Lindsay 33. Zhou Y 31, 1970. At a meeting held on July 31, 1970, THE Executive Group under the State Council examined two reports, submitted on May 20 and July 31 respectively, by PLA representatives at the Ministry of Coal, together with the report of May 17 submitted by the Special Case Group of the Workers/PLA propaganda team based at the Beijing Mining Institute. At the same time, it studied the speech that had been given at the institute by the counter-revolutionary Qi Binayu 304 on December 24, 1966. All the participants agreed that Comrade Zhang Lindsay's personal record was clear and that, already severely injured, he was extremely anxious when he heard Qi's threatening, rabble-rousing speech over the loudspeaker at the Mining Institute. It is clear that he died in the violence and confusion that accompanied the attempt to extort a confession from him. These being the facts, the report of the Special Case Group of the Mining Institute barely scratched the surface. The group should get to the bottom of the case by studying the comprehensive materials assembled by the Ministry of the Coal Industry. It is hereby decided that Comrade Zhang Lindsay's death should be dealt with as a contradiction among the people. His wife and children must not be made to suffer, on the contrary, they are entitled to the same treatment as the families of revolutionary cotters. Fascist methods of interrogating cotters must be abolished. December 18, 1972. Please combine your efforts to accomplish the following three things. 1. Ask the persons concerned to release Lu Jianzhang 3054. Medical treatment. In view of his illness, send him to Fuwai Hospital or to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' Hospital. Meanwhile, notify his wife, his children, and his other family members so that they can visit him. 2. Send the file containing the conclusion on Lu's case to Xiannian 306 and Denkoi 307 of the State Council for their instructions. 3. Hope that in accordance with the proposal I made to your representatives at the State Council, the Ministry of Public Security and the Beijing Garrison Command will once again this year conduct a complete check on conditions in Beijing prison. All practices that fall in the category of what Chairman Mao describes as these fascist methods of interrogating cotters, beating, and other maltreatment should be enumerated. It should be decreed for a second time that they are to be abolished. All this should be done in the presence of PRIS1ers. Anyone who violates this decree must be punished according to law. Prisoners should be allowed to bring charges. Please report to me separately when everything is settled. I enclose the chairman's instructions, please return them to me when the three things have been done. On the list of persons to attend the National Day reception. September 29, 1974. Yesterday evening you gave me the list of people whose names will appear in the press as having attended the National Day reception. You told me that the names had been read to the chairman one by one. He had then proposed to add Xiao Hua, 308 Li Likan 309 and Ho Bailan 310 and asked whether Shang Zhen 311 was included. You told me that Lu Zijian 312 was added in accordance with the chairman's suggestion during the discussion in the Political Bureau last night. When skimming over the list last night, I thought of Chi Y 313 and Mrung. This evening I pored over the list of more than 2 000 people once again. With regard to the 17th category, patriotic personages, the United Front Work Department has suggested including the wives of 4 Kuomintang generals who came over to our side, Han I, Quanhua, Guo Yuking, Hong Zihao, and Lu Yun's Hung. The department also suggested Zhang swimming. 315. In my view, the presence of the 4 wives will have quite some impact at home and abroad. As for Zhang swimming, he got into trouble because Lin Biao took advantage of the cases of Li and Xie to persecute a large number of prominent democratic persons in the Northeast. Now that Comrade Li Zhenko has been rehabilitated and Zhang Suisi is dead, we should invite Zhang swimming to attend the reception. Comments concerning economic work. The workers' petition must not interfere with production. November 28, 1966. You are welcome to send representatives to Beijing to exchange views with us. Please consider this: if thousands of your workers throng to Beijing to present the petition, it will be hard for us to receive and negotiate with all of you, while on your side it will hamper production in your factories. And if workers who oppose you also come to Beijing, it will affect production even more seriously. We hope that leaders of the provincial and municipal party committees, as well as leaders of the factories and mines, will guarantee that no workers are fired, have their pay docked, or are subjected to retaliation or threatened with loss of their membership in the party or youth league. At the same time, workers should guarantee that production is not interfered with and that communications and transport are not disrupted. When you decide upon the number of representatives who will come to Beijing, please let us know, so that the Ministry of Railways can be instructed to dispatch trains. Your factories and mines should be responsible for your traveling expenses. Comrade Liao's Hijao 31-9 will accompany your representatives to Beijing. Let the people store up material wealth **. As Chairman Mao put it, the peasants are storing up material wealth by reporting less grain than they have actually produced. It can only be a good thing for peasants to store up 10% or more grain, because it will never be consumed frivolously. It's better for grain to be kept in the peasants' barns than to be purchased by the state. But you must not think this means we are advocating honesty. What Chairman Mao said was directed against bureaucrats who don't go down to the countryside to investigate. Before 1961 the peasants suffered a great deal from high targets fixed by the bureaucrats, so now they pay them back by reporting just output. The same thing is happening in the cities, where people report more family members in order to obtain more ration coupons for grain. Reporting less acreage under cultivation and less grain output, claiming more family members and exaggerating the losses caused by natural disasters. These are the people's ways of dealing with bureaucratism. They will tell the truth if we adopt realistic policies and try to win the support of poor and lower middle peasants. Offering people necessary benefits as a measure of encouragement cannot be described as emphasizing material incentives. The policy we have adopted in that regard in our recent years should be viewed as a necessity. We have to give some special benefits to peasants in the cotton growing areas, that is, provide them with chemical fertilizers and grain, so that they will be able to restore cotton production more rapidly. We also have to encourage rice producers, because the export of rice can bring important economic returns. 1 ton of rice can be exchanged for 1.7 tons of wheat or 2 tons of corn, or it can EARN for EIGN exchange for US. Also, we have made some mistakes in purchasing grain. For instance, in recent years we have so many times had to transport enormous quantities of grain back to the countryside for resale to the peasants, because we had asked them to sell too large a proportion of their harvest to the estate. By purchasing too much grain we created the false impression of a bump harvest. Moreover, transporting the grain back and forth was a waste of everything. For this reason, Chairman Mao favors purchasing as little EGRA in as possible. In his opinion, it is a good thing for people to store up a certain amount of material wealth. TSIS particularly true in time of war, and most especially in case of foreign invasion. Railways and waterways must not be cut. Please read the enclosed 8ds patches about disrupted railway traffic. At Chairman Mao's office ts morning, I made it clear that trains and SHIPs are the communication's lifelines of the country as a whole. In no circumstances can they be held up. This afternoon I called together comrades Li Fukun, 320 Li Xiannian, 306 Yejian, for a discussion. In addition to the order forbidding people to interrupt rail and water transport, which has been submitted for you to approve and is SUE, we plan to transfer our China S18 railway admin, istration S to the local GA Riso NS, Thursday S placen G them UNDER Milita Wycon, Trawl. WES Hall also place SHIP S plying the seas and RIVERS UNDER military control and unfied administration by the NAVY. Army and Navy units responsible for rail and water transport should be separated from THE military SUBREA commands and also from ARM the PEOPLE Department S. By the SAME token, they must no long gerget involve VED in the work of supporting the left in their localities. 32.5 In this way rail and water transport throughout the country will be under unified control and free from interference. The plan is Bain G** letter to the Cultural Revolution group of the Centre L Committee. 482 Zhou Enlai. Drafted at General Staff Headquarters and should be finished and submitted for your examination tomorrow. We are also preparing a statement to be issued to all workers and staff of railways and ships. When it is finished it will be sent to you for approval. Unite to protect harbor traffic. October 2, 1967. It has been reported that because there are two opposing factions among the staff at the Xiamen Customs Office and the local port office, no one is on inspection duty. As a result, a British merchant ship was unable to enter the port. The people on board, including 3 who were ill, had difficulty getting food and drink. We absolutely cannot tolerate such conduct, which is utterly wrong, violates Chinese law and damages the reputation of our country. I hope that on receipt of this telephone message, the Xiamen Military Control Commission and the investigation group will call upon people of the two factions to make a united effort to perform their day-to-day duties well and to do a good job in all matters relating to other countries. The Central Committee of the party will dispatch a circular commending any faction that answers the call of the committee and of Chairman Mao. Conversely, if any faction refuses to respond, the Central Committee will call for public criticism of it. Meanwhile, the Central Committee orders the Military Control Commission to take necessary measures to ensure the inspection of ships and their loading and unloading. If any faction interferes with this work, the Military Control Commission, in accordance with the June 6 Circular, 326 must punish the instigators and chief troublemakers. Measures for checking violence. Disband special teams whose function was to settle disputes by violent means. People should form a great revolutionary alliance only within their own work units and in accordance with the principle of a 3-I-non-E combination. No more factions shall be allowed to form. Revolutionary committees and representatives of military control commissions should see to it that no workers or other employees are driven away from their posts. Those who leave their factories of their own accord must return by a specified date. The wages of those who do not return on time should be docked. Though SEW are still away from their posts after S9 month shall be me SSED. Revolutionary committees and representatives of military control commissions shall protect return ED workers. The Y should send those who have been beaten up to hospital on full power and seek out their assailants. From now on, no one should be allowed to leave his post and go wherever he likes to carry on factionalist activities. Prohibit PEOPLE from seizing arms and ammunition from army units and transporting them elsewhere. Allow no more assaults on public buildings for the purpose of turning them into strongholds. Allow no theft of goods and materials from public warehouses. Still less allow murder and arson. Rational rules and regulations should continue in force. April 12, 1969. Airplane accidents caused by poor quality of the aircraft have damaged our war preparedness, interfered with our aid to foreign countries and endangered human lives. You all come from the AIR force, how can you be so irresponsible, when the levies of YRCOM, raids are ATS tick? And how can you allow UKMES management to continue at a defense plant? Didn't you know that factory number 420 had ably shed the inspection system? Why didn't you report it to the central authorities? Why didn't you dare to look into this XRPT from ATA LK at a meeting of lead in G members of THE Department SCO concerned Cal ed TODS cus airplaneaccidents caused by poor quality of THEAIR craft. 484 Zhou Enlai. Blem. Why didn't you order that the system be restored? It's because you afraid of getting into trouble, afraid of offending someone. I was very worried when I at THER port TS morning G. How can you tolerate such a mess at a defense plant? You claim that the inspection system is being gradually restored. What does that mean? How can you take SUCAN attitude and talk that way? You must restore it immediately, not gradually. You must act at once to re-establish SHLL rules and regulations, except for those that are unreasonable. You must absolutely not relax the inspection procedures. US howled give orders for irrational rules and regulations to be revised and for rational ones to be reinstated. Aboli hing all rules is not consistent either with Mao's Zedong thought or with the scientific approach. We cannot act against scientific practice. We should have faith in the working CLASS. They won't demand that we eliminate reasonable rules and regulations, so long as we explain the advantage of retaining them. It is under the influence of the ultra-left ideological trend that some people are demanding that all rules be scrapped. Inspectors should be sent to the northeast, southwest, and northeast. See Herman Mao's Red Line has dominated China for the past 2 decades, so we must not negate everything we have done. Instead, we howled look at what we have done from the viewpoint that everything has 2 aspects, favorable and unfavorable. If we negate everything, how can we explain the growth of industrial production over the past 20 years? Problems of quality should be put on the agenda. December 15, 1971 and January 21, 1972. 40 GN6 planes were built to aid foreign countries. But inspection revealed that 7 of them, 17.5% of the total, were not up to the required standards for delivery. This example alone shows how far the quality of the planes we produce has fallen. Isn't that enough to sound the alarm? I hope that Enlai 324 like Jianing will work on problems in the number 1 motor vehicle plant, the number 2 motor vehicle plant and the Beijing and Nanjing motor vehicle plants. With quality declining like this, how can we help foreign countries or be prepared to defend ourselves? This is an issue that concerns our political line, and we should hold a meeting to discuss it before the end of this month. Remedy the economic damage caused by Lin Biao and Company. February 26, 1973. Arbitrary, irresponsible management has dominated the economic field since 1969. One example is the Nanchang aircraft plant, where the most skilled workers are said to have been transferred to other jobs in rural areas. Another example is the demolition of the pottery and porcelain kilns in Jingdezhen. Although the sabotage by Lin Biao and his partners came to an end on September 13, 1971, 327. Their destructive influence can still be felt today. In the course of time, more and more of their evil doings have been brought to light. Facts showing how Lin Biao and his associates undermined economic development plans since the party's 9th National Congress 297 should be collected and put into a pamphlet to facilitate mass criticism. A thorough criticism of them has to be made if we want to do away with their disastrous influence. Let's have a look at the industrial production targets. The striking thing is that the growth rate of coal production is the lowest of all. And electric power is at the bottom of the charts too. If things go on like this, how can we speed up production? We need a balanced development of the economy, but the fact is, the economy is totally out of balance. Remark S. Madi at a meeting with members of The State Planning Committee SION, who were rooting on the 1973 Plan for Economic Development and on the draft document Regulations concerning Unified State Planning and Improved Economic Management. 486 Zhou Enlai. What's the solution to the problem of economic cooperation between regions? We certainly don't want to establish an independent economic system in each region. Why is our capital construction so overexpanded? Because both central and local departments have launched too many projects. It's time to cut back. The central departments in particular should take the lead by withdrawing some of their projects first, because that will leave local departments some room for maneuver. Neither central nor local authorities should approve any further expansion of capital construction. Throughout the year we need to make regular inspections of capital construction projects. Capital construction was overexpanded in 1970, and owing to our neglect, the same thing happened again in 1972. This taught us a lesson: frequent, year-round inspections are indispensable. We must halt construction of projects that should be abandoned and resume construction of those that have been wrongly suspended. Another problem is that some people have taken advantage of the capital construction opportunities to build non-productive projects. Of course we need to build necessary housing, shops, schools, and so on, but many of the new buildings are not intended for these purposes. You haven't proposed concrete, necessary measures for readjusting the 5 small industries run by local departments. 328 To develop them we must have a reliable supply of raw and semi-finished materials and equipment. If the small local industries are allowed to grow by competing with large enterprises for raw materials, the result will be haphazard development. Guidelines for this readjustment should be clearly set forth in the 1973 plan and in the draft regulations. The growth of the 5 small industries should be restricted, so that they will benefit agricultural production without interfering with state plans. The actual numbers of workers and other employees, the national payroll and the sales volume of grain throughout the country have all exceeded the planned figures. Although last year I spoke about the need to anticipate these problems, the departments concerned did nothing. This is really going too far. In addition to these 3 items, the amount of currency issued has also exceeded the planned figure. This is no minor matter. Although our system is fundamentally different from the capitalist system, which is beset with economic crises, that doesn't mean we shall always have plain sailing. Because of the shortage of commodities, it is hard for us to withdraw the currency that has been put into circulation. The increase in the number of workers and other employees means a corresponding increase in total payroll. This forced us to issue more currency. The trouble is that the amount we have issued is in excess of actual needs. This is a problem that must be studied. That too much currency was issued is demonstrated by a comparative survey conducted this year, which revealed that the amount of commodities available on the market fell short of social demand by a total of 3 billion yuan. In the past 2 years, we have seen increasing evidence of the damage done to the economy by Lin Biao and his collaborators. For example, an alarming amount of banknotes have been issued. This represents an even more serious mismanagement than allowing the 3 figures I mentioned to run over the targets. You are all in charge of financial and banking affairs, but you didn't sound the alarm. These things are economic barometers, and it is your duty to remind people to keep an eye on them. Hubei province put a huge sum of money into circulation, with the result that some of the money budgeted for this year's expenditure was already used up in the fourth quarter of last year. The same sort of thing happened in Anhui and Jiangsu provinces too. We have never seen such unrestrained spending. The total number of workers and other employees has jumped from 50 million to more than 56 million, an all-time high. You have to take measures to address this problem. It should not be hard to reduce the number of laborers working on public projects. As for the surplus laborers employed in the 5 small industries and temporary workers, you should encourage them to return to their original production posts. All this should be started right now. We have turned out plenty of steel. But what about rolled steel? There are some missing links in the production process. The steel we produced can't be used to make rolled steel, and thermal energy is thus wasted. We are facing the same problem we had 10 years ago. Poor coordination between production and before and after processes has always been a big problem. And we still don't have adequate transport facilities, so that ports are jammed with exports and imports. We can't simply concentrate on major products and neglect these problems. Still another problem concerns distribution according to work. Right now we have the 4 no differences. And it also makes no difference whether the job you are doing is hard or easy. It has been said, and I agree, that egalitarianism does nothing to stimulate the enthusiasm of workers and other employees or to keep their numbers from increasing indefinitely. So it's better to have a system that offers some rewards and incentives. Attention should be paid to preventing waterlogging and combating drought. May 14, 1973. Please read carefully the 2 reports on world weather at the bottom of page 4 of our FRENCE News. The Central Meteorological Bureau should study this problem seriously. This year we shall probably be faced with problems of waterlogging in the south and drought in the north, so please ask the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry to remind its subordinate units that they must persevere in measures to combat waterlogging and drought and must under no circumstances or relax their efforts. Institutions of culture, education, science and technology should resume their normal functions. 1970 to 1973. Don't reject a book simply because of the author's political background. September 17, 1970. Why is it that the dictionary on the 4 corners system edited by Wang Yunwu 32-9 has been banned? It's not right to reject a book simply because of the author's political background. Whys howled we even tpeople from us in ga book ju st because sethe writer is politica llyws. There is always so mething us full in a book. Marx ism has to ve eloped from 3 sources, the CLASS Eichel Philo Phy of Germany, the CLASS Eichel Political Economy of Britain and the Utopian SOCELESM of France. Isn't it a fact that the SE are either Bourgeois theories or doctrines that bear the imprint of historical idealism? Nevertheless, there are some grains of truth in them. All ideas have their roots, and a new society can be born only from the womb of the old. PLE from families of the exploiting classes cannot change their background, but the Y can transform their own thinking. This isthe viewpoint of historical materialism. It is essential to look at things dialectically. Don't fly into a rage at the mere mention of something feudal or capitalist. If you do, you are metaphysical or one-sided in your thinking. During The cultural revolution on The counter-revolutio cliques of Linbao and Gang Qing took every opportunity to foster an ultra-left trend of thought that wreaked havoc in the fields of The arts, literature, publishing, education, science and technology. The present excerpts from Com Rad Zhou Enlai S ta lks afford us g limp ses of the s trugla he waged again stthe to counter our evolutionary cliques in tis respect. Excerptfroma talk g eventu lea din g members of de part me nts in c har ge of education and culture. 489. 490 Zhou Enlai. How can the China Book Company and the commercial press be described as no longer necessary? If we close them down, we are not really serving the interests of the people. The younger generation is very worried about the shortage of books. Because they have no good books to read, they turn to bad ones. When addressing the second plenary session of the 9th Central Committee, Chairman Mao stressed the need to study philosophy and combat idealism. All our comrades should study hard to secure a good grasp of the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and also of Chairman Mao's writings. Every river has its source and every tree has its roots. Mao Zedong thought grows out of Marxism-Leninism and therefore has its roots in the latter. The new Chinese dictionary evolved out of the Kangxi dictionary. With regard to the compiling of dictionaries, we can try to be original, but we can't simply be original without ever consulting earlier works. Our policy is to make the past serve the present and to weed through the old to bring forth the new. How are we to do that if new things are not created and old things are not used? Ballet is an art introduced from abroad. We can't say it is our own creation, can we? In The Ball ETS we choreograph the basic dance movements are of the original Western style, but we have introduced new elements into it, both in content and in form. This is an example of the way to use foreign things to serve China. To be sure, the art of ballet still needs further improvement. It is essential for you comrades in the culture departments to study books of Marxism-Leninism carefully so as to learn about the origins of different cultures. When you set about studying Chairman Mao's philosophical writings, you can begin with on practice, because it is through practice that we raise our knowledge to a higher plane. On the Teaching of Foreign Languages. November 20, 1970. Here are some questions you should look into. Are the short ERM training courses for foreign language teachers really effective? Excerpt from a talk given to representatives of TEACHERS and STUDENTS from Beijing University and the Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages. Institutions should resume normal fund sessions 49-1. Will the trainees remember what they learn? And how many of them can be truly qualified at the end of the course? Probably, except for a few who are making rapid progress and a few others who are unable to keep up, the majority of the trainees are at a middle level of achievement or a little below. If a 50-day course is not effective, you could suggest to the department's concerned that the time be extended. You should feel responsible for the trainees, or you will do a disservice to the younger generation. If you give these people inferior training, they will be unable to teach their own students well. Moreover, if your training courses turn out to be of poor quality, people will blame you for being careless and irresponsible about your work. Students of foreign languages hold practice every day. The time of practice hold not be limited to 1 hour. If you lay down a rigid rule that no more than 1 hour is to be spent on practice, you will alienate the trainees. They are here to improve their foreign languages, the use of which will become their main occupation in the near future. Whether they are to become teachers or foreign affairs personnel, it is important for all of them to practice by themselves. Don't interfere with them when they manage to find time to do it. So the time for practice should not be confined to 1 hour a day. Practice must be declared a daily necessity, even if there are many other activities that occupy much of the trainee's time. Whenever possibly, 2 or 3 hours a day hold be allowed for it. As Chairman Mao has often trace sed, painstaking practice is essential when on is studying a language. This principle is also true for the art of calligraphy. To gain a good mastery of a language one must study and practice hard. And it won't do just to confine oneself to the textbook, it is also important to read current material. It isn't easy to be an interpreter, because you need to have not only first-hand experience but also the necessary knowledge and background information about the topics under discussion. Using a foreign language to interpret other people's ideas accurately is no easy task. Many English textbooks currently in US in our secondary schools are full of political vocabulary but include no words and phrases that are useful in everyday life. Such textbooks are not suited to practical use and should therefore be revised. The right thing to do is to learn political and everyday vocabulary simultaneously, because actually the two are inseparable. In one of the English texts used at Beijing University you find the sentence, "Do you come from a worker's family?" People who ask that sort of question are too narrow-minded. Is there no other family background besides a worker's? To learn a foreign language, students must master certain essential knowledge and skills. It's the same with Beijing opera, you have to become proficient in particular singing styles, in speech, and in acrobatics. In addition, Beijing opera actors must have some basic knowledge of political affairs, history, and geography. And the case is the same with students of foreign languages. They must not only be skilled in pronunciation and the use of vocabulary and grammatical rules, in listening, speaking, reading, writing and translating, but also know something about history and geography. They must read not only books on Chinese history and geography but also books on world history and geography. Some knowledge of natural science is also indispensable. Marx and Engels knew a great deal about natural science. Chairman Mao does too. Without such knowledge you will find the job of a translator or interpreter beyond your capacity. Translation, whether oral or written, is not simple, for it demands much more than the ability to understand a few sentences in a foreign language. To be specific, it calls for political awareness and a high educational level. Unless you master essential skills and a wide range of knowledge, you will prove unequal to this kind of job. The basic requirements for translators and interpreters are political consciousness, proficiency in a foreign language and a broad cultural background. What kinds of personnel should foreign languages institutes turn out? First, teachers. Well-qualified teachers can offer good instruction in foreign languages to secondary school students, giving them the firm foundation necessary for advanced courses in college or for future independent study. Second, coders and technicians who are able to read or speak foreign languages. Third, people to work in foreign relations. These three kinds of personnel are all in urgent demand, but teachers rank first in terms of the total numbers that are required, while foreign relations personnel are the ones most badly needed. So we must work hard to improve the teaching of foreign languages. Why have you dropped Russian from the curriculum? Once the need arises, people who know Russian may be in great demand. Institutions should resume normal functions. 49.3. Spread knowledge of history and publish more books. April 12, 1971. As you are in charge of the publishing business, you must see to it that history books are printed. We need to spread knowledge of history, because we cannot do without it. Have you included history books in your publication lists? Books on Chinese and world history and geography are no longer available in bookstores. That should be viewed as a major failing. The three sources of Marxism are bourgeois doctrines or theories that have the limitations of historical idealism. But how can we possibly discard the knowledge of history and cut ourselves off from the past? We are Chinese, and it would be absurd for us to give up studying Chinese history. Historical references can often be found in Chairman Mao's writings. For a good understanding of his works, people need to know so much about history. Comrades have reported that in some localities certain kinds of books which were temporarily locked up for safekeeping have been burned. I am sure the people who burn the books will regret what they have done. Some of the old books should be selected for young people to read from a critical point of view, so they will have some notions of historical development. And if all of them are to read only new books, how can we provide enough to go around? Plans and concrete measures should be worked out to ensure that young people have books to read. We can't afford to cut ourselves off from high story, can we? It is a manifestation of ultra-left thinking, and also a departure from Mao Zedong thought, to negate everything and to reject the viewpoint that everything divides into two. We need to look at things from the viewpoint of high historical materialism. Isn't it true that people set fire to those books because they were infected with ultra-left ideas? To repeat, refusal to take the view that everything divides into two is a manifestation of ultra-left thinking. Why is it that the complete works of Lu Xun have been stored away under lock and key? That's absurd. G.V. Plekhanov, 33-0 was. * part of a talk to the leading group of Anat Iona L Forum ON publication. 494 Zhou Enlai. Considered a Marxist during the first half of his career and has left some books worth reading. Some people claim that books with questionable contents should be stored safely away so that only a few people are allowed to read them. They think they themselves are able to resist pernicious influences, but not others. As a matter of fact, the masses are able to form correct judgments because they know much more than we do as individuals. Some people, while acknowledging that there is a shortage of books for young people, make certain books inaccessible to them. This is precisely because they have no confidence in young people's judgment. No wonder there is a scarcity of books. It is squarely the result of a monopoly on ideology, which has nothing in common with socialist democracy. I am in favor of publishing a series of books that will help broaden people's horizons. Of course, it is of prime importance to read books by Marx and Lenin and the writings of Chairman Mao, but we must also read books of history, geography, and philosophy. Some of our young people have no clear idea about the geographical location of major regions in the world or about the important events of world history, and their range of knowledge is becoming narrower and narrower. This situation must not be allowed to continue, or it will be impossible for THM to hold high the GREAT red banner of Mao Zedong thought. Mao Zedong thought has not developed in isolation but is a product of the integration of the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. It is great theory born of great practice. Ultra-left ideas undermine art *. April 9, 1972. Why doesn't the person who introduces your program announce the names of the soloists and accompanists? It seems you haven't shaken off the influence of ultra-left ideas, which undermine attempts to refine art. Nowadays, your songs are sung faster and faster, the pitch is higher and higher, and the volume louder and louder. Institutions should resume normal fun sessions 495. We should combine revolutionary passion with revolutionary lyricism and a touch of local color. On improving meteorological work *. July 30, 1972. I suggest that you take this opportunity to urge the State Council's executive group to keep tabs on meteorological work. The structure of management of such work can remain unchanged for the time being. Who on the PLA General Staff and at Navy and Air Force Headquarters is in charge of meteorological work? I suggest that Ye Jianying, Zhang Chunqiao and Li Desheng 331 appoint some specialists to meet with the executive group to discuss how to improve the geographical distribution of meteorological installations and observation networks throughout the country. We have to monitor world-wide meteorological forecasts. Try to find out whether it is possible for ground stations to receive addition AL international weather reports via satellite. If it proves feasible, measures for this purpose shall be put into effect without delay. All necessary types of meteorological facilities must be installed in order of priority in all coastal regions or other areas where they are lacking. Attention must also be paid to forecasting cold fronts from the north and west and warm fronts from the east and south. If there are not enough people in this kind of work, you could call back some WHO are now in the 302 May 7th Cotters LS or WHO have switched to other trades or sent to work in other units. No distinction shall be made between military and civilian WEATHER forecasting, so that concerted efforts can be made to serve both purposes. It is important to take precautions against meteorological changes of all kinds, especially sudden changes in the direction of air currents or of strong winds. In addition to making regular summations of their experience, weather services should conduct research to ascertain whether there are unusual Chang'es or null Y added elements in the atmosphere. Please weigh the above suggestions and take whatever action you see fit. Pay attention to the study of basic sciences and to theoretical research. September 11, 1972. Comrade Zhang Wenyu 332 has sent me, through comrades Guo Moro 243 and Lu Ziao 301, a letter 333 from 18 comrades in Department No. 1 of the 401st Research Institute attached to the 2nd Ministry of Machine Building. I was delighted to receive it, because the opinions expressed coincide exactly with what we said to a Pakistani scientist 334 during an interview earlier this month. I hope that Comrade Zhang Wenyu will also send me a copy of the report 335 which you submitted last April to the authorities of the 2nd Ministry of Machine Building and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. With regard to Comrade Lu Ziao's request that Zhou Guangzhou 336 make arrangements for a meeting of personnel from various circles concerned, I think you need not wait for my approval on the matter. You can proceed at once to draw up plans for further discussions. The proposed meeting should not be postponed any longer. The Academy must concentrate on the study of basic sciences and theoretical research, trying to ensure that research is integrated with scientific experimentation. Research on high-energy physics and trial manufacture of high-energy accelerators should be listed among the Academy's major tasks. Perhaps not all of my suggestions are sound. Please let me know what you think after you have considered them. October 14, 1972. We have not yet decided whether primary and secondary education should last for a total of 10 years or 12. Studies are now underway to determine whether the customary period of 12 years is not somewhat longer than necessary. Young people who show promise of making brilliant careers in the social or natural sciences shall be allowed to enter university immediately after graduation from secondary school, instead of having to go through a 2-year period of productive labor. While pursuing their studies in university, they can spend some time doing certain kinds of physical labor. Of course, young people who show outstanding promise are only a minority. The majority should engage in productive labor shortly after graduation from secondary school. They don't have to go on to university or city for advanced studies. At least during the 1970s and 1980s, the state will not be able to give all of them the opportunity to do that. At present, anyway, our university or cities can admit only a small number of secondary school graduates. Most of them have to expand their knowledge while engaging in production. After a few years of work in they may take up advanced studies at universities, if opportunities are available. Learn from the strong points of foreign countries. February 26, 1973. Recently we sent 2 delegations abroad. One of them was a medical delegation whose members, after their return home, didn't dare to deliver our reports at public gatherings about what THEY had seen *XRPT from a conversation with Dr. Tsungdao Li, a professor from Columbia University in New York. Remarks made at a meeting with members of THE State PL and Ninjico MMISSI on who were REP or TINGO and the 1973 PL and for Economic Development and ONTHE Draft du CUMENT Rego at on CONC Ernie NG Unify EDSTATE PL and NG and Improve ED Eco NOMIC Monag EMENT 498 Zhou Enlai. During their tour of foreign countries. At one time they did want to speak about their impressions in public, but a PLA representative accredited to their unit muttered a warning against what he termed an attempt to paint a dark picture of our country. Under the pressure of this arrogant man, who freely pinned odious labels on other people, they abandoned the idea of making public reports. This is a very bad way of doing things. It costs a lot of money to send a delegation on an investigation tour of foreign countries, but on their return the delegation members don't dare to report on what they have seen and heard abroad. Some of our scientific delegations didn't even hand in written reports, for fear they would have to mention other nations' strong points or touch upon our own weak points. This mentality is not in conformity with Mao Zedong thought. Unfortunately, there are persons who are ignorant and yet have a habit of putting whatever labels the Y like on others. It must be made clear that when we visit or make an investigation tour of foreign countries, our purpose is to learn from their strong points. The gate to friendly contacts between China and the United States has finally been opened. February 21, 1972. First of all, on behalf of Chairman Mao Zedong and the Chinese government, I have the pleasure to extend our welcome to President and Mrs. Nixon and to our other American guests. I also wish to take this opportunity, on behalf of the Chinese people, to extend cordial greetings to the American people on the other side of the Great Ocean. President Nixon's visit to our country at the invitation of the Chinese government provides the leaders of the two countries with an opportunity to meet in person to seek the normalization of relations between China and the United States and also to exchange views on issues of concern to the two sides. This is a positive move conforming to the desire of the people of both countries and an event unprecedented in the history of the relations between China and the United States. The American people are a great people. The Chinese people are a great people. The peoples of our two countries have always been friendly to each other. However, for reasons known to all, contacts between the two peoples have been suspended for over 20 years. Now, through the joint efforts of China and the United States, the gate to friendly contacts has finally been opened. At present the Chinese and American peoples strongly desire the normalization of relations between the two countries and the relaxation of tension. The people, and the people alone, are the motive force in the making of world history. We are confident that the day will come when this common desire of our two peoples will be realized. Toa St at a banquet given in honor of Richard M. Nixon, President of the United States. It was published head in PE.5 Dale Y on February 22, 1972. 499. 500. The social systems of China and the United States are fundamentally different, and there are great differences between the governments of the two countries. However, these differences should not hinder us from establishing normal state relations on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit. Still less should the differences lead to war. As early as 1955 the Chinese government publicly stated that the Chinese people do not want war with the United States and that the Chinese government is willing to sit down and negotiate with the United States government. This is a policy which we have pursued consistently. We have taken note of the fact that in his speech before setting out for China President Nixon said that what we must do is find a way to see that we can have differences without being enemies in war. We hope that, through a frank exchange of views that will enable us to clarify our differences and find common ground, a new start can be made in the relations between our two countries. The Chinese and Japanese peoples should live in friendship from generation to generation. September 25, 1972. We are glad that His Excellency Kake Tanaka, Prime Minister of Japan, accepted our invitation to visit our country to negotiate and settle the question of the normalization of relations between China and Japan. On behalf of Chairman Mao Zedong and the Chinese government, I wish to extend a warm welcome to Prime Minister Tanaka and the other distinguished guests from Japan. Prime Minister Tanaka's visit of China begins a new page in the history of Sino-Japanese relations. There have been friendly contacts and cultural exchanges between our two countries over the past 2,000 years, and a deep friendship has been forged between our two peoples. All this we shall treasure. However, in the half-century after 1894, the Japanese militarists' aggression against China brought untold disaster to our people and great suffering to the Japanese people as well. The past remembered is a guide for the future. We should bear firmly in mind this experience and the lessons to be learned from it. Following Chairman Mao Zedong's teachings, the Chinese people make a strict distinction between the very few militarists and the broad masses of the Japanese people. Therefore, since the founding of the People's Republic of China, although the state of war between the two countries has never been declared terminated, friendly contacts and trade relations between the CNSA and Japanese peoples have resumed and constantly expanded. In the past few years, the number of Japanese friends visiting China each year has exceeded the number of those from other countries, and the volume of China's toast at a banquet given in Honourof Japan SA Prime Minister Kokai Tanaka. It was carried in People's Daily on September 26, 1972. 501. 502. Trade with Japan, based on equality and mutual benefit, has surpassed that with other countries. This has created favorable conditions for the normalization of Sino-Japanese relations. At present, tremendous changes are taking place in the world's situation. After assuming office, Prime Minister Tanaka resolutely put forward a new policy towards the People's Republic of China, stating that the normalization of relations would be expedited, expressing full understanding of China's three principles for the restoration of diplomatic relations 337 and taking practical steps to achieve it. Proceeding from its consistent stand, the Chinese government has made a positive response. There is already a good basis for the normalization of relations between the two countries. It is the common desire of the Chinese and Japanese peoples to promote Sino-Japanese friendship and to restore diplomatic relations. Now one's the time for us to accomplish this historic task. Mr. Prime Minister, before you left for China, you said that agreement could be reached in the negotiations between the two countries and that agreement must be reached. I am convinced that, through the efforts of our two sides to conduct full consultations and seek common ground on major points while reserving differences on minor points, the normalization of Sino-Japanese relations can be realized. The social systems of China and Japan are different. However, this should not be an obstacle to our two countries living together as equals and in friendship. The restoration of diplomatic relations between China and Japan and the establishment of friendly, good neighbor relations on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence 93 will open up new prospects for the development of friendly contacts between our two peoples and the expansion of economic and cultural exchanges between our two countries. Far from being exclusive, Sino-Japanese friendship will contribute to the relaxation of tension in Asia and the preservation of peace in the world. China and Japan are both great nations. The Chinese and Japanese peoples are both industrious and courageous. They should live in friendship from generation to generation. On behalf of the Chinese people, I should like to extend to the Japanese people our greetings and our sincere wishes for still greater advances on the road of progress. Chinese and Japanese should live in friendship 503. Today, leaders of China and Japan have begun highly significant talks on the question of the normalization of relations between the two countries. We expect that our talks will achieve complete success, marching towards the splendid goal of the 4 modernizations. January 13, 1975. On Chairman Mao's instructions, it was August in the report on the work of the government to the Third National People's Congress that we might envisage the development of our economy in 2 stages beginning with the Third 5-year plan. The first stage is to build an independent and relatively comprehensive industrial and economic structure within 15 years, that is, before 1980, and the second stage is to accomplish the overall modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense and science and technology before the end of the century, so that our economy will be among the front ranks of world economies. To reinforce the foundations for completing the first stage before 1980 as envisaged, we should fulfill or overfulfill the fourth five-year plan in 1975. Judging from the situation at home and abroad, the next 10 years will be crucial for accomplishing the task set for the two stages. In this first period we shall not only build an independent and relatively comprehensive industrial and economic structure but set out on the march towards the splendid goal defined for the second stage. With this objective in mind, the State Council will draw up a long-range 10-year plan, 5-year plans and annual plans. The Mini-Tries and Commission-S under the State Council and the local revolutionary committees at all levels, down to the industrial and mining enterprises and production teams and other grassroots units, should all work out their plans through full discussion by the masses and strive to attain our splendid goal ahead of time.